Every morning, Jill started the same way. Wake up at 7 o'clock, wash up, and make breakfast at 8:30, and then wake up her dad for work. After tasting the soup she had made today and making sure it was perfect, she continued with her plan. The heroine shouted at her dad to wake up because breakfast was ready, but there was no answer. Jill looked into his room and called him again. Apparently, he was sleeping too soundly to hear her. She walked over to the bed and gently touched his shoulder so that waking up wouldn't take him by surprise. But Dad still hadn't woken up. Then the girl began to literally shake him, because if he didn't wake up right now, he might be late for work. But in response, she only heard a moan. And then Jill screamed loudly enough for the whole room to hear, so loud that the lonely neighbor probably thought he was now a dad. June opened his eyes abruptly, not knowing what to expect as a terrifying scream filled his room. He sat up abruptly, looked around. Sweat appeared on his forehead from such an unexpected awakening, and then he saw her. Jill stood in front of him, screaming to wake him up, and at that moment, he remembered that he had a daughter under contract for 2 months now. Seeing that June had woken up, she stopped screaming, broke into a smile, and announced that breakfast was ready and it was high time for him to get up. 10 years ago, so-called faults appeared on the earth, which disturbed the peace and harmony. People did not know what to do with them and were terribly frightened, seeing first only the rift, and then what emerged from them. Monsters emerged from the rifts in huge numbers, and it was impossible to cope with them. At the same time, strange abilities appeared in some people, regardless of gender and age. They began to be called hunters, who could track their abilities, like in a computer game. Hunters rose to protect the cities and began to control the rifts, exterminating monsters. June didn't have any special skills, so he had to study and look for a job suitable for an ordinary person. After graduating, he was able to get a job as a civil servant in the fault management department and became the youngest in the department. He had no particular talents, which negatively affected his work, where he constantly forgot about reports and was late. It was only after a year of hard work that he was able to receive his first assignment at the rift. He was excited for his first mission and set out to search for the rift that had appeared. However, here too, failure awaited Juna. On the way to the mission, he was hit by a truck. A bright light, a blow, the expectation of pain. But it did not come. He opened his eyes and could not understand where he was. People who also did not expect him to appear here told him that he was in a world called Murim. The world in which he died a huge number of times, experienced terrible pain and suffering. But after death, he was reborn again, and everything started anew, because after appearing in Murim, he acquired one ability, a pocket watch that, in the event of death, would return him to the previous day and allow him to repeat the scenario again. June kept going back to achieve his goal, to win and stay alive. He did this so many times that it seemed he no longer remembered who he was or what he was doing. With each rewind, he drew conclusions and became stronger. And finally, he became the most powerful warrior in this world, and he had no equal. The inhabitants of the world of Marima nicknamed him Chonma, which meant heavenly devil. However, Juna was now only concerned with one question: how to get back. He became the strongest, so as a reward, he was given the same sudden return to his reality, just as he once fell out of it. The hero woke up in the hospital, but he felt fine. He got up, got dressed, and left the hospital as if he had woken up at home. The doctors were shocked because he was the one who was hit by a truck yesterday and had to undergo a 5-hour operation. June understood that he had spent a lot of time in another world, did not remember his own at all, and a long period of adaptation awaited him. He looked at his status window. All his stats were at their maximum. He was the best hunter for his world, and there was no need to return to his old job. Memories of Murim frightened him because there was a sea of blood on his hand. Memories flashed in his head. He stopped trusting anyone. He doesn't even remember how many times he died and was reborn again. And in that same second, he realized that now he wanted to be normal, go to work, and live a normal life. Having decided everything, June went to work at the city hall, went up to the right floor, went into the right room and said hello. Everyone who worked in the department turned around and froze in shock, looking at the door. Greg was the first to speak up, but all he could ask was if June was okay. To which June replied that he was completely fine and nothing terrible had happened to him. Greg noticed that he, at the very least, spoke differently and became more confident. After which he noted that his body seemed to have become stronger, although before he looked like a fragile guy. It was as if he was assessing him from the bottom up, and when he reached his face, he realized that his height had changed a little. June thanked him for all the compliments Greg had given him, but gave no indication that anything had changed. He assured that even if he had changed in appearance, he was still the same June who worked with them in the department. After which he clarified where his workplace was, since he was in shock after the accident and had memory problems. Greg, however, took the position that everything he was saying now made him even more suspicious. Olivia, who had been smiling at him up until that moment, was sure it was June, only more beautiful. The boss wasn't satisfied with what June and Olivia said, so he brought out a fingerprint scanner. The moment of truth. June put his thumb to the scanner, put it on, and everyone froze. Less than a minute later, the scanner reported that it was indeed June, a worker from the Rift department. Greg screamed for another test, grabbed his hand and put his finger on the scanner, which once again confirmed his identity. The test continued over and over until the entire department grew tired of listening to the scanner say the same thing over and over again. Greg stood his ground and said that he did not understand how a person could change so much in just one day, but Olivia could not take her eyes off him. She had no idea how height, build, and voice could change, but she really liked the new June. June's head was already starting to split from the endless discussions about his changes, so he asked again where his place was. But there was no answer, and the boss decided to send him home so that he could get a good rest. He didn't hear June's objections and only repeated that he was still on sick leave and that he would only allow him to return to work tomorrow. Greg grabbed him by the shoulders and offered to walk him to the exit, but June refused, since he could do it himself. And so he went home, but it was not so easy, because he had not been here for a long time. It took him a couple of hours to finally find his home. He had to climb up on foot because he didn't remember what floor he lived on. But he remembered what his front door looked like. The door was found, but the hardest part remained, remembering the code to open it. He entered code after code, relying on muscle memory, but all attempts were unsuccessful. He had to stop and think. The code should be familiar to him, after all. He had entered it so often before that moment. Another unsuccessful attempt, when suddenly a female voice was heard from behind the door. He listened again. Maybe he really was so unwell that he was hearing voices, when suddenly the door lock clicked. The door opened, and behind it was a young girl whom he saw for the first time. But for some reason, she called him her uncle. He was stunned, and the only thing he could do was ask who she was. He walked inside, expecting anything to come from a conversation with the stranger who, for some reason, ended up in his apartment. June and the girl sat on opposite sides of the table. Outwardly, he seemed calm, but inside something was torn apart because he did not know what to do. He took another sip from his mug and finally began to repeat after her the story he had just heard. Her name was Jill, and she was the daughter of his brother's girlfriend. He sighed heavily and slowly said the same thing again, trying to wrap his head around it. Jill nodded happily. It seemed to her that since he started talking to her, everything would be fine. June continued to reconstruct the events. His brother's girlfriend died in an accident. She had nowhere to go, and he agreed to look after her. And that's why she knew the code to his apartment and came here today, which made Jill smile. After which he decided to clarify whether they had seen each other at least once before today. After this moment, the girl became confused and replied that this was their first meeting. He looked for any way to resolve this situation and asked if Jill had any other relatives. In response, she hesitated and said that her mother was an orphan, so she had no one else to rely on. June suddenly became distracted by a plate with some dish and asked her what it was. She suddenly gained new hope and began to animatedly explain that it was omuraisu, an omelet and rice, and she had prepared it for June to have a snack after work. When suddenly he interrupted her and informed her that he would not be able to receive her at his place. Unexpectedly for him, the girl became furious, jumped up, and shouted that he had promised her. She handed him her phone, opened the correspondence with him, and showed him the messages confirming this. And now he had to tell his story, because until yesterday he was in the hospital, got into an accident, and was discharged only today. And most importantly, he lost his memory, did not remember either his brother or the girl he promised to help. He didn't know what to answer to her question about whether he was okay, since his body had fully recovered. But memory is seriously failing, which can cause difficulties in everyday life. He understood that it would be difficult for him to take care of anyone now, since it would take some time for him to adapt. Jill froze, as if she didn't know what to say, but in reality, She was quickly going through her thoughts in her head to somehow fix the situation. Suddenly, she screamed that she wanted to sign a contract and come to an agreement with June. He didn't understand what she was talking about, so he decided to clarify what kind of contract she wanted to sign. To which Jill asked him to become her father until she finished school. At that moment, he regretted asking that question because her proposal was crazy. Without wasting any time, she flew up to him, grabbed his hand, and began to convince him that he had lost his memory. It would be difficult for him to adapt, and she could help. She clung to his hand and continued to say that she would take on the cleaning, the laundry, the cooking to help him. In exchange, he will allow her to live with him until she finishes school, at least for 6 months, until she moves into a dorm. June thought about it because this really was a good condition. No, even a very good condition. He spent a long time in the Middle Ages, in a completely different world, and it will take time to adapt to the modern world. She could always be asked about things he didn't know, asked for help, and this was truly beneficial for both of them. He reached into his briefcase, started to take out paper and pen, and informed Jill that he was ready to draw up the contract. She was shocked because the plan seemed unsuccessful, and now she couldn't believe her ears. June silently sat down at the table and began to write something. It seemed as if they were concluding a multi-million-dollar deal right now. He handed her a piece of paper with the rules by which they both had to live, and asked her to tell him if anything was unclear or if anything needed to be corrected. The contract specified deadlines, obligations to provide Jill with all receipts and checks, to account for expenses, and to perform all household chores. June asked again if there was anything that Jill didn't understand or that she didn't agree with, to which she replied that she was happy with everything. There was one last step left for the contract to come into force, and he handed her a pen. With tears in her eyes, she took the pen. It seemed like she was about to burst into tears, but everything was exactly as she wanted. She bent over the papers, signed them, and said she would do everything in her power. And at that very moment, a smile lit up her face. Everything was decided, and she decided to clarify whether she could call June her father. He agreed, after which he went to his room, and Jill shouted after him to call her by her first name and to be informal. June agreed to this too. Jill hugged the contract to herself and breathed a sigh of relief because he was getting used to it so quickly, and suddenly remembered that she had forgotten something, so she followed him. She started talking before she even looked into the room, but her speech was interrupted as soon as she saw a strong, pumped-up, naked body. Jill gasped instantly, but couldn't take her eyes off him, even though he was her father, but such an attractive father, and only under contract. She only turned away when June pulled up his t-shirt and was able to look at her. He still didn't understand what had just happened, so he decided to continue the conversation and asked what else she needed. Sweat broke out on her face, and she frantically began to explain that there was no food in the refrigerator and they needed to go to the store. His sarcastic question about whether it was true was just for the sake of continuing the conversation, because he had already taken out his wallet. He took out his card, handed it to her, and informed her that she would now be paying with it. She finally turned to him, took the card, and was taken aback. Could he really trust her so quickly? Jill couldn't take responsibility so quickly, and a plan came into her head. Since he had lost his memory, he should go with her. Maybe he would start remembering something if he went to the local store. It actually seemed like a good idea. The familiar surroundings might help him, so June agreed to go along with her. The store was on the next street. They got there quickly this time. It seems, was not enough for the main character to remember anything. They stopped at the vegetable stand, and she told him that she simply had to cook for him for a while. But June kept getting distracted by an advertisement about a discount on meat and kept repeating that. All he had to do was agree. He thanked her and said that he agreed. It seemed that she was again glad that he agreed with her. Suddenly, a noise caught their attention, and there was tension in the air, as if something was about to happen. He asked her in bewilderment what was going on, because from her face, it seemed that she had already understood everything. At that very second, a portal appeared in the air right in front of them, and people began to run away from it in panic. Jill immediately took the gun out of her bag and was ready to meet whoever was about to come out of it. It was a rift. She didn't know what kind of monster would come out of it now, but she knew one thing. She needed to protect June, so she asked him to hide. A huge green creature with huge fangs emerged from the portal, and not only did it stink terribly, but strange sounds were also escaping from its mouth, similar to either a growl or a moo. Everyone who was in the store began to run out of it in panic, screaming that a goblin had come into the store for milk. June stood rooted to the spot and simply watched what was happening. He knew what to do, but he had only promised himself today that he would live a normal life. Jill hadn't promised anyone anything, so she immediately pointed the gun at the goblin and pulled the trigger. A beam of light shot out from the cannon, and a small wind arose from the power of the shot. And then the bullet reached its target. Jill hit the goblin right in the chest. The goblin felt the blow, looked down, growled questioningly, and saw a huge hole in his body. He fell flat on the floor. It seemed he wouldn't need any more food. The shop's customers began to surround him. They realized that he had lost consciousness forever, and they breathed a sigh of joy. Fortunately, there was a hunter in the shop who protected them. Jill leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, and continued to hold the gun tightly in her hand. Noticing June, she quickly came to her senses, hid the weapon back in her bag, and began to scold him for simply standing still when he was in danger. June apologized and said he would be careful in the future, which seemed to be what she wanted to hear, and she calmed down. The police were already hanging over the goblin. He was alone. There were no casualties, and they headed towards Jill, because this was the result of her actions. As he approached them, the policeman asked if they had dealt with the goblin, but his gaze was directed at June. With a quick movement of his hand, he brought Jill in front of him and informed the policeman that his daughter had dealt with the goblin. He was shocked because the girl was only 14 years old. He couldn't believe that it was really her. But quickly getting his bearings, he asked for identification, telephone number, address, and bank account information. There was a reward for killing a goblin. This was the price for the destruction of the goblin and mana. The police will pay it for preserving the lives and safety of the residents. The policeman said that the father could also provide a bank account and the money could be transferred to him. June thought about it. He thought for a moment and asked Jill to tell him her score. She was surprised by what he said. He quickly cleared up all questions and said that it would be fair, since it was she who killed the goblin. She blushed with joy and quickly dictated her number so as not to scream with joy. They returned home. Jill was cooking dinner when suddenly the phone made a notification sound. She grabbed it and, looking at the screen, was clearly shocked by something. For destroying the rift and the goblin, she received 150,000 won from the Seoul police. June managed to read the message. She got a large sum for killing just one goblin. If they paid so much for it, then there was no point in her living with him, he asked. She found his naivety endearing and began to explain that there had been a time rift in the sky and a monster had appeared. It was an accident, and no one could guarantee that all monsters would be so light. Besides, only licensed hunters can enter the rift, and she is still an ordinary person. He interrupted her with a question about whether she knew the law of reason, and Jill's face froze in question. She asked again what this law meant, and he explained that everything that happens in life is a reaction of the subconscious to what we are trying to instill in ourselves. Thoughts are material, and what happened to her was her desire. She understood what he was getting at and told him that she was planning to enroll in the Hunter's Academy in March. Jill had not yet completed Hunter Rebirth, but she already knew how to use mana and had a temporary permit for the mana gun, so she always carried it with her. He praised him because not everyone can become a hunter, which means that special abilities were embedded within her. She smiled and told him that he should treat her well, because one day she would become very famous. Moreover, she had already set the table full of food, gave instructions to eat everything and leave nothing, and wished them a pleasant appetite. After discussing her future, she realized that she didn't know what June did for a living, and immediately asked the question. While devouring his dinner, he replied that he worked in the mayor's office as an ordinary civil servant. Jill was satisfied with his answer, as she had been worried that his work might be dangerous. She handed him another plate of food, wished him bon appetit and good night. This eventful day had come to an end. Morning came too quickly, and now June was already approaching the City Hall building. There were still about 5 minutes left before the start of the working day. It seemed like time had stopped. The whole department was waiting to see if he would show up for work today. The door to the office swung open. He walked in as if nothing had happened and said hello. His colleagues instantly turned around at the sound of his voice. Without hiding his surprise, Greg asked how he was feeling and whether he would be able to work. It seemed like yesterday he wasn't here, and the checks had started all over again. He thanked him for his concern and assured everyone else that he was perfectly fine. The department head tried to remain calm, so he leaned back in his chair and asked June to contact him anytime if he was having trouble. After which he pointed his finger at a free seat and finally answered the question that was asked yesterday. His seat was there. As he sat down on the chair, the guy sitting next to him told him that if June didn't remember something, he could contact him. He hesitated, didn't know what to answer, just as he didn't know who this guy was, what his name was, and why he offered to help him. The stranger understood everything from his facial expression, so he immediately said that his name was Nate and he was his direct superior, and Greg was in charge above. He thanked Nate for introducing himself, for offering to help, and for providing clarity on what was going on in the department. Greg glanced at his watch and noted that the workday had already begun. It seemed like everyone was waiting for someone. Nate quickly reassured him and pointed out that the man they were waiting for was a very valuable hunter, so it was necessary to bring him up to speed, to which Greg sniped, asking if an F rank was valuable. It didn't matter because they were still waiting for the hunter, and none of them showed up. Suddenly they heard the sound of a door swinging open and heavy breathing and turned around. A beautiful red-haired girl stood in the doorway, her head bowed. It seemed that everyone was waiting for her. She exhaled heavily again, raised her head, and asked a question, the answer to which was obvious. Yes, she was late. But when he saw her, Greg started waving his arms and claiming that it was his fault and that he should have met her. Nate pointed at them and suggested that June go say hello, since this was their new hunter. A silent question hung on June's face. It seemed he didn't understand why a hunter had come to their department. The boss took him by the hand and pulled him along, explaining to him what was happening. The department was engaged in searching for rifts, and they usually went on missions with a hunter. Miss Kate will have to take charge of June and help him with his work. He said hello and began to study her with his eyes, when suddenly Nate announced that Kate was supposed to become his ward, but she would not. They were both surprised by this fact and turned questioningly to Nate. Nate hesitated, sweat breaking out on his forehead, but he continued speaking. June is not in any condition to go on a mission right now, so Nate will take over this matter. The main character was starting to get angry because this was originally his job. Nate continued to stand his ground. It was better for him to complete this task, because no one knew what consequences the accident might have. Suddenly, Greg entered the conversation, stating that he was worried about June being able to function properly. June didn't understand what was going on. Were they pretending that he was a dishonest employee? He stated that this was his job, and he would be the one doing it. Nate began to panic even more and began to try to convince the protagonist that he should not overexert himself. Greg contributed to the general panic and started shouting that June couldn't even find a job. June tried to remain calm, but inside there were explosions that were about to break out and collapse on the entire department. He took a deep breath and confidently stated once again that he would carry out his duties himself. Nate couldn't resist anymore. He knew that June needed this chance, a chance to prove that he was okay, and he gave in. The shouting continued from the office for a while, and then everyone went to lunch. Greg and Nate sat outside and continued to discuss what had happened, one thinking that letting him go on the mission was crazy, the other trying to convince him otherwise. June was an employee of their department, and despite what had happened, had the right to another chance, since he never made it to his first assignment. Thoughts were racing through Greg's head. He knew that there would be consequences for this decision, but whether good or bad he didn't know, so he gave in and agreed. June and Kate set out on their first mission. He was carefully studying the instructions, and the girls seemed to be waiting for him to finish. He folded the papers and decided that there was enough information to do everything right. After several readings, it was clear what needed to be done. His duty was to study all the information about the rift, and support from the Hunter Academy was allocated to help him. As soon as he looked up from the paperwork, a girl's voice was heard from the back seat. She said that her name was Kate, and she was 21 years old. He apologized for such a long silence and said that he needed to check the documents. He turned around, and his attention was drawn to what was lying on her lap. June asked what it was. Kate reported that her uniform and weapons, which were necessary for fighting monsters, were there. Suddenly the car stopped, and the driver announced that they had arrived at the destination. They thanked him and left the car, June's face expressionless, and Kate pressed the button on the case and something clicked. The case opened, and now one could see some strange greenish sphere inside it. The girl took it out and put it to her chest. June was perplexed by her actions. Suddenly, the sphere changed color and began to glow. At that very second, the sphere completely covered Miss Kate's form, and it turned out that this was her costume. He couldn't take his eyes off either the fact that the little ball had dressed his partner on its own, or her curves. She became a little embarrassed and asked if this was the first time he had seen this, to which June nodded affirmatively. Along the way, Kate told him that this suit was the lowest level of protection, but even it cost 3 million won, and her sword was far from the best. She stopped and asked what she should call him, to which he replied that he didn't care. Then she suggested calling him manager, since he was responsible for the faults. The security finished checking, and they were finally able to move on. He agreed to her proposal. They walked along the stone path and finally saw the purpose of their visit. A huge glowing portal, a rift, inside of which there were probably a bunch of monsters. Kate's former confidence disappeared somewhere. She hesitated and said that this was the first time she was going into the rift alone. They were distracted by a rough male voice that was familiar to Kate. It was Michael and a couple of other hunters who had worked together before. It seemed his main goal was to hook Kate. He stated that he thought she was no longer a hunter, but this was not the case. He looked at June carefully and asked if she had joined any guild. After which he leaned over her and made a sarcastic comment about how she didn't even know how to use mana. Kate lowered her head, and her hair covered her face. She seemed to be on edge. Michael thought he had already won, but he couldn't stop and continued to put her down in the eyes of his new colleague. Just in case, June asked if Kate knew this big guy, and she said that they once took courses together to become hunters. Michael's attention was drawn to June's badge, and he began to study it. He burst out laughing when he learned that Kate was now working under contract at the mayor's office. He wiped away his tears, quite amused by the fact that someone like her wouldn't be accepted into the guild. And since she was working under a contract, that meant she was still an F rank. June interrupted this madness by saying that everything he was doing now looked pathetic. Michael began to look to his comrades for support and point a finger at the one who defended the object of his ridicule. He looked down at him with disdain and called him an idiot. He grabbed his shirt collar and lifted it up, and Kate started screaming. Michael quietly hissed that if the civil servant didn't like something, then he should dare to stop him. Michael let out a scream, his face so close that the hair on June's head stood on end. He could no longer control himself. His eyes began to narrow with anger. It seemed as if they were filling with blood. Seeing this, Michael became frightened and widened his eyes, but still did not let go. And in his head a terrible voice sounded, which said that if he let him go within 3 seconds, he would be forgiven. June's eyes grew redder and stared fixedly at the idiot who was slowly lowering him to the ground. Black smoke billowed around Michael, as if waiting to attack him. He felt that he couldn't breathe and began to gasp for air. But no one except Michael and June saw this. One of his comrades shook him by the shoulder and asked if everything was okay with him. At that very second, Michael fell to the ground and crawled away from something, covering his face with his hands. His friends were in a panic. From the outside, it looked like he had gone crazy. Suddenly his pants got wet, and he was sitting right in front of the rift in a yellow puddle. Kate watched everything that was happening in surprise. She was glad that her offender was punished, but she did not understand at all what was going on here. June, satisfied with himself, grinned and decided to finish off Michael. He made a surprised face, extended his hand and asked if he was okay and could get up. But this was only a mask for the others. He leaned over to give him another message that only the two of them would hear. The devil's voice sounded in Michael's head again, and told him not to interfere anymore if he valued his life. Michael burst into tears, bubbles coming out of his nose, and he screamed that he agreed to everything. His team was in a panic. They didn't know what to do, and Kate covered her face with her hands. June flew past her and called her to follow him before something worse happened than what they had just seen. He jumped into the rift they had come to explore, but his partner did not follow him. He had to stick his hand through that hole for her to finally pay attention to him. She followed him, and now they were on the other side. They looked around. This dimension did not look like the home of a monster. On the contrary, there were mountains and forests all around, and the air seemed so fresh that they both took a deep breath. In the distance, they noticed a goblin wandering around the fields, and June noted that this rift was F rank, which was probably why it looked so simple. He took out his tablet and began to enter information about the place where they had arrived. The computer informed that the F rank of the fault was selected. When setting a higher fault rank, the exception option should be selected. After which, the mapping of the area began, which meant that for the time being, June had nothing else to do. He put the tablet in his bag and slowly walked towards the goblin. Kate overtook him, shouting that she should go first. Even though she was here at the level of a porter, she should be responsible for the safety of ordinary people. Moreover, if she shows herself in a good light to the manager, she will certainly be hired for a permanent position at the mayor's office. Their attention was drawn to a noise coming from somewhere to the side, and they stopped. In the clearing not far from them lay at least 6 dead goblins, and next to them were 3 hunters who had cleared the area. June was shocked. There were so many hunters who came here before them. Kate fell to her knees and began to wail that she had to show at least something, prove what she was capable of. He tried to reassure her that since the goblins were gone, All they had to do was finish the map and the job would be done. June decided to check his partner's status and opened her card. He was surprised. Weren't her parameters those of an ordinary person? Suddenly, he was attracted by her skill. It was S-rank fencing. She said that at first she was quite pleased, since there weren't many such S-rank skills. When she first started taking the courses, she was among the first, she continued, but with every word her condition changed for the worse. She bit a strand of her fiery hair and told that everything didn't go according to plan when she had to demonstrate her skill at the courses. But what could she do, since she didn't have mana? Her partner screamed that all she could do was try. Mana should have appeared at the 3rd level, but she didn't even know how to move on to the 2nd level. Suddenly, June grabbed her by the elbows and yelled, pulling her back. Right in the place where she had just been crying, something fell loudly. It was a huge mace, which, from a powerful throw, stuck into the ground. She looked up to see 3 goblins moving towards them. June had to lift her up and encourage her so that she wouldn't even think about the possibility of failure. He whispered in her ear that the battle was about to begin, and it was time for her to come to her senses. He pushed her in the back so that she would finally take at least a step. Kate collected her thoughts, pulled herself together, and focused on the goblin. She rushed towards them, drawing her sword and ready to attack. She slipped under one of the clubs the goblin was aiming straight at her head. She pushed off the ground with ease with one hand, and with a precise movement, she cut one of them right on the nose. The goblin clutched his face, and Kate knew that this wound would not be enough. She pushed off the ground and bent her leg, preparing to deliver another blow. The next powerful blow to the goblin's head was delivered by her heel. But the goblin continued to stand on 2 legs, preparing to answer for what had been done to him. His eyes began to glare, and he rushed towards her. But Kate was ready for this, jumped towards him, and with one swing of her sword, cut off his head. The headless body crashed to the ground next to the other goblin. Breathing heavily, she stopped and then finally realized what she had just done. She turned to the manager and joyfully shouted that she could kill the goblin. However, looking back, she saw that June had his head down on the tablet, and another goblin was rushing straight towards him. With his claws and fangs bared, he growled and prepared to attack. June knew what was happening. It was not for nothing that he was the best warrior. He stood and simply waited for the moment. And as soon as the goblin approached him at full speed, he took a step to the side. Kate's eyes widened as the goblin ran towards the manager. She didn't know what to expect, but she certainly didn't expect this turn of events. The goblin fell to the ground and rolled, because he had expected to pounce on the guy, but did not expect that he would have time to move away. After a couple of rolls, he was faced with a fall into an abyss, on the edge of which June was waiting for him. Kate was shocked as she looked at him, but June continued to stand calmly in place and look at the tablet. He had to remind her that the battle was still ongoing and that she should focus on the enemy, not on him. But neither she nor her opponent cared about each other at that moment. They looked at him, fascinated. The goblin came to his senses a little earlier than Kate, growled and swung his club, aiming at her head. At the last moment, she managed to put out her sword and defend herself from his blow. Their duel lasted for about 5 minutes, but there was no winner. They swung again and again, but the opponent managed to parry the blows. Hope began to fade in her partner's eyes. She was exhausted and ready to give up. June decided to intervene and asked if just 2 goblins had really exhausted her that much. She answered hesitantly that she was still full of strength, but the enemy took advantage of her hesitation. He swung to hit her legs, but she managed to spread them in time. He extended his club towards her and continued to advance. It seemed as if this stupid creature was rejoicing at her mistakes. She was starting to get angry. Sweat was running down her face. She was tired of this endless struggle. She picked up speed and rushed towards the goblin, swinging her sword. But he managed to calculate her actions and met her with a blow from his stick. June was tired of watching this endless and fruitless carnage, so he decided to intervene. He sighed heavily and asked if fencing was really her main skill. It seemed to him that the basis was blocking the attack and delivering blows with the least expenditure of effort. He suggested that she step back a little and catch her breath, as her sword was shaking due to breathing problems. She followed his instructions and began to put her condition in order. He continued his instructions. She should focus on the enemy because he was also already at his limit. She looked at the goblin. He was breathing heavily, letting steam out of his mouth. He was truly at the limit of his strength. All she had to do was watch her opponent closely and concentrate on attacking until she had a good chance. The best solution would be to gather all your strength and launch a quick and powerful attack. While the goblin was gaining momentum, June clarified that the most important thing was to be able to seize an extra move from the enemy. Kate humbly waited for his instructions, and now the moment had come. It was time to show the essence of fencing. It seemed like nothing existed around her except her and the goblin. She stared at him. The goblin swung his club, seeming to put all his strength into the blow, hoping it would be his last. His club was flying straight at her, when suddenly, something didn't go according to his plan. He froze, watching as his weapon plunged straight into the ground. The moment Kate put her sword to his throat, it became clear that she had found the goblin's mistake. With a quick, sharp movement, she cut off his head. The monster let out its death roar, and its scarlet blood spurted from its neck. She exhaled, even though she was exhausted from the fight, but she finally succeeded. She stood over the lifeless body of the goblin and managed to demonstrate all the beauty of fencing. June praised her. Thanks to her, the exploration of the rift went smoothly, and it was possible to return. But all Kate wanted now was to lie down and rest. He also informed her that she had captured as many as 17 goblins, and that if she worked alone, she could earn a lot of money. To which Kate suddenly jumped up and told him that she was not doing this for the money. She wanted to become a member of some team. She decided now was a good time to ask why June was hiding her power. He pretended not to understand what she was talking about and took a step towards the portal. Kate started to say that he was very good at fencing and remembered the goblin he had neutralized with just one step. But June had already dived into the portal. She crossed her arms over her chest, not realizing how many mysteries her manager was keeping. It was evening in Seoul, and the streets were filled with the sounds of cars and people hurrying home. June did the same thing, returning home after his first day of work. But he had to slow down a little. It seemed like someone was following him. He stopped, grabbed his head, and immediately realized who it was. The hero told his pursuer that if he came out within 10 seconds, he would not be angry and began counting down. 10, 9, and immediately switched to 3 to speed up the process of exposure. Kate flew out from around the corner towards him. She lowered her head guiltily and stood in front of him, afraid to say anything. June asked why she was following him. She was still tormented by the question she had asked him before his hasty jump into the portal. She couldn't understand why he was hiding his power, or whether there was no power at all, and it was pure coincidence. June again did not answer the question, only told her that since she had followed him all the way home, she should at least have dinner with him. They walked the rest of the way home in silence. Kate slowed down as she walked up the stairs. Suddenly she stopped and said that she would rather go home. She felt uncomfortable staying with him so late. June asked her to be patient with him a little longer. It was time for dinner. She should have already cooked. She widened her eyes and asked who she was, why she should have cooked dinner already, and why he was bringing Kate with him. He said that his daughter lives with him. Kate expected to hear anything, but the fact that he had a daughter amazed her. June had already knocked on the door and asked not to say a word about work, since his daughter thought he was an ordinary civil servant. Thoughts were racing through Kate's head. Maybe he got married early. Maybe he just looked young. But most importantly, she felt uncomfortable showing up like that with him. The door swung open, and a young girl flew out of it with a smile on her face. But the smile instantly disappeared from her face as soon as she saw that her father did not return home alone. Kate's world collapsed, and she was surprised by his daughter's appearance. Why was it so big? He was only 26 years old. Maybe it was his wife and she just called him father. All this simply could not happen. Jill asked June who he had brought with him, to which he coldly replied that it was his colleague. Kate stammered as she confirmed the information, trying to be as welcoming as possible. But this information was not enough for the girl to let them in. June seemed to be amused by this awkward scene, but he still decided to check whether they could go inside yet. Jill opened the doors and finally invited them inside. When they walked inside, Kate and June were struck by the fact that the apartment was literally sparkling with cleanliness. Jill broke the pause and announced in an angelic voice that they would soon be having dinner, and that her colleague should drink tea and leave. But still, it was June's apartment and his rules. He said that he invited her to dinner, so the three of them would do it together. The daughter made the most displeased face possible, crossed her arms over her chest, but was forced to agree. Afterwards, June commented on her behavior, not understanding whether she was going through puberty, to which Jill gave a loud negative answer. It seemed to dawn on Kate at that moment that she was not his daughter, but who she was to him remained a mystery. Jill pouted and went off to prepare dinner, displeased. Kate continued to stare at her, trying to find an answer. The long silence dragged on, so after dinner, Kate decided to break it and thanked him for the delicious soup, to which Jill replied with displeasure that she had bought it. Then the colleague began to look for something to thank the girl with, but she quickly rebuffed his compliments. Jill was tired of playing this game, so she decided to turn away, when suddenly something caught her attention. It was the Huntress's shining case that stood in their hallway. Kate regained hope and began to explain that it was made for transportation, but was made in Schwartz's workshop. Suddenly she realized her mistake and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. With horror in her eyes, she turned to June, who was clearing the table. In his head, he quickly calculated options that would be plausible enough for Jill to believe in them. But Jill had already begun to build a logical chain, and if Kate was a hunter, was her father an ordinary civil servant? June quickly got his bearings and said that his colleague was working part-time, and that if she was caught, she would face a fine. So there was no point in telling anyone else this information. Jill slammed her hand on the table and towered over Kate. The girl's eyes widened, her mouth dropped open, and she knew what to expect from this girl. Suddenly, Jill happily grabbed her hands and began to tell her that she also dreamed of becoming a hunter. She took out her application form and started shouting that she would soon be entering the Hunters Academy, looking with delight at her father's colleague. Kate was embarrassed because she was only an F-rank hunter. For the girl, it didn't matter. She had just found her idol and started asking her questions. She was curious about her father's colleague's style, how she fought, whether at close or long range, or maybe she even used magic and was a healer. The rest of the evening flew by. June didn't even have to take part in the conversation, and then they went outside to see Kate off. The girl thanked them for the dinner. She had never dined so cheerfully. When saying goodbye, she said that she would be glad to have dinner like that again. However, Jill asked her with a smile not to come again. She smiled even more and said that she still didn't like her, and that the fact that she was a hunter didn't change that. Kate felt awkward again and started to turn around to go home as quickly as possible. June interrupted the hypocritical scene, coldly sending his daughter home and saying that he would walk his partner to the subway. Jill realized that she couldn't argue with her father, smiled again, and ran home. June and Kate walked slowly towards the subway through the evening streets of Seoul. The girl, as always, was eager to start a conversation, and she stated that Jill was not June's biological daughter. The hero hesitated. His breathing became ragged. He did not know what to answer her, to which she confidently replied that neither the age nor the fact that he had no ring or not a single family photo at home matched. Moreover, they had different surnames. All these facts led to only one conclusion. She was not his biological daughter, and he had never been married. June was shocked that she had managed to learn all this while she was having a lively conversation with Jill. And then she asked an uncomfortable question about what kind of relationship he had with Jill, whether there was anything dangerous in it, to which June hastened to reassure her. There really was nothing dangerous between them. She was his niece, and his brother had problems, so he was raising her. Kate realized that she had been so excited about her investigation that she hadn't thought about what it might lead to. She calmed down and apologized for asking too many questions. June didn't care. The only thing he asked was not to talk about it at work. The rest of the journey to the metro was silent, and now they were there. June said goodbye and immediately went back. Kate watched him go and seemed to be conducting some kind of investigation in her head again. Suddenly, it dawned on her how she hadn't noticed this fact right away. June and his brother probably shared the same last name, but their niece and daughter did not. But by the time she realized this, June had already disappeared around the corner. There were still about 5 minutes left before the start of the working day, but the office was already filled with shouts. Greg read the folder June had filled out with bewilderment and asked in bewilderment how he had managed to do it in one day. But June was only concerned about one thing, whether there were any problems in the report. But the report was done just fine. It usually takes several months to compile such data. June simply could not have done this report alone. Greg turned to Nate with disbelief. He was sure that it was he who helped his colleague, but he shook his head. After which Nate praised June and said that now he would have to catch up with him. June, satisfied with what he had done, leaned over a little and said thank you. Suddenly, Kate appeared next to him and continued to praise Nate. He didn't understand what she was doing there, since today was supposed to be her day off, but everyone else was glad to see her. He wasn't in the mood to continue talking to her, so he sat down on a chair and told her to do whatever she wanted. but there would be no overtime. But she persistently handed him some piece of paper. He began to study what was written, but still did not understand what it was. Nate decided to help the employee and said that the girl gave him the schedule of exams for hunter qualifications. All hunters took this exam once a year. The hunter's level could be increased or decreased. The highest was considered to be rank S, and the lowest rank F. There were a huge number of guilds all over the world, each of which was constantly looking for high-level hunters. It was during the period after passing the exam that transitions between guilds were most common. Nate whispered to June that the department head was very worried about this day. Greg was afraid that the hunter would transfer to another guild if his level rose, and they would have to look for a new employee again. But Kate had to pass the assessment anyway, and June had better go with her. After which Nate found out that she was performing in the first group in a week. June turned to Kate and asked if she would transfer to another guild if she leveled up, but she told him that she wanted to extend her contract at the mayor's office. June replied that he was not the one doing that. He noted that she should raise her level before the certification day so that it would be easier for him to go on assignments and she could get a salary increase. To which she sadly replied that she would still get an F rank. He turned silently to her and waited for her to give the reason for this conclusion. The hunter certification process was divided into several stages. First, the hunter's level was determined. Then, statistics and practical assessments were measured, all of which determined the final result. But the most important thing was the amount of mana. Hunters could become physically stronger with the help of the crystal. This was the acceptance of mana, but Kate could not use it. At that moment, June realized that she had no hope of getting a rank higher than E. He tried to encourage her, telling her that she needed to try. Otherwise, she would never know what she was capable of. Otherwise, June will also have to trample on the level of the F faults. These words struck Kate. He only had one hunter in his care, and her rank was tied to the level of rifts he could explore. Kate lowered her head sadly and began to think that if she found another hunter, she could move forward. He pretended to like the idea and suggested posting an ad looking for another hunter. Tears began to well up in her eyes when suddenly June said that she was his only hunter and asked her to follow him. After meandering through the corridors for a long time, they finally entered a large room, which used to be an office for working with old faults. Now it has been converted into a training hall for hunters, with dummies and all kinds of weapons. He knocked on one of the walls. It was built using special materials provided by the Hunters Academy. The walls were quite resistant to impacts. And then June started talking about Kate's lack of mana. He asked if she had tried physical strengthening. Of course she tried, but she couldn't get mana until she reached level 3. Tears came to her eyes again, and she called herself a complete failure. Then he asked to show him a fencing skill, and Kate took out some notes from her bag. She handed him a thick notebook in which she wrote down all her observations about the battle. There were indeed a lot of notes. She noted various combat techniques, sources of the universe that provided energy, and how to use these sources. Kate told him that there were sketches of techniques at the end. He opened the last pages, thought for a moment, and tried to make out at least something among her drawing. She apologized for her drawing skills, but it didn't matter, he realized. What she was drawing resembled the three-pronged method. Kate was puzzled. All this time she thought she was studying fencing. June interrupted her thoughts and said that fencing was developed based on the three-way method. Once upon a time, there lived a swordsman named Jin, a scholar of the Imperial Palace, who appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly after conquering the world of Murim. He was a genius among geniuses who reinterpreted Samjae's three-pronged method. Jin called his method the fencing method, and leaving his advice and teaching on technique, disappeared. June was very pleased with something, and it seemed like there was a sincere smile on his face. A fire gleamed in his eyes as he turned his gaze to her. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her finely. Kate didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, he declared that it was hard to find someone as lucky as she. She was very pleased with the words he was saying, but she did not understand why he was saying them. It was almost 6 o'clock on the clock, just a couple of seconds left before the end of the working day. Greg watched the clock patiently, counting down in his head. Time seemed to stand still. There was no longer any patience to wait for their slow passage. And then 3 more. 2, 1. A characteristic sound was heard in the office, and a smile stretched across the boss's face. He opened his mouth and wanted to invite June somewhere, but he had already stood up, said goodbye, and headed for the exit. His example was followed by Kate, who jumped up from her seat and flew out after him like a bullet. Greg didn't understand what was going on. For several days in a row, these two had been disappearing as soon as the clock struck 6 o'clock. Maybe there was something between them. Nate expressed his doubts that perhaps there really was something on Kate's part. They discussed how only a fool would not have guessed that she had feelings for her boss. Greg chuckled, as June seemed to be unaware of anything. June and Kate continued their training downstairs at this time. She raised the sword over her shoulder, masterfully wielding it. Jump, hit, change position, stop for a short breath, and start all over again. After another swift swing, she stopped, raising her sword behind her back. Suddenly, she experienced something she had never experienced before, as if an inexplicable force had appeared inside her. Together with June, they looked at her status window. Her level had increased to 3, which meant that she could finally use mana. He applauded her, because she achieved this result in just a week, and Kate said that their meeting was the greatest success for her. The manager replied with a sly smile that he would take this into account when renewing her contract. Her face was filled with happiness at that moment. It seemed as if she had achieved everything she wanted in an instant. Suddenly she hesitated and said out loud that everything was as she thought. June didn't understand where she was going with this, and she immediately stated that she understood that he was hiding his power. He sighed heavily again. He was tired of these hints. He led an ordinary life, but she tried again and again to find out something new about him. He turned around on the spot and said that he was going home and they would only see each other tomorrow at the Hunters Academy. But she seemed satisfied with his answer. The next morning, they went to the Hunters Academy, a tall silver building that could be seen from every corner of the city. There were crowds of hunters standing around the building who, like Kate, were participating in the testing today. This was Kate's second time in this place. She had taken her hunter's exam here, but after that, she hadn't even tried her hand. June encouraged her because she had trained so hard and could count on a good result. Suddenly, someone from the crowd started shouting that Gale had entered the hall. Another one supported his cry because Emily was there too. 2 stately hunters entered the hall. The crowd in front of them froze. The girl hunter asked permission to pass with a sweet smile. The male hunter was not talkative and looked menacingly at those around him. June looked after them in bewilderment. He didn't understand who it was and why everyone was looking at them like that. Kate explained that these were hunters from the Icarus Guild, some of the strongest hunters in the entire world. He looked at them and thought, in appearance, they were ordinary hunters who were simply showing off their fame. June stated that there was nothing special about them, and that if they tried hard enough, in a year, Kate would be in their place. The crowd around him burst into laughter at what he had just said, and his partner's eyes widened in fear. She covered her face with her hands, blushed, and asked him not to say that again. Gale was clearly nervous, unnerved by the fact that they had to make a business out of a routine hunter check. He had to constantly watch his face because there were a lot of cameras around. Emily tried to cheer him up and noted that it was still more interesting than going on missions and getting dirty in the blood of monsters. Besides, they say that some genius will surely appear this year. He didn't believe her words. He heard this tale year after year, and it never came true. Emily jumped up and ran forward. She couldn't let another guild get hold of a good hunt. Gale followed her slowly. They really couldn't afford that. Kate's old friends were watching them. Michael rubbed his chin and confidently stated that they should only wait for his performance. A fire lit up his eyes as he waited impatiently to receive the coveted invitation to the guild. However, his partners were not so confident in him due to recent events and, just in case, checked whether he had brought a spare pair of pants with him. A pleasant young man in a blue suit entered the common room above and announced that the statistics would be counted immediately and asked the hunters to enter in order. June finally suggested that Kate go ahead. He was starting to get tired of waiting. The hunters lined up, from which conversations could be heard every now and then that someone would definitely get into Icarus. Ahead, all that was visible were countless people and the golden light from the huge gates. The next hunter approached the evaluation device and began testing. The computer displayed his statistics on the screen and showed a C rank, and those around him began to rejoice. And at that very moment, the hunter was surrounded by guild managers who began offering him work. Some offered free weapons, others a free suit, and some offered double the deposit. It took some effort for Kate to push through the crowd to get to the appraiser. 30 minutes later, she finally returned to the manager, her head down and breathing heavily. Breaking through the hunters was already a difficult task. Suddenly, she looked at him happily and announced that she had received D rank. Strength 6, Agility 11, Power 8, Mana 10. The last stat she was most pleased with, as she had raised it from 0 in just a week. Inside, he shared her joy, but outwardly he seemed calm and quietly congratulated her. It was time for them to move on to the battlefield, where they would have to show their skills. From the top floor of the arena, they watched a C-rank hunter who was in a C-rank rift. June told Kate to get ready because she was going to go next. She hesitated and decided to ask again if she really should try her hand at a C-rank rift, since she had only just reached D. He once again answered affirmatively that he was able to cope with the rift of this level. The girl was nervous and did not understand where he got such confidence from. June just asked me to trust him and try. The speakers announced that access to the rift would now be opened for the third group of rank C. Kate shook before leaving, trying to leave all her excitement there, and she confidently took a step forward. But as soon as she stepped into the arena, she saw how many people were looking at her right now, and she started to worry again. A familiar voice called her name from behind her, and horror froze on her face. It was Michael, and he asked her in bewilderment what she was doing there. She hesitated and only moaned in response. He sarcastically mimicked her. He came closer and closer and loomed over her, repeating his question over and over again. When suddenly he started yelling at her, he didn't understand that she really believed in her own strength. He screamed furiously that she was crazy. Tears welled up in her eyes. She cringed and began to apologize to him. Michael grabbed his head. This was the first time he had seen a hunter of the lowest rank try to pass the sea rift. The hunters who were undergoing the tests with them turned around and couldn't believe their ears. An F-rank hunter was in the arena with them. They noticed that she was wearing a low-level suit. She began to doubt herself. It seemed as if she had become an ant in this huge arena. Michael was at a loss for words. He did not understand what she was hoping for here, and he hypnotized her with contempt. Suddenly, his eyes filled with horror. He started spinning around, looking around to see if that creepy guy who had made him wet his pants last time was with her. June watched this picture. He hated Michael, who was really nothing special. Suddenly, someone entered the room from which he was watching her. It was Gale, the very same hunter from the Icarus Guild that all the hunters wanted to join. He slowly began to talk about how June worked at the mayor's office and that he had a young hunter, Kate, under his care. June wasn't surprised that he was so well informed, but he didn't understand where he was going with his speech. Gale moved slowly towards him and decided to get straight to the point. He said that the Icarus Guild wanted to invite Kate to join them. She had never undergone physical strengthening before, and this was the first time that an F-rank hunter could increase her mana so much. With the help of the F crystal, she increased her stats to 10. Moreover, he noted that there was no record of her strengthening herself after this. She had a monstrous talent. June was silent. He was thinking over his next words in his head, because now everything could be used against him. Gale continued to talk about how the Icarus Guild would give her wings, that she would be able to gain vast experience and knowledge, and participate in raids on the most difficult rifts. He looked at June intently and finally asked what he could offer her to counterbalance him. June lowered his head. What could he offer her except a raise in salary? Gale continued to press, noting that she hadn't been training for that long. But for some reason, June sent her to a C-rank rift, even though she hadn't been in raids higher than D. He tried to read his mind. Did June really think she could handle this level? Behind the glass, the speakers sounded again, announcing that the rift had been activated and the test had begun. The doors began to rise slowly, and a voice announced that the orc warriors had to be destroyed within a certain time. Huge green creatures with red eyes and huge fangs moved towards them. Michael cried out joyfully that it had finally begun and reached for his weapon. Kate was already armed and stood there, assessing her opponents. There was also a battle going on outside the window. Gale assured June that only a hunter can raise a true hunter, so he should let her go. He was already close to him and began to doubt what June thought about her. Perhaps he was important to him, and it was he who wanted her to be close. June began to scratch his neck, slowly trying to wrap his head around everything he had just been told. Finally, he declared that she was not a thing, and therefore, he had no right to dispose of her. After which he smiled devilishly and offered Gale a bet. Gale listened to him attentively, but his face showed a question to which he was eagerly awaiting an answer. At that moment, a battle was raging in the arena, and the orcs were running as fast as they could towards the hunters. Michael stood near Kate and asked her to finally pull herself together. They didn't have time to think. The orcs approached, emitting terrible growls. At that moment, Michael thought that it seemed like he had made a mistake in deciding on rank C. He froze and could not move as the huge green monster approached him. Then came a powerful blow, and the iron began to ring. Michael managed to put the weapon in front of himself at the last moment. He had a hard time resisting an orc that was at least twice his size. The orc pounded on his hammer. Michael began to lose ground. He couldn't take it anymore. His strength left him, and he lowered his weapon. At the same second, the orc delivered a powerful blow with his fist straight to the jaw. He flew away from him a couple of meters, and the monster growled contentedly, feeling his superiority. Not only did he fly back from such a strong blow, his hammer also went in the opposite direction. He was defenseless at the moment when the club was already raised above him. He asked the monster to wait, which from the outside seemed simply ridiculous. Suddenly, Kate crashed right into his side, and at the very least, distracted the orc. She miscalculated his power, so she fell down next to him while he was still standing confidently on two legs. Michael watched in shock as it happened. It seemed like he had just been saved by the girl he had been making fun of for a long time. She decided to knock Michael's self-esteem down a notch and ordered him to step back and deal with the orc himself. He didn't understand what she was even talking about, how she could deal with the orc, but the enemy didn't care who he was fighting. He let out a powerful roar and swung his club. He struck a precise blow, but Kate managed to jump back. This was the moment when she had the opportunity to figure out where he might go wrong. She watched his movements closely and finally understood his line of attack. Her eyes filled with confidence, and she knew what she needed to do next. As the orc prepared to strike, she quickly moved behind him. A couple of precise blows, and the monster finally began to understand who it was dealing with. He had just started to turn around to look for her when she suddenly struck again. The orc's eyes widened in bewilderment. He didn't know how to deal with her. And Kate was already preparing for the next blow, doing a somersault right above him. She gripped her sword tightly and measured every movement. Her last blow hit the monster right in the back, and it seemed to be fatal. Satisfied that she had not only defeated the orc, but had also used her fencing skills, she froze in a victory pose. Everyone who watched this carnage behind the glass of the arena was in shock. The same thing was happening inside the arena. Those who had just not understood what she was doing there realized that they had been very wrong about her. The worst part was for Michael, who constantly bullied her, and now it seems she saved him. June nodded with satisfaction. He knew she could handle this rift. Gale shouted that it was impossible, because just a week ago, she was a hunter of the lowest rank. June turned to him with a grin and asked what he was so surprised about. He began to slowly say that there were only 3 ways to use mana. The first was to invest mana into a weapon. The second method was the release of mana. And thirdly, the mana replacement technique. Putting mana into a weapon wasn't that difficult. But she just used the first and second techniques at once. And she did it quite skillfully. The voice from the secretary announced that the exam was over and asked everyone to leave the examination room. The hunters encouraged each other, but Michael still stood rooted to the spot. All he could do was ask how this was even possible. He looked up and saw on the scoreboard that he was at the very bottom with a score of 0. Kate flew out of the examination room and rushed to June with words of gratitude. But on her way there appeared that very hunter, whom she looked at with admiration. He smiled and said it was a worthy fight. She became embarrassed and began to mumble that for him, an S-rank hunter, it would be quite simple. Gale noted that she was very skilled in fencing techniques and asked if she had a teacher. June intervened and coldly informed him that Kate was self-educating. She shook her head in panic, looking from Gale to her teacher, who denied this fact. She realized that June didn't want to talk about it, giggled and confirmed his words. Gale interrupted her and addressed her by name. He decided to get straight to the point and invited her to join the Icarus Guild. If she agrees, she will be provided with everything she needs. He promised to give her everything she wants. But she interrupted him, thanked him for the offer, and said that she had no intention of joining his guild. Smiling, she turned to June. She couldn't just walk away from her teacher like that. Gale was furious, asking her to think about it, because such a chance doesn't come every day. She will be able to receive a salary several times higher than at the mayor's office. She will be able to develop. To which Kate apologized again and said that she was happy with everything as is. The conversation was over. They turned around and walked away from the surprised hunt. June turned around and reminded him not to forget to call him. Thoughts were racing through Gale's head at the speed of light. He didn't understand why he had to call him. Suddenly, he remembered the bet they had made before Kate's fight. Just before the start, June declared that his protege would be able to destroy more than 5 orcs. And if June loses, he promises that he will persuade her to join the guild. But if he won, Gale owed him a Class A suit. At that moment, the bet seemed stupid to him. He was sure that he would win, so he happily agreed. The next day, their office was already filled with excited shouts from the morning. Kate took out her C-rank hunter card, but she was still shy. Greg and Nate complimented her because she had suddenly raised her rank from an F to a C. Nate took out his phone and asked if she was okay. They even published an article about her. He started reading out the headlines, which literally screamed that the Icarus Guild had been rejected. This was a girl with an enviable talent. Who was she really? Nate was confused because Icarus was the best guild, to which Greg nudged him in the shoulder and reminded him that they were one of the best city halls. But he continued to lament that if he had been made this offer, he would not have refused. Greg didn't understand why he was doing this, because the huntress that all the guilds wanted to take away worked here, in the same office with them. Kate approached June and asked if he would treat her even better now. He nodded with a smile and said that she would not regret choosing to stay here. She smiled and was glad of his answer, because that was all she needed. Greg couldn't help but watch them and curl his fingers into a heart shape. June said that he and Kate would be going to Daehan's workshop, a place that was the largest store for hunting equipment. Nate tried to stop him, because their budget was not designed to buy equipment. Everything was already allocated, and for this, they would have to consider an additional budget. June reassured him and informed him that they would not buy anything, but would only take what they had promised. And now they were walking around the workshop, assessing the scale of this store. They walked further and further through the store, Kate waiting for them to finally stop. When June finally stopped, she realized that right now they were standing in the most expensive store in this workshop. They were greeted by the store manager. June said that he was from the Rift Affairs department and came from a hunter named Gale. She immediately understood what was being discussed, nodded affirmatively, and invited them into the store. She suggested that they look around, and if they needed anything, they could immediately contact her. The first thing that caught their attention was the golden suit with the outline of a dragon. But it all seemed too much. After they moved on to a silver suit with red accents, Kate said that she didn't see a suit that suited her yet. She turned away from another display case to move on, when suddenly something caught her attention. A tight red suit with high black boots, and most importantly, fluttering white wings behind his back. Kate pressed herself against the display case, her breath catching in her throat. She knew that this costume was very good and was made from the wings of a queen ant. June looked at her like she was a little child and asked if she would take the suit. Her eyes were shining. She was dreaming about this suit. Something was breaking inside her. But out loud, she said that it was very expensive. After 4 hours, June was exhausted. He didn't understand why they spent so much time here if in the end they still took the suit with wings. Joyful Kate didn't pay any attention to him. What was more important to her now was that the suit also had a beautiful case. June's attention was drawn to a sign on a weapons crate that said everything in it was on sale at a 50% discount. He stopped and asked why all this was being sold at a discount, to which the seller replied that these were E-rank items, but that he could look for something worthwhile. The merchant said that if they took several items, he would increase the discount. One item cost only 1 million won. June was shocked how they could talk about a discount when the price was still very high. Kate tried to calm him down and said that all the hunting items cost that much. But he had already turned around and walked on. Such discounts did not interest him. Suddenly, something stopped him. Something flashed behind him, and he realized what was in that basket. He pounced on the basket like an animal on its prey and began to rummage through it. Kate watched this scene in silence, not understanding what had just happened. Suddenly, June discovered what he was looking for and froze. In the basket lay a carved sword hilt that shimmered and emitted a red light. How could this thing end up here? The sword of Chanma, his sword, the ruler of the world of Murim. He looked at the price tag, which said 50,000 won. The seller began to apologize. He didn't know how this stump got there and reached out to take it. June hugged it tightly, not intending to give up the find, and asked if it was really only worth 50,000 won. The older man continued to apologize and said that this did not usually happen. June rudely said that he would buy this sword. The seller was perplexed. It was an old piece of iron, of which only the handle remained. But the hero didn't care. He had already handed over the money. After shopping, he went to Mount Umion, where he watched the evening soul away from prying eyes. He clutched the handle he had just acquired. He was upset by the fact that the sword of the strongest warrior only cost 50,000 won. He swung it. The sword changed its glow to purple, and instead of a blade, black matter burst out of it. A wind rose around him, and the sword seemed to begin to fill the space around it. He made another swing, hid the blade, and remembered that his daughter was waiting for him at home, who had definitely already prepared dinner. The hero took out his phone and looked at the time. If he took the metro, it would be too late. He pushed off the ground. Running was clearly faster. And now he was home. He opened the door and apologized for being so late, but no one was in a hurry to greet him. The TV was on, and the news was reporting that just recently, not far from Mount Umen, a large rift had appeared and then immediately disappeared. But June wasn't listening to it. He looked into Jill's room, trying to understand why she hadn't met him. Jill leaned over the pile of documents, studying them carefully. Due to the move, she completely forgot about paying for equipment rental, lectures, maintenance costs, and several other items. She didn't understand why it was so expensive. It was a public university after all, and all the bills together came to more than 50 million won. Jill thought about telling her father about this, but it wasn't part of their contract. She should already be grateful for the fact that he allowed her to live with him, but she was ashamed to ask for money for tuition. At that moment, her thoughts were interrupted by June, who entered the room. She was scared because she had missed him when he returned home. Frightened, she began to hide the papers from the table. But they didn't interest him. He came in to suggest having dinner together. She was flattered by the offer, but was forced to inform him that she was not hungry and suggested that he eat alone. He stood in the doorway and watched the strange picture. Jill began to build houses out of pencils, right on the papers she had just been studying. The hero thought, it seemed that something was clearly wrong, and a plan arose in his head. He went into the kitchen and started shouting that he couldn't find sesame oil. Jill didn't understand why he needed sesame oil at all, since she had already cooked dinner. She hurried to his kitchen to help him set the table without incident. The girl was distracted, and he quietly crept into her room. He took the papers, quickly realized that they were bills, and began adding up the amounts. 50 million won. He didn't have that kind of money. He was in a panic and didn't know what to do. After dinner, he could not sleep for a long time and lay in bed thinking. Suddenly, another thought flew into my head. If the entrance fee was such a huge sum, then how much would it cost for 3 years of study? He picked up his phone, opened the banking app, and found that there was just over 800,000 won in his account. June dialed Kate's number and decided to consult with her. But suddenly he realized that it was too late to call. Kate's voice came from the receiver, and she started asking him what had happened. He decided to go on the offensive and stated that what had happened was that she was still not sleeping. In fact, Kate was already asleep, but when she saw that June was calling her, she simply couldn't ignore the call. He got down to business and asked how much an A-rank mana crystal, which could be obtained by killing a monster, cost. His eyes began to widen when the person on the other end of the line told him that one such crystal could fetch between 100 and 200 million. Kate thanked him for his concern, but reminded him that she had only recently achieved C rank and was still far from A rank. He didn't understand what she was talking about, so he simply thanked her for her answer and said goodbye. But at that moment, a plan appeared in his head. The night flew by quickly. June quickly fell asleep, because in the morning, he had to do what he had planned. He put on a hooded sweatshirt, packed his glasses, mask, and gloves into a backpack so that no one could recognize him, and took a fake hunter's pass. He read the note Jill left saying she was going to exercise, so he had about 3 hours. The hero went to Mount Guryong, where a rift had recently opened. He put on the protective equipment he had brought with him. With a long leap, he jumped over the fences and signs that warned that the area was dangerous, and he quickly rushed to the place where the rift he needed was located. June looked at the rift and placed the fake card on the rift entry machine. It was an A-rank rift. A voice from the machine warned that the rift was much higher than the hunter's rank. He didn't care that the rift was higher than the hunter's rank on the card, since he was a top-ranked hunter. The identity was confirmed, and there he was, standing in a rift that strongly resembled the forest on Mount Umyong. His plan was to quickly destroy a couple of monsters, take their magic stones and go home, since today was a day off after all. Suddenly, he heard the cracking of branches behind him. Someone else had entered this gap. These were 3 hunters who went on a mission to clear this rift. They were surprised that there was someone else in the rift. June rolled his eyes and realized that the situation had become a little more complicated now that it was known for sure that he was here. The hunter girl immediately called him crazy because June was in an A-rank rift even without a suit. The hunters assumed that he was broadcasting a video from the rift. Such people often ended up in rifts. One of them headed towards June, and the other shouted after him to talk to the guy nicely and send him home. He walked up to June and introduced himself. His name was Alan, and he was a hunter of the Mezai Guild. June remained silent. Alan became nervous after the long silence and asked if it was really the hunter, since coming into the rift in such a video was a death sentence. June thanked him for his concern, said that he would kill a couple of monsters and leave, after which he announced that he was leaving, which caused a violent reaction from the hunters. Suddenly, they were distracted by a strong vibration from the ground. It seemed as if an earthquake had begun. June didn't understand what was happening, so he just froze in anticipation. A glitch occurred in the rift, and the Ogre King appeared. Exit from the rift was limited until the enemy was destroyed, or until all participants in the rift died. Alan yelled for his partner to press the emergency video recording button. At that moment, the president of the Hunter Academy, Adrian Chol, became tense due to a sudden glitch in one of the rifts. An assistant entered the office and reported that there were 3 hunters from the Mezai Guild and 1 F-rank hunter there. Adrian tensed up. How could an F-rank hunter end up in the rift with them? The assistant said there was no sound on the emergency cameras, but the cameras showed that the hunters were on the trail and were about to destroy the monster. The Mezai Guild members are considered some of the best A-rank hunters, and they are also well-armed, so they have a chance of dealing with it. To which Adrian clarified which boss was in the rift. The boss was the Ogre King. The president was tense, because most likely they would die, so he suggested going straight to the negotiation room. At this time, the hunters were rushing along the rift. Alan ordered Mira to use the Hawk's Eye to find the monsters. Mira was a great long-range fighter. William was the most powerful healer he knew, and Alan himself had never lost. Having assessed the forces, he realized that there was a chance of winning, especially if luck smiled on them, a little more than usual. His thoughts were interrupted by June, who said that they were not going the same way and that he would probably go. Alan told him to shut his mouth and stay close, and if he continued talking nonsense, he would kill him himself. William caught up with Juna and apologized, because Alan is generally a kind person, but right now he is very worried. Mira was worried about whether they would be able to survive, because the Ogre King was not an easy target even for S-rank hunters. Suddenly, Alan made a gesture for everyone to stop and stop their idiotic conversations. There was one dark ogre standing in front of them. They had to destroy it and move on. The captain turned to Mira and asked her to check if there were any other monsters nearby. Her eyes glowed a bright yellow, as if she had a computer in her head that was currently analyzing the area. Alan ordered Mira and William to cover him from behind, and he would take on those who were in front. After which he turned to June and told him not to act strangely and to stand there. They had already taken a step towards the ogres when Mira suddenly stopped them. The boys turned with questioning looks in their eyes, to which she replied that something was wrong. For some reason, all the ogres were moving in the same direction, and she couldn't understand why. Suddenly, it dawned on her why several monsters, like robots, were moving along a given trajectory. They were heading towards the Ogre King, who was apparently nearby. At that moment, June realized that despite having 3 S-rank hunters by his side, the fight would not be easy. More than 20 monsters had already gathered around the king, and they continued to accumulate. June assessed the team that was suddenly acting alongside him today and realized that with their abilities, they wouldn't get very far. So he decided to take action, headed towards the ogres, and sighed heavily. Alan grabbed him by the jacket and hurried to stop the suicide bomber. He asked him to stand there and not stick his head out, to which June mumbled something. Alan kept shouting that if everything failed because of him, he would personally strangle him before the ogre did it, but June begged him to listen to him. The hunter was seething. He no longer shouted, but sternly whispered for him to shut up or die right now, to which June lay down in the bushes, agreed with him, and told them to do what they wanted. Alan thought that since the ogres kept congregating in one place, they didn't have time to wait. The ogres needed to be taken out one by one while they could, and then they would use Mira's sniper capabilities. And they began the fight. surrounding one of the monsters, which was at least twice their size. Alan swung his sword, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Suddenly, his face was filled with horror. He certainly didn't expect the fight to start like this. The dark ogre intercepted the sword in flight and calmly held it in his huge hand. At that moment, Mira decided to distract the ogre and fired a barrage of arrows straight into his back. She stood confidently with her bow a little further away, while William shook next to her. The monster showered him with explosive arrows, and he turned towards them. William finally entered the fight and began firing his laser pistol, continuing to attract the ogre's attention. The huge machine was already moving towards them, so he asked Alan to speed up. Alan asked him not to show off and raised his huge sword, preparing to strike. With all his might, he struck the ogre just below the knees, cutting off his leg. The monster howled in pain, its eyes becoming bloodshot with anger. This was the perfect moment for Alan to deliver the finishing blow, and he wasn't going to let this opportunity pass. He plunged his sword into his back. Black blood gushed from the wound. The ogre was dead. They dealt with this huge monster quickly. He took a couple of deep breaths to catch his breath and asked Mira where the next target was. She said that it was not far away, to which Alan suggested going right now so as not to waste time. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by William. He was looking towards the bushes where June should be waiting for them. But June wasn't there. He'd gone somewhere, which meant the hunters would have to look for this idiot. Not far from them, some kind of light show was taking place. Rays of light were darting in different directions. The culprit of the disco was June. After everything died down, he stood in the field with several dead ogres. He took the first twig he came across and began poking around in the ogres to get their crystals. June took another blue stone from the ogre and was pleased with his work. He put it in his briefcase and decided that this amount would be enough for him. But there was no way to go back. The exit from the rift was limited. It was necessary to catch the Ogre King as quickly as possible. He immediately remembered that Alan had promised to kill him if June did not obey. Therefore, I decided to lie down, rest, and give the hunters a chance to sweat. This is exactly what happened on the battlefield. Alan, having climbed onto the ogre, tried to cut his throat with his sword. Mira fired a dozen arrows straight into his face. And finally, the ogre fell to the ground with a crash, pulling Alan down with. Willia sat on the ground, his strength waning. Alan lay on top of the limp body, and the huntress commented that these opponents were really tough. But the question still hung in my head. Why did the monsters keep gathering together? They had only killed 11 monsters, their strength was exhausted, and they needed the Ogre King's mistake to win. While Alan was thinking, William called him from behind, his voice frightened. The hunter turned around and understood the reason for this fear. Right behind them stood a huge army of monsters, led by the Ogre King. There was fear and indignation on his face. He didn't understand when they all managed to gather. There was no time to prepare. They would have to fight in these conditions. Alan ordered to pull himself together. We had to be extremely careful, he suggested, slowly retreating back and catching them one by one. He began to outline his further plan, but hesitated. It seemed like this was the end. They had nothing else to do. They would die here, and suddenly there was an explosion. The ogres started the fight and struck, the force of which sent Willia flying into a tree. The Ogre King let out a loud cry, more like a growl, as if sending his warriors on their way. Ogres were approaching Mira and Alan, and Mira thought that perhaps this morning had been her most delicious and last breakfast. The team captain stepped in front of her, ordering her to run while he distracted the enemy and take William with him. But she didn't have the strength to do so. He decided to command even louder so that she would understand that at this moment he was not joking and was really ordering them to leave. After which he quickly rushed into battle, holding his long sword in front of him. It seemed the ogres were even a little surprised by his courage because he was going to fight alone against an entire army. Suddenly, beams of light began flying around, cutting off the ogres' limbs. Alan couldn't understand what was happening because none of them had such skills. Mira, who had already lifted William onto her shoulder, was also in shock. It was the first time in their lives they had seen something like this. June landed in front of Alan, blocking him from the battle. The captain asked what all this meant. June remained silent, assessing the situation. Suddenly, he created a greenish matter, creating a dome around the hunters, and suggested that they not come out of there. It was a protective film, but was there anyone among them who could make protection of such enormous dimensions? One of the ogres was already looming over June, aiming its blade straight at his head. As if mocking the monster, June also menacingly pointed at him the stick that he had recently been stripping from the twigs while lying on the grass. He threw his improvised weapon at it, when suddenly the ogre's body was torn into small pieces. William finally woke up and tried to comprehend where he was and what was happening, while Mira was shocked by the fact that the ogre exploded. The Ogre King wasn't going to give up so easily. June only defeated one monster, but his army was huge. June took out his sword and decided that since he was here, he had to do everything to win. He continued to look at the army calmly and tossed the hilt of his sword, as if playing with them, after which he powerfully threw the hilt into the air, and he finally sheathed the blade. At that very moment, in the place where the sword had just been, thunder began to rumble and lightning began to flash. The earth began to shake. Alan could not understand what kind of thunder it was and where it came from. William began to vomit, either from exhaustion or from injuries. Mira reported that this was not an ordinary thunder. His head began to split from pain. Alan closed his eyes. The thunder grew louder. His eyes began to hurt. Vibrations went through the ground, making it difficult to stand on his feet. But this didn't bother June. He stood firmly in place and continued to control his abilities with a wave of his hand. The beams flew across the field again, cutting off limbs and making holes through the monsters. With each new action, this F-rank hunter was more and more amazing. But it was unclear where he got his sword technique from. And so the rays caught up with the king of the ogres. All the power fell on him alone, as his army was completely destroyed. A pitiful cry escaped his mouth. Blood flowed from everywhere. This was his defeat. June pulled the sword hilt back and caught it deftly. He covered the entire field with ogres and their king without taking a single step. When suddenly a message came that the rift was returning to its normal state. It was finally possible to go home. Alan was finally able to get up, but he still couldn't figure out if the fight was really over or if he was seriously injured and dreaming it. He ran up to June and asked how he did all this, to which June suggested thinking that they killed the Ogre King. While putting the crystals into his backpack, he continued to talk about how it would be beneficial for their reputation and would also increase their value as hunters. It just didn't fit in his head. He had just destroyed a bunch of monsters, a boss, and voluntarily gave them the laurels. June suggested doing it the way they wanted, but they still owed him for saving them, and these crystals would be enough for him. He quickly said goodbye, and a second later, he was no longer visible. The hunters stared into space and couldn't understand why he just up and left. Alan said that he should have at least asked for a business card, to which Mira replied that he wouldn't come again anyway, since he was always swearing. At the Hunter Academy, they watched the monitors silently, as if the world had stopped. The two employees stared at the screen in amazement, not understanding how or what had happened there. President Adrian asked to play the recording again from the moment the ogres appeared. They watched the recording again, the army's appearance, Alan ordering his partners to run, and June's phrase, with the instruction not to leave the dome. Adrian asked to stop at this point to understand something. He looked at June, who was throwing something that looked like a sword up and down again and again. After zooming in on the screen, it became clear that it was not a sword, but just a hilt. This was followed by screams about some kind of thunder and pain in the head. One of the employees reported that the recordings from all cameras stop at this point. When Adrian asked his name, the employee replied that his name was Kim. The president grew nervous as he continued to extract information about this hunter. His colleagues told him that they had been unable to obtain any further information about the mysterious guy. The registration number, the address, and everything else was fake, even the date of birth. The 99th day, 99th month, 9,909. He asked if there were any witnesses to how this guy came out of the rift, since several more hunters had been sent there. He placed 2 fingers to his temple, as if that would help him think better, but no answers came. His skills are no less than S-rank. He has mastered the technique of transferring mana into a sword, and the protective film was the use of special skill. And as far as the president knew, there was no one among the hunters with this style of techniques. He was sure that he would soon come into the light. June was already home. He managed to return literally 10 minutes before Jill arrived, and the door lock clicked. As if nothing had happened, he asked her where she went. She went into the kitchen, put her heavy bags on the table, and said that after sports, she stopped by the store for groceries. She turned to him and asked if he had had lunch. June said that he didn't want to have lunch, but while he had time, he would tidy up his room. Entering the bedroom, he fell onto the bed, exhaled heavily, and decided that the room was already pretty clean. He had been on his feet since early morning, so he didn't want to do anything else. Suddenly, he sat up on the bed and reached for the bedside table. He opened the box where the magic stones he had obtained today lay. June thought that the workshop where he sold one of the magic stones might become suspicious. Memories came to mind of how the girl who appraised the crystal said that after removing the commission, it would be 250 million. But he only sold one small stone. Maybe everything will work out. He thought he would get much less for selling one, so now he simply had no idea what to do with the remaining 9. But his head hurt terribly. He didn't have the strength to think of anything now. He threw the crystals up. Pebbles scattered across the bed. He lay down with his arms and legs spread out in different directions. He clearly needed rest. The day flew by quickly. He slept through it all, restoring his strength. It was time for dinner. Unsuspectingly, Jill said that she had prepared a lot of different snacks, but if there were not enough, she would prepare more. June handed her the documents and invoices that had recently been worrying her. She looked down in disappointment and decided to ask the obvious question. Did he really look at them? But he was only interested in one thing, why she didn't tell him anything. Jill thought he would hate her. She was grateful to him for letting June live here. And the bills needed 50 million, and she didn't want to cause him any trouble. June responded by crossing his arms over his chest. Yes, it was really stressful, and besides, nothing was said about it in the contract. So it was necessary to urgently add this point. Jill's eyes widened. What was he even saying? At this point, June had already pulled out their contract and included a clause requiring him to cover the costs associated with her education. He handed her the piece of paper and said that he would wait until Jill signed it. He was hungry, so he asked her to do it quickly. She looked at the document, not believing her eyes, which immediately filled with tears. Pleased with himself, he said that Dad was hungry and that she should sign quickly. She began to shed tears and thanked him through her sobs. June handed her a pack of napkins, joking that his daughter was costing him a lot. They spent half the night trying to get Jill to stop saying thank you all the time, and then a new morning arrived and it was time to go to work. Everything seemed to have returned to normal as he pulled on his coat to leave the house. He announced loudly that he was leaving, but Jill asked him to wait. She ran into him and began to straighten his tie, which had become twisted. After which she handed him a bag in which she had prepared a snack for him to take to work. Puzzled, he looked into the bag, thanked her, and said that it was definitely time to go. Her face beamed. She agreed with every word he said and wished her dad a good day. He went out into the corridor. The door slammed, the lock clicked, but it didn't move. June didn't understand. This is what the power of 50 million won looked like. The office was quiet. Nate was alone at work and listened to the news, thinking that the Mezai Guild was becoming more and more popular lately. The door opened, and June entered the office, wishing him good morning. He asked if he had seen the news that 3 A-rank hunters had destroyed the boss in the large rift. It was a dangerous question. He got nervous, started mumbling, and said that he didn't know anything. Nate wondered if the rift was A-rank, and the boss was most likely S-rank. How could 3 hunters handle it? This simply couldn't be. There was also an F-rank hunter in the rift. Maybe he had something with him. He asked June if he thought the news was hiding something. June didn't think so, and said that the Mezai Guild had always seemed like an honest organization to him. Nate agreed with him on this point. This guild had never been involved in any scandals. But then he wondered whether he had told June that it was the Mezai Guild or not. But pushing these thoughts aside, he suggested that June read about the Great Rifts, since his hunter was developing very quickly, and they would soon be able to go there on missions. Then he realized that their department had never had any hunters above rank B, so he himself didn't know how to prepare for such sorties. He handed him a folder. It was a file about a new fault that had appeared in a small province. On his last trip there, Nate dropped in there briefly, and there were orcs there. It was supposedly a C-rank rift, and since Kate had also been rated C, it would be a good idea for them to go there. After which he said that this was an order from the head of the department, so he asked not to be offended. But June wasn't offended and, on the contrary, was pleased, because it was a sign of trust. Nate praised him because June had been doing a very good job lately, and he offered him his help if he didn't understand anything. June was grateful to him. At that moment, the red-haired fury, Kate, flew into the office, apologizing for being late. Nate began to calm her down, because on normal days, she could just stay at home. That was the department's rule. Out of nowhere, Greg appeared next to Kate and began to scold him for not even being able to properly greet a valuable employee. as if she had no right to come here. He obediently greeted Kate and told her to come to the office at any time of the day or night. Realizing the humor of the situation, Kate laughed and thanked him. While the chaos was going on around them, June put on his coat, grabbed the folder Nate had given him, and asked him if he and Kate could go to the Rift today. Nate started talking about how he only needed to warn the bosses, and Greg immediately ordered them to leave immediately. And Kate jumped with joy behind his back. They had almost left the office when the boss's menacing voice came from behind them, demanding that they stop. He handed him 150,000 won and told June to make sure to treat the huntress so that she would be satisfied. The weather was just perfect. June and Kate had lunch together right in the area of the fault. Leaving the cafe, Kate thanked him for lunch, and he said that it was all thanks to her. June noted that after she received a C rank, the attitude towards her at the mayor's office changed. Kate didn't even notice it. She assumed that Greg could have celebrated June's successes this way, but that was out of the question. 150,000 was a lot of money for the boss, and he clearly wanted to please her. The thought crossed his mind that this money was a drop in the ocean for him, with 200 million in his account. He pushed away unnecessary thoughts and suggested that Kate move on. The rift was not far away. They made a couple of turns, and right in the center of one of the streets there was a rift, around which there were quite a few hunters. Kate was surprised. Most likely a huge number of hunters already knew about this rift. Near the entrance there was an employee of the Hunter Academy, as well as a number of B-rank hunters. June asked again why there were B-rank hunters here, since the rift was lower level for them. She said it was common practice to hunt in the rift at a lower level for safety. Kate fell silent and began to carefully look at what was happening near the rift. June asked if she was worried. The girl giggled nervously and said that she was indeed worried, since this was the first rift on level C. After which she remembered the events in the first rift. She had to protect the manager and could no longer afford stupid mistakes. June seemed to read her mind and declared that she shouldn't worry about him because he wasn't fragile either. She puffed out her cheeks and said through her teeth that if he got into danger, he should just run. But the hero assured her that this would not happen. Her abilities had been confirmed long before the certification. He also reminded that Kate had easily dealt with the orc, and that if she was careful, there would be no danger. June was sure of this and asked her to finally believe in herself. Kate was embarrassed, but agreed with him. He turned to the rift and noticed that the hunters were looking for partners. After which he remembered the hunters who were with him in the rift yesterday. They were a truly excellent team. But they all had a terrible character, as if they considered themselves superior to others. He was pulled out of his memories by Kate, who had already changed into her new scarlet form-fitting suit with wings. June looked at her carefully. She began to get nervous and asked if this suit suited her. He said her name slowly. Sweat appeared on her face. She did not understand his reaction. After which he asked her if she could choose her partners. What type would she prefer? He began listing the types of warriors. For example, a tank that distracts monsters, or those who provide cover at long distances. Her lips began to twist into a displeased grimace. Was he ignoring her so openly? When he finally stopped musing and looked at her, he was surprised and asked what was going on. She started screaming that he himself said that he had no one but her, or maybe it was a lie. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked the most important question. Did the manager want to sign a contract with any other hunter? June stopped her because even if he signed a contract with another hunter, it didn't mean that the contract with her would be terminated. After this comment, her eyebrows hung heavily over her eyes, and she said that she didn't need anyone else. She turned around on the spot and walked importantly towards the rift, recommending that he follow her since they needed to work. Near the rift, there was a trainee from the rift control department from the Hunter Academy who stuck one of his fingers deep into his nose. He threw aside what he had found during the excavations and noticed that something strange was happening here. 2 days have passed since the discovery of the rift, but the hunters who entered it still have not returned. The team that went there on the first day returned 8 hours later. After them, 32 hunters entered there, but for some reason, they did not return. Usually the hunt took exactly 8 hours, especially since there was no food or place to rest in this rift. He thought that this was definitely something to report to the Hunters Academy and began typing a message. But he immediately dismissed this idea because there would soon be a change of post. Let the other person in charge deal with it. He was just an intern after all. A male voice addressed him, remarked on his good work, and introduced itself. The man said his name was June and his partner was Kate. and they worked in the fault department at the mayor's office. The intern scratched the back of his head and assumed that they had come to explore the rift and handed him a tablet. While June was confirming his identity, the guy kept his eyes on Kate and finally realized something. This was the same huntress who refused the Icarus Guild. She looked down in embarrassment and confirmed his guess. She didn't like such popularity. June interrupted the awkward conversation and asked if they could come in. While already taking a step towards the rift, the intern extended his hands towards the rift, as if inviting them to come in. After which he told Kate that she was really popular, to which she asked him to stop. She was already ashamed. They stepped into the rift, and only then did the intern remember that he should have warned them about the peculiarities of this place. He watched their figures disappear into the portal and hoped that nothing bad would happen to them. June turned around and asked Kate if she had heard what he said, but she didn't seem to even hear the manager's question. The hero decided not to repeat the question and launched the program to scan the rift. The program reported that the fault had been registered and work could begin. June turned his gaze to the endless desert fields and suggested that they begin mapping the area. But Kate's attention was drawn to some people sitting near them. It looked like a hunter's camp, but they all looked tired. Several of them were writhing in pain. Some were sitting by the rocks, and some were already lying helplessly. Kate asked the manager what could have happened here. He suggested not to speculate and go ask them themselves. As they moved towards the hunters, one of them said that there were more sacrificial lambs in this place. Looking at June, the man noticed that he wasn't even a hunter and asked what business they had come here for. He introduced himself and said that they had come from the mayor's office. After which he asked the hunter to tell him about the situation inside the rift. There were a lot of wounded people around, but it was unclear why none of them came out. The man replied that the hunters were not just sitting there, they had no way to get out and suggested that they turn around. The partners followed his suggestion, looking around them. When they suddenly noticed the rift, it seemed to have stopped. At first, June assumed it was a glitch, but then he realized that if it were him, it would be impossible to enter. Then suddenly Kate gave the answer to the riddle he couldn't solve. The rift was in a state of inhibition. She explained that glitches only occur in rifts above B rank, while slowdowns can occur in absolutely any rift. Fault stalling was a strange phenomenon that sometimes occurred as a feature of the fault. Kate approached the hunter and asked him to share all the information he knew about this place. He opened the information tablet, which described the features of the rift, which was activated when more than 25 people were in it. And in order for the exit to open, it was necessary to destroy all the ordinary monsters. Kate carefully studied the information. To get out of here, you need to destroy 280 monsters, while June noted that if you kill one of the champion monsters, you can get a B-rank weapon. The man coughed and suggested that they just wait here. They had been here for several days already, and soon they would surely send skilled hunters from the academy here. June objected because if we combine our efforts, we can still destroy 280 monsters. The hunter chuckled with displeasure and asked if they even knew what kind of monsters lived here. Just like June, the wounded hunters thought that orcs lived here. His face filled with horror, some memories surfaced in his head. June and Kate waited silently for him to continue. The hunter said that if they went a little further along the rift, they would meet B-rank trolls. Kate started to panic. She could still handle the orcs, but the trolls were a whole new level. The man nodded. The trolls were indeed several times stronger than the orcs, which was why they were sitting here, waiting for help. Kate thought it was impossible to kill the trolls with a few minor wounds. They could regenerate, so one powerful killing blow was needed. But there was another problem. She wasn't sure she could keep the manager safe. She told June that she would go the other way because it was too dangerous here. June only thought that now was one of the best opportunities to change her weapon, and an idea came into his head. He called Kate and asked if she was sure he was safe. Would she agree to go? This option was ideal. Then he looked behind her, as if indicating that she should turn around. June explained that he had found for her those who had not yet given up and would go to fight with them: the archer Ross, the tank Henry, and the healer Arthur. Ross was determined, so he said that if he initially thought that he had entered a B-rank rift, then there was no obstacle to hunting. Henry kept up with his partner, so he moved forward and offered to follow them, since they couldn't afford for a government employee to get hurt. When June caught up with him, he asked him what he was thinking about when he came here without armor. June remained silent. Henry stared at him, waiting for an answer. He was talking to him after all. Why was there only silence in response? June continued to study the data. 3 trolls were waiting for them 30 meters ahead, so everyone should prepare for battle. While the hunter was trying to understand why he decided this, those same 3 monsters appeared behind him. The battle began, and June received information about the rift. It was indeed rank B, and the map's completion rate was currently less than 5%. Henry held out his shield with its golden ornaments in front of him and was ready to begin. He rushed into battle, and the trolls seemed to be coming towards him themselves. Kate was surprised. These were offensive skills. He was a powerful fighter. With his abilities, he pulled enemies towards himself, allowing the team to perform various maneuvers. As he continued to fight, he managed to shout out comments about how these opponents were not ordinary guys. Taking a slight run, he delivered a powerful blow to one of the trolls, after which he performed a maneuver that allowed him to throw the monster over himself and separate it from the general crowd. He turned to the team and suggested that Ross deal with the one on the right first. He shouted in response that he already knew this and confidently pulled the arrow. A yellow target appeared near one of the trolls. This was the attacker's mark, which allowed the enemy to lower their defense and increase the damage they would receive. Ross released the arrow, and it pierced the blue giant's shoulder, causing him to growl in anger. He pulled the arrow out of himself and snapped it in half as if it were a straw. But Ross had no intention of retreating and immediately directed a volley of arrows at the troll. Jokingly, he warned the troll that it would sting a little now, since he planned to shoot 20 arrows at once. The troll lowered his head, either protecting his eyes or hiding them from the light emitted by the arrows. But this attack did not harm the troll. He only spent more time pulling the arrows out of himself. At this point, the situation became more complicated, because the archer assumed that after this attack, the monster would be dead. As soon as the troll got rid of the thorns released at him, he rushed towards his offender. But Kate stood in his way, ready to attack. She leaped high into the air, raising her sword to strike, the wings of her suit fluttering in the wind like her red hair. Kate was incredibly fast, so much so that the troll couldn't even figure out where she was at that moment. Suddenly, she dealt a powerful blow, and the monster let out its death roar, losing its head at that moment. She exhaled heavily. She had spent a lot of energy on this attack. Ross was shouting behind her that they were a good match. Arthur, who was treating Henry at the time, asked the archer to think only about the battle now. Ross was furious. He didn't understand what he had just said, to which the healer replied that he didn't get involved in pointless arguments during a battle. At that moment, Kate approached June and asked if everything was okay. He, perplexed, replied that he was simply observing the battle and had no intention of interfering in it. The girl said that she was just worried about him and was glad that he was okay. June's face changed, and he asked her to concentrate. And at that very moment, he ran away from the place where he had just been standing and shouted for Kate to turn around. A huge troll was flying at her from behind, intending to literally trample her into the ground. She managed to jump back at the last moment. The monster dug its claws into the ground. Henry apologized. It seemed his skill had slipped out by mistake, putting her in danger. What had just happened was very dangerous. She began to think about what could have happened if the manager had come under attack. This could have been her fatal mistake, because he could have just died. This thought did not upset her. On the contrary, it gave her strength, and now she was ready to destroy everyone, just to protect her boss. She gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, as if the sword had grown to her hand. Kate rushed into battle. Now nothing could stop her. The troll's mouth opened wide, and even he seemed surprised by her confidence. She dealt him several slashing blows, but despite their force, it still looked graceful. The troll took several large leaps backwards to give himself room to maneuver. Watching the girl rushing towards him again, he made the only right decision for him. The monster let out a terrifying loud roar that seemed to vibrate the air around it. The hunters suddenly stopped, wondering what was happening to this troll. Henry pleaded with everything around him that it wasn't what he thought it was. But he was not mistaken. It was a battle cry. The troll called the pack to his aid. A crowd of blue monsters rushed towards them, growling furiously and trying to destroy even the sand beneath them. The hunters turned and ran. It seemed like the only right way. Kate didn't move. She just watched as the deadly storm approached. 9 monsters were approaching her, but she had no intention of retreating. Ross noticed this. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't leave her there alone. He overtook his partners and asked them to stop. Kate needed help. They watched the girl as she confidently walked forward towards a whole horde of trolls. Arthur didn't understand what to do, but Henry removed all questions. They had to retreat. They would all die here. But Ross's attention was drawn to another detail. He saw her sword. The blade emitted a blue light and shimmered, as if filled with energy. This was the aura of the sword. June watched everything that was happening from hiding. He was confident in her abilities and tried not to give her any reason to worry about him. Henry shouted that it didn't matter what it was, the sword's aura or something else. You can't just stand there and wait for death. There were probably more monsters nearby. Ross didn't listen to him. Kate's behavior gave the archer confidence, and he was sure that they could handle it and ran. The ogres ran towards the battle, their claws and fangs bared. Kate took a fighting stance, preparing to strike first. And now they were close enough, she made a powerful dash and put the sword in front of her. Arthur and Henry thought she was crazy, but they still had to cover for her, so they followed Ross's example and moved towards the carnage. At this moment, at June's house, Jill was going through another ordinary day. She stocked the refrigerator with various snacks, confident that her dad would like them. Stretching contentedly, she headed off to clean the apartment. She cleaned the living room, her room, washed and ironed all the clothes. Jill decided to clean her father's room at the same time, and she began to do the same as she did in the other rooms, dust and vacuum. Suddenly, her attention was captured by a book with an unusual title, 50 Ways to Become a Good Father. Although there was nothing surprising about it, he had only recently learned to use hot water. Memory loss is a terrible thing. There was so much underlining in the book. She wanted to start reading, but something stopped her. Jill decided not to interfere in his business, grabbed the vacuum cleaner, and decided it was time to continue cleaning. It was necessary to finish not only the cleaning, but also the school as quickly as possible, become a huntress, and return everything to him 20 times more. After vacuuming, she noticed a trash bag lying under the table. But when she pulled it towards herself, the contents seemed strange to her. It was too heavy to be garbage. She took out a magic stone from the package. Did her father really throw it away? No, he definitely couldn't have done that. Maybe he accidentally fell out of the box. The crystal looked very expensive, but she decided not to think about it and put it back. She quickly opened the top drawer of his bedside table. The girl certainly didn't expect to see what was inside him, so she screamed in surprise. She lay on June's bed surrounded by magic stones. There were 9 of them, and she wondered how much it all cost. No less interesting was the strange purple thing lying with them in the box. Maybe they should throw it away. There was also a document in the drawer, a hunter's pass for a man whose name was unfamiliar to her. At this point, Kate continued to fight in the rift, swinging her sword again and again. The next powerful blow landed right on target, and she severed the troll's arm. 2 more monsters were flying towards her, trying to attack her from above. But she was too fast for them, so when they struck, it hit the ground. She literally rolled on the ground and was ready to attack again. In one leap, she caught up with her opponent and struck him powerfully with her sword. There were already several troll corpses around her, but she continued to hit again and again. Things weren't going so smoothly for Ross. A huge blue hand was pinning him to the ground. He found the strength to move his hand away from his throat and screamed for help with all his might. Henry called him an idiot, but there was nothing he could do. He had to help his comrade. He grabbed the troll from behind, muttering under his breath that he didn't understand why they were so strong at all. While the 3 guys were picking at one monster, she single-handedly killed another one. There was too little strength left. There were still 2 trolls ahead. But she couldn't afford to lose now. She had to protect the manager. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she screamed that she would never give up. With loud cries, she flew back into battle and aimed the tip at the troll's head. But he managed to cover his head with his hands, defending himself from her blade. While one was resisting the sword, the other had the perfect opportunity to attack Kate. Her eyes widened. It seemed the last attack had been a fatal mistake. The satisfied troll was already rushing towards her, preparing to destroy her. Suddenly, he froze, as if he had turned to stone. The way the troll fell to the ground shocked both Kate and her opponent. June had to use his abilities, otherwise he would have returned from the rift without his partner. Kate took advantage of the opportunity to destroy another troll. Breathing heavily, she fell to her knees and tried to come to her senses. She thought about how incredibly lucky she had just been, but what was it? June stopped her thoughts by asking if she was okay. The girl smiled back and said that she was not hurt. June nodded in satisfaction, but needed to take a break before moving on. With their combined efforts, the three hunters finally destroyed the troll as well and fell to the ground around it. 2 hours later, the air was again filled with the ringing of blades, exploding arrows, and screams. Working together, they continued to exterminate the trolls in the rift. Henry checked the status window. In a couple of hours, they had destroyed over 100 monsters, and if they continued in the same spirit, they would be able to clear the rift. He looked at Kate. She had simply amazing abilities for a C-rank hunter. Could it be that right now he was witnessing the birth of an S-rank hunter? Maybe that's why Ross never left her without his attention for a minute. At this point, the archer asked what she was doing after work and invited her to have dinner together. Kate hesitated and mumbled something about having things to do after work. Henry decided to intervene and suggested that they all have dinner together, since it was only thanks to her that they were still alive, a gesture that Ross did not like. June decided not to participate in these conversations and took out his tablet to check the state of the rift. They have already managed to open 60% of the map. If they continue to move as quickly as they do, they will be able to finish today. Additionally, during this time, Kate has become even stronger, looking like her mana has doubled. While she was doing her best to refuse the hunter's offers, June was thinking about how much her level and stats had risen. He decided to save Kate from the guys and suggested getting ready for battle, to which they nevertheless suggested resting a little. But there was no time for this. 200 meters away, an enemy awaited them that was much stronger than those they had destroyed before. At that moment, the ground began to vibrate, as if it wasn't a monster that was awaiting them, but an earthquake. The jolts grew stronger, and now not only their legs were shaking, but they themselves seemed to be thrown up from the ground. And they saw the culprit of the earthquake, a huge purple troll with 3 heads. Arthur decided to check if this creature was a troll, but the answer was not necessary. They needed to fight it anyway. Kate was exhausted, and at that moment, she was looking for inner strength that would help her fight. But the monster was not going to give them any extra time. He roared terribly. Light balls began to form right next to the mouth of each head. And then one of the rays burst out of the troll's mouth and flew straight at Kate. She didn't expect such a quick attack, and was so shocked that she simply froze in place. June understood only one thing. This troll was too strong. His partner would not survive his attack. He rushed from his place towards her, and it didn't matter what would happen next, because it was worth protecting her. Covering her with his body, he was ready to take this blow upon himself. There was an explosion. Sand rose into the air, and the shockwave threw Kate back. She fell to the ground and tried to disperse the dust that rose from the impact. It was only after a few seconds that she realized what had happened. She stood up and started screaming June's name in panic, trying to see him. Ross lay on the ground and didn't understand what the hell had happened. Whether it was just an explosion or someone had been hit, Arthur, unlike him, had already understood what had happened. Henry pinned Arthur to the ground with force, ordering him to duck. One blow would be enough to kill him. Kate continued to run between blows, screaming June's name and begging him to answer. And finally she found him, but she didn't want to believe her eyes. June's body lay on the rocks, showing no signs of life. She approached him carefully and extended her hand, afraid to touch. Gently placing her hand on his shoulder, she asked him to wake up. Ross shouted that they needed to find somewhere to hide, hoping that the red-haired girl would hear him. Kate could only hear her own thoughts. She had already realized that June was not breathing. Tears streamed from her eyes as she was unable to protect her boss. She threw herself into his arms and begged him to forgive her, but he could no longer answer her. Everything around her was exploding, but she continued to hug June's body, not caring that she herself could die right now. Ross knew that if he didn't help her right now, it would all be over. He ran out of cover and headed towards her as fast as he could. Henry asked what the idiot was up to, and he asked him to go with him. The troll needed to reload for the next attack. They needed to get close to it. This was the only chance to defeat the monster. The hunters didn't want to admit it, but Ross was right, so they sped up and followed him. Henry shouted that he would attack from the front and ordered the guys to go around the monster on the right. He let out a battle cry and ran straight towards the monster, his mace raised in front of him. Suddenly, the troll began charging the ball of light from its mouth again. Henry realized that the situation was out of their control. The monster was attacking much faster than they expected. The monster fired a volley straight at the hunter, who flew away from it at high speed. After bouncing off the ground a couple of times, he finally stopped, his shield and mace flying apart. Experiencing terrible pain, he could no longer continue the fight. Several hunter's marks appeared around the three-headed troll and flashed, blinding him. Ross stood close to him, launching volleys of arrows at him. With a sly smile, he told the troll that he was his opponent and that he shouldn't get distracted, thereby trying to protect Kate. Memories flashed through Kate's mind. She saw their first meeting and acquaintance. The way he lifted her up in the first rift and asked her not to stand there like a pillar. They were in the middle of a battle after all. How he thanked her for new sensations and dishes he had never tried. His smile and the phrase that she was the only hunter he needed. She thought she had finally found her place. Tears continued to roll down her cheeks. But suddenly, for some reason, her status window opened next to them. The window said that, faced with circumstances, she acquired a new skill, an oath. Another explosion sounded behind her, and Ross barely managed to escape it. While the troll was reloading, he fired several more arrows straight at his head. The monster's eyes filled with anger. He opened his mouth and growled, spraying saliva in all directions. Ross kept pace with his opponent and also shouted to show his determination. And then another volley of light burst from the troll's throat. At the last moment, the archer managed to dodge it, pressing himself to the ground. But right at his feet, two more explosions were heard, which sent the remaining two heads towards him. A powerful shockwave lifted him into the air and sent him flying. He fell flat on his back, raising a pile of sandy dust. Ross howled in pain as he fell right onto the rock. Henry was lying next to him. He suggested that he just die. Why was there any need to resist if he was whining from falling on a tiny stone? Arthur came up to him, asking if everything was okay. But the archer was tormented by the realization that he was a failure. At this moment, Kate continued reading. She had just received an S-rank skill that bound her with an oath to the target chosen by the master. Thanks to the oath, all of her stats doubled, and the damage received was reduced, while the chosen master was within a radius of 500 meters. After which a window popped up, offering to choose June as her master. Hope lit up her eyes, but she couldn't quite tell if that meant June was still alive. She grabbed his hands and prayed that everything would work out. Suddenly, holographic bracelets appeared around their hands. The computer said that the gentleman had been selected and was within a radius of 500 meters. The oath's blessing was activated and her stats rose, ready to continue the fight. Henry also found the strength to get up, but it was difficult for him to attack alone, so he simply ran away from the explosions. The last one caught him. He fell and screamed at Ross to stop suffering and finally get up. The archer continued to lie there and asked to cover him a little longer. Arthur concluded that his partner had no conscience at all. Suddenly, Kate ran past them. She asked Arthur to look after him, because he was still alive. Seeing her, Ross jumped up and shouted that he would cover her in battle. Henry looked at him with wide eyes. Just a second ago, this idiot was lying there without strength. Because he reveled in his pain, he almost died several times. The next explosion landed right next to Henry, and he was sent flying again. He fell right next to Arthur, who stated that if they were to take damage immediately after he healed them, then there was simply no point in it. After which he asked me to wait here for a bit while he went and checked on June. Henry grabbed his hand and asked him to heal him first. Arthur had no choice but to agree. June finally came to his senses and was able to open his eyes. He saw that Kate had chosen him as her master. She has definitely become stronger, it seems, at least twice as strong. After which he thought that if he went out right now, it would be strange, because he almost died. So he decided to sit in place for a little while longer. At that moment, Kate was moving decisively towards the huge troll. She teased him by zigzagging across the battlefield, daring him to attack. The troll got tired of playing by her rules and decided to act differently. The monster combined the efforts of all three heads, and a pillar of fire burst from its mouth. Kate didn't expect this. Dodging the fire, she jumped to the side, falling to the ground. She was in incredible pain. She clenched her fist and slammed it hard into the ground. Suddenly, she felt that she was in mortal danger. Turning around, Kate saw that right above her head was now the troll's huge right foot. Several explosions were heard behind the troll, and he winced in pain. It was Ross. He shouted to Kate that he would aim for his back, and that she should not worry and just continue the fight. And then several explosions flew at him. He was no longer going to just fly and fall, so he began to use this to his advantage. The troll was distracted by Ross, which was the perfect moment for Kate to strike. She pushed off the ground and struck him straight in the shoulder, cutting his skin. The monster turned towards her with displeasure, grabbed the cut, It seemed that this was the first time he was really in pain. Without waiting for the attack to replenish, he decided to hit her right then and there with his undamaged arm, sending Kate flying. Landing expertly on her feet, she held her sword out in front of her to maintain her balance. At that moment, she realized that her damage had become much stronger, and she would no longer yield to the troll in battle. Kate managed to fill her sword with aura again, and she rushed into battle. She delivered another blow to his shoulder and pushed off to land on the ground. While the monster was growling from the wound, she was already behind him. Without waiting for his answer, she dealt him several slashing blows straight into his back. With one hand, he tried to reach his back, where the last blows had landed, and with his eyes, he continued to search for the culprit of the pain. Finding her, he extended his hand to grab her and deprive her of the chance to move, but Kate masterfully dodged. Another blow hit the troll right in one of its 3 heads. He growled in pain again, and several fangs broke off and flew out of his mouth. The troll leaned on one knee, his strength seemingly waning. The monster missed another blow to the head, which Kate delivered to him with her foot. He fell on his back, screaming furiously, the air around him shaking, and Kate walked around it. She looked him over again, as if choosing where to strike next. She jumped on his chest, and at that moment, she realized that this was the end for him. Her sword glowed with blue light. She masterfully learned to use the sword's aura. She plunged the sword into his head and froze. The fight was over. Ross looked in fascination at the fragile girl who had just defeated a difficult boss. He exhaled and said that they barely made it. Henry noted that it was because of him that they almost died a couple of times. June watched her triumph from afar. She had grown incredibly, mastered the sword, but still had much to learn. He looked at himself. He knew one thing for sure. After work, he would have to buy new clothes, as they were all in huge holes. The image of Jill screaming because he was being bullied at work immediately came to mind. He finally stood up, took off his boot, and shook a mound of sand out of it. Arthur noticed this. He noted that June was absolutely fine. Kate heard this comment and turned around to see the manager, who was alive. She rushed towards him faster than she had acted in battle, her eyes filling with tears. Kate ran into his arms and went limp, finally able to breathe. Ross called June a bastard zombie. He didn't like the fact that he was coming back to life, which took away the girl's attention from him. Approaching June, Arthur asked how he managed to survive. But June was not sure of the answer to this question. Henry groaned and was sure that he would die today. He was overcome by the feeling as if 100 years of his life had been taken away from him. Arthur pointed his hands at June and said that he would still treat him, just in case. He was waving his arms strangely and panicking. Arthur asked him what he was doing. He was surprised. His abilities didn't work on June because there was nothing to heal in him. But how could this happen? He received direct fatal damage, but not only survived but was not wounded at all. Ross was still trying to divert attention from him. What difference did it make? After all, he still survived. Henry suggested stopping here, as they no longer had the strength to fight and needed rest. June nodded in agreement. This really was the best option. The hunter asked how they should divide the magic cores they had obtained. The answer surprised him. June said that they should divide them equally among themselves. The law prevented him from making money from hunting, which Henry was glad of, but he was quick to point out that he had a pretty handy app for working with the rift. June asked the guys for a favor, since he wasn't getting anything. They looked at him in surprise and waited for an answer as to what kind of service he needed from them. He pointed his finger towards the dead troll that lay not far from them. After killing the monster, an extra reward dropped, a B-rank sword, which he asked to give to Kate. They smiled and happily agreed to provide this service, since they were able to deal with the troll only thanks to her. A contented Kate held a brand new sword in her hands. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. She could not stop thanking them. Ross noted that she looked very happy with her new weapon, and she laughed in response. June became wary when he heard footsteps approaching behind him. It was 2 hunters from the Icarus Guild who were walking towards them. Emily came closer and smiled and said hello, but Gale continued to maintain a stern expression. Gale responded with a caustic comment. He didn't expect to see June and Kate here, after which he turned to the carcass of the 3-headed troll, which lay lifeless on the ground. He noted that Kate had become much stronger, and that she had dealt with the champion monster was amazing. She was pleased to hear such words from the famous hunter. She smiled sweetly and thanked him. June wasn't about to give in to the barbs, so he smirked and said it was all thanks to the suit Gale had given her. Gale began to slowly walk towards June, and for some reason reminded him that he had not given the suit as a gift, but had lost it. Emily intervened in the argument and suggested that Gale move on, as they still had a lot of work to do. Gale agreed and stated that he and Emily would go first, since the others were so busy that they were just chilling out and headed ahead. Emily walked up to June, handed him a business card, and asked him to contact them if they were thinking about transferring. June clarified what she meant, to which Emily replied that she was talking about transferring Kate to their guild. After these words, June began to slowly tear the business card he had just received into pieces. As he destroyed the business card in front of Emily, he said he didn't care if someone was treated like a thing to be bought or sold. At that moment, their comrades' mouths opened wide. Did he really tear the business card of the best guild to shreds? June continued that he didn't care about other people, unless that someone was his person. Then he wasn't going to hold back his comment. Emily froze. Cold sweat appeared on her face. It seemed like something had gone wrong, but she didn't mean anything bad. The hero gritted his teeth and hissed that this was the last warning and that he should not mention the word transfer in relation to Kate anymore. He continued to stare at Emily and said that talking about a person as if they were a thing was extremely offensive, and threw the pieces of the business card on the ground. They returned from the rift late in the evening. The boss decided to organize a small corporate party in honor of today's outing. June decided not to go to it because Jill was waiting for him at home, and he had already spent time buying new clothes. On the other end of the line were cheerful, drunk colleagues, and he heard that at that very moment, Kate was talking about the incident with the Icarus Guild. At that moment, Kate jumped up, waving her fists and trying to accurately convey June's words about how he would protect his man. Greg thanked June for his work and for handling their employee the right way, while Nate jumped around in surprise in the background. Suddenly, Nate snatched the phone from his boss's hand and began his own dialogue with June. He noted that, in his opinion, tearing up the company's business card was too much. June asked for forgiveness for this act, when suddenly he heard approving notes from the end of the receiver. He decided to ask again what he meant, because so far opinions were changing from phrase to phrase. Nate said he believes there are times to bow your head and times to let your anger out. The Icarus Guild was a huge and famous company, but that didn't mean they had to always lose to them, and he yelled that June had done the right thing. He continued to shout that it would be one thing if Kate left voluntarily, but treating her like a thing was disgusting. Greg joined the conversation, seeing nothing wrong with angering a couple of boastful S-rank hunters. Nate pulled the phone closer to himself and lowered his voice to a whisper, as if he wanted to ask something personal. He asked June if he could also become his man, so that he could be under the same confident protection. June didn't know what to say to this comment, and in the background, he could hear shouts for another shot. He was sure that no one on the other end of the line was listening to him anymore, but just in case, he said that they would meet tomorrow. He hung up and smiled, pleased with the day, Kate's growth as a hunter, and how warmly she was welcomed into their company. After which I slowly trudged home. No matter how well everything had gone, it had still been a difficult day. He walked home to find Jill and a spotlessly clean apartment waiting for him. Jill said hello when suddenly something else caught her attention. She noticed his new clothes. June remained silent, because he expected to dodge this question. He began his story by saying that he came across a sale on his way home, and it was already getting colder outside, and he also felt sorry for the old lady who was selling suits. Jill asked where he found the old lady who sells costumes, and that's where June was wrong. He urgently needed a plan to distract her. He quickly figured out what could be done, and said that he wouldn't refuse some tea. At that very second, Jill ran to the kitchen. While she was pouring water into the kettle, she thought about today's finds: the handle, the magic stones, and the hunter's pass. Suddenly, it occurred to her that her father worked as an office worker during the day, and as a hunter at night. An image of my father in a superhero costume and him receiving signals for help immediately came to mind. She was sure she was right because his colleague at work, who came to visit them, was also a hunter. And now she saw two partners in stylish suits who were about to set off on a mission. The next image was of Kate deftly rolling over on his back and both of them deftly dodging bullets. She continued to imagine various scenes and began to boil with anger. The same thing happened to the kettle she put on the stove. June walked into the kitchen and pointed out that the kettle seemed to be boiling. She got scared, and while she was turning towards June in panic, she touched the teapot with her hand which immediately went flying. Without a second thought, June rushed towards the kettle and caught it with both hands. While the daughter watched this scene in amazement, the hero asked her to be careful, as she could burn herself with boiling water. She couldn't contain her emotions any longer. She screamed and asked what he was holding in his hands right now. June didn't know what to answer because it was obvious that he was holding a teapot in his hands, but he didn't take into account the fact that he was holding a hot teapot. He didn't immediately notice his mistake and stared at his hands and the hot iron in them. June quickly moved the kettle onto the table and began to justify himself by saying that it wasn't hot enough. Apparently, the water hadn't boiled after all, but the whistling of the kettle insisted otherwise. She grabbed his hands, turned on the water, and lowered them into it. Her hands needed to cool. Jill apologized for her carelessness, as she could have gotten hurt. Wiping his hands on a towel, he asked what she was thinking about so intensely. She screamed as if she remembered something. June continued to look at her questioningly. She ran into the room, an action that left him even more confused. But a second later, she was already returning to him with some kind of bundle in her hands, which she handed to him. He started reading. It was an informational flyer for initiation into the Hunters. Jill hesitated and started to say that there would be nothing important there, and she just wanted him to know. After which she noted that it was a weekday, and she knew perfectly well that he was busy, so there was no need to come. June rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It would be next Monday. How could he get time off from work? But the most important thing was that he understood that this was incredibly important for her, so he said that he could come. Jill blossomed. A smile spread across her face, and she thanked her father. Another event happened in the rift that June missed. Ross decided to talk to Gail about how terribly June treated Emily and her business card. But Gail didn't understand why he had come such a long way just to report this. He stopped jumping and waving his arms and froze, looking at him. After which she asked to punish June, because the way he was behaving irritated him terribly, and Gail had a reason to do it. It was already lunchtime the next workday, everyone had left the office, and June had an excellent opportunity to ask his boss for time off. He glared at him from his desk, not knowing what excuse he could come up with to leave next Monday. The hero finally made up his mind and approached the boss's desk, apologizing in advance. He asked if he would mind if he only worked half a day after lunch next Monday. Greg asked why he was going to do that, to which June replied that it was personal. The boss nodded at his answer and asked if it was something that couldn't be discussed. June had no intention of revealing the real reason for his request, so he simply confirmed his suspicions. Greg thought about it. He didn't know what to do, because Nate was leaving on a business trip next Monday. June didn't understand what kind of business trip this was, but the boss reminded him that the following Monday, there would be an initiation ceremony for new hunters. They had received an official memo at their office requesting the participation of all nearby organizations, so they couldn't ignore it. June's eyes widened. That was where he needed to go, but the boss said Nate would be going there. He added that they wanted June to concentrate on working with Kate, so they didn't ask him to attend the ceremony. However, Greg advised that if it was really urgent, he should hand over the approval notice, as their department could tolerate 2 employees being absent for 1 day. June assured him that there was no need to worry and said that he would rather go and have lunch. He immediately found the place where Nate had lunch because he spent every day in the same cafe. June sat down next to him and immediately started a conversation by saying that he heard him planning to attend the entrance ceremony at the Hunter Academy. Nate nodded and said that he would spend time there from 8 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon and would return to the office after lunch. The hero asked if he could go to the ceremony in his place. Nate was taken aback by the question. Why would someone suddenly have to go instead of him? June hesitated for a second and realized that he couldn't hide the truth in a conversation with Nate. He started telling him that he had a daughter and that she was being initiated the following Monday, so June wanted to be there. The soda went back into the glass straight from Nate's mouth, which is where June got his daughter in the first place. He asked how old June was, and when he found out he was only 26, things became even more complicated. If his daughter was being initiated into the Hunters, then she was 17 years old, he continued. And with the next question, he clarified whether June had a wife. June lowered his head and continued his story, having to reveal that Jill was not his biological daughter. This left Nate even more confused as to how all these facts could possibly fit into one story. As they crossed the road, Nate asked if he knew about Kate's daughter. The boss breathed a sigh of relief after June told him that Kate had been to their home and even knew his daughter. After which he decided to clarify how Kate reacted to this. June said that her reaction was normal, but did not understand why he was asking these questions. After assessing the whole situation, Nate said that June really should go and talk to the chief. He also assured his colleague that he would keep everything he had just learned a secret. The week flew by quickly, and now it was Monday. June was standing near the academy and watching the crowd that continued to gather nearby. It was really crowded here. I wonder if it was because the school was expensive, or there were other reasons. He turned around, and his attention was drawn to a particularly dense crowd of people. Listening closely, he realized what was happening there. People were shouting Emily's name. In the center of the crowd stood the huntress from Icarus. Everyone was trying to get her autograph, but Emily politely declined, explaining that she was in a hurry. People continued to run past him, and he just chuckled at the fact that such people were forced to attend school. He hoped that he would remain unnoticed, because this meeting would not bring anything good. But Emily had already called his name and was heading towards him, pleased. June clicked his tongue in displeasure. This was the last thing he wanted at that moment. It seemed as if she was deliberately speaking louder than usual to attract attention. Suddenly, she bowed before him and began to apologize for what happened at their last meeting. She was so excited by what she saw that she rushed and did not think at all about the feelings of his colleague. Emily continued to stand submissively with her head bowed, and a crowd began to gather around them, whispering that this man was even more important than the huntress, since she bowed before him. June asked her to get up because everyone was looking at them, but Emily continued to say that she didn't want to provoke a negative reaction from him. He admitted that he had been cruel to her too, and began to ask for forgiveness, when suddenly she said okay and straightened up. People looked at him with disapproval, and he felt as if he had been fooled. Emily handed him her business card again, and she asked him to make it a reminder of her peaceful intentions. With a smile on her face, she said that this business card had nothing to do with his colleague Kate. June asked if it didn't concern her in any way, then why did he need the business card at all? She asked me to take her business card and remember that June could contact her if she needed help. He looked at her and then at the business card in surprise, after which he leaned over and sincerely thanked her for this gesture. Emily suggested they go inside. The event was about to start, and then they went their separate ways. A voice came from the speakers in the hallway, announcing the ceremony and inviting everyone into the hall, while the prospective students were asked to remain in a designated area. Among them was Jill, the color of her uniform perfectly matching her brown eyes. Emily continued to watch June. She felt his aura and realized that he was an unusual person. She knew she was not mistaken. She felt the same from him in the rift. Emily knew June was hiding his true power, but she didn't understand what it was. All that was left was to wait and see what would happen next. One day this force would enter their world. Unsuspecting, June continued to search for Jill in the crowd of students. Suddenly he noticed her, but he couldn't understand how he managed to find her so quickly in the huge crowd. Outwardly, he did not show any emotion, but inside he was very excited about this fact. Suddenly he blushed, covered his face with his hand, and wondered if perhaps he really did experience paternal feelings. The host introduced the distinguished guest who honored them with his presence today, and the president of the Hunters Academy, Adrian Chol, took the stage and bowed to the audience. While the ceremony's guests were being introduced, June decided to find a good restaurant nearby to have lunch with Jill. A message came from his phone, informing him that the oath ceremony had begun. A girl with dark blue hair stood on the stage and, raising her hand, named the points of the oath one by one. The two women standing next to him were discussing the fact that this girl was the younger sister of the Sword Emperor, who was considered the best hunter of all, and she herself was already an A-rank hunter. He looked again at the little girl who was standing on the stage and couldn't understand how she could be A-rank. He remembered Jill's words about how he should treat her well because one day she would become very famous, and he decided that now was the time to show that attention. All the future hunters said their vows. There was loud applause, and the master of ceremonies announced the end of the ceremony. June managed to quickly get outside and continued to fiddle with his phone while waiting for his daughter. And finally, he heard her joyful voice and delighted cries. She was jumping for joy and couldn't believe that she had finally passed the initiation into the hunters, while June tried unsuccessfully to get her attention. He decided to give up trying, handed her the bouquet, and congratulated Jill. She was speechless. Her face lit up even more. Suddenly, she lowered her head, thanked him for the bouquet, and her voice began to tremble. Tears streamed down her cheeks, She said that he shouldn't have given her flowers. June calmed her down and said that she deserved this bouquet, and finally suggested that they move on. They walked across the academy square. Jill explained that training would begin in 2 days, and they were assigned to classes. June asked what class she was assigned to which she became embarrassed and said that she was assigned to Class D. Jill hesitated and promised to do everything possible to ensure that she would be transferred to Class A as soon as possible, since her future rank depended on it. He pretended that he had not understood what she was talking about until that moment and thanked her for the clarification, after which he ruffled her hair and said that he was sure that very soon she would end up in A class. She laughed and asked if June was hungry, suggesting they get lunch somewhere. He pointed to the right and mentioned spare ribs, but Jill was already flying to the left, shouting about the amazing spicy sausage stew nearby. Suddenly, she had to slow down because a huge crowd of people blocked the street ahead. She opened her mouth in surprise and started screaming as soon as she realized who was in the center of this crowd. It was the president of the Hunter Academy and Emily from the Icarus Guild, surrounded by guards. After which, another male figure appeared from the car. A handsome guy with dark hair and a languid look was also heading in their direction. Jill literally screamed because it was the Emperor of the Sword himself, Jonathan. The entire famous retinue had just passed a couple of meters away from them when Emily suddenly turned around to look at them. She stopped and asked if they had already had lunch. June said that they were leaving right now. Jill couldn't get over what she saw. She had just seen her idols in person, and one of them was also acquainted with her father. Emily suggested that we all have lunch together. Then Jill turned around and asked how she felt about it. Jill couldn't help but agree. At that moment, President Chol approached them and asked Emily who she was talking to. She explained that it was June, the rift manager from the mayor's office, whom she had already told him about. Adrian immediately understood who they were talking about, the very manager responsible for the Huntress with outstanding skills. He kindly handed June the oar and greeted him. June bowed and reciprocated. Emily hugged the girl who was with June and decided to clarify whether she was his younger sister. June hesitated to answer. He didn't understand what to do, lie or tell the truth, after which he finally decided to say that this was his daughter. Emily stood there in surprise for a few seconds, then leaned over to the girl and asked her name. And while Jill, like a soldier in formation, announced her name, Emily turned on her brain activity to the maximum. June decided to remove all questions and said that this was all the result of a specific set of circumstances. Behind them, a conflict between brother and sister was in full swing, one claiming that everyone was waiting only for her, and the other that only he noticed this because he hated her. Adrian took notice and introduced Jonathan, who didn't really need an introduction. June looked at the first hunter and the founder of the 3 mana control methods. Jonathan also studied him carefully in response. This was the same man that the hunter with great potential did not want to leave. June bowed and greeted the guy, who bowed back and was very happy to meet him. Adrian also introduced Olivia, Jonathan's younger sister, who was at that moment screaming about her ruined hairdo. Looking at everything that was happening, Jill covered her mouth with her hands. She couldn't believe it. Right now, a hunter has personally met her, who developed the style, school, and techniques that hunters use to this day. With all the thoughts racing through her head, she could only open her mouth in surprise, which really touched Emily. Jonathan noted that June was quite well built and asked if he was a hunter, to which he replied in the negative. The hunter expressed his regrets. He was sure that he would have made an excellent hunter. June thanked him for the flattering words, but he was perfectly happy with who he was at the moment. Jonathan turned to his sister and invited her to say hello to everyone. Olivia clicked her tongue in displeasure and said that she was not interested in people weaker than her. Jonathan pronounced her name with particular severity and with his eyes advised her to come up and say hello. She took a couple of steps forward and began to mock welcome their new company, after which she raised her nose in displeasure and said that this did not mean that she recognized them. The greetings were over, and the president finally suggested going to lunch. They went to a VIP restaurant located in the Hunters Academy. The food there was simply delicious. Adrian noted that he had the pleasure of having breakfast here this morning. At that moment, Emily decided to start a conversation with June and reminded him that they first met in this very building. That day, she saw them talking with Gale before the Hunter rankings. June asked how her partner was doing, to which Emily joked that he was as gloomy as ever. As Jill lifted the spoon to her mouth, she began to think about her father's position. He was a manager of the Rifts, Did that mean he went into them? And then the spoon ended up in her mouth, and she screamed that she had never eaten anything tastier in her life. Olivia sighed heavily, rolled her eyes, and said only one word: plebeians. At that very moment, Jonathan hissed at her, looked angrily, and asked her to be silent. The girl responded by crossing her arms, pouting, and saying that Jonathan was always rude only to her, without understanding why. He was very upset about this situation. Jonathan wanted his sister to behave like Jill, at least sometime. Jill waved her hands and said that she was really grateful to be able to eat such delicious food. After which, she noticed that June also liked to dine here. He had already eaten 3 plates. She leaned towards him and said that she would try to cook just as well at home. Emily approached Jill and suggested they take a preliminary assessment since they were there. The girl beamed because right now she could find out her level and potential. Olivia said with an air of importance that the assessment was carried out using special equipment. A sparkle flashed in her eyes, and she added that the procedure was expensive, so not everyone could afford it. Once again, her brother's angry gaze was directed at her. Olivia threw up her hands, and again did not understand what she had done wrong. Jill thanked them for the offer, but knew she couldn't ask her father for money. Adrian understood why she doubted and said that the academy would cover all the costs, and Jill immediately agreed. Jonathan suggested testing June's abilities at the same time. The hero lowered his eyes and said that he would still refuse this offer. Emily was surprised, because if the results were good, he could become a hunter. The president literally begged him to try it. Taking this test was a rare opportunity, and Jonathan was also excited and wanted to know the results. He looked at the persuaders once again and was forced to agree. They clearly wouldn't leave him alone. Jill was the first to be tested, and was placed in a machine that emitted a pinkish-white light. The measurement lasted about 5 minutes, and finally the computer announced that the results of the study would be printed. Emily took the sheet of paper with the results out of the printer and was surprised. Jill was expected to awaken an A-rank skill, and the final expected rank was also A. Jonathan made her happy, as only 5% of hunters could boast of such results. Emily encouraged June, because if this girl develops her skills, then a bright future awaits him. Jill approached Olivia, who informed her that perhaps she was not as hopeless as she thought. Jill beamed and thanked her, ignoring her snideness. Emily walked up to June. Now it was his turn to take the test. Olivia muttered that it was a waste of time and suggested that they go and have a cup of coffee or something else instead. And again, angry glances were directed at her, which she still did not understand. Finally, June lay down on the machine, and the computer reported that he was ready for measurement. Perhaps it was worth continuing to refuse their offer. If the results turned out to be strange, then a lot of difficulties and questions would arise. He looked at those who wanted this test so much, it seemed they suspected him of something. Suddenly, the hero finally understood how this device works. It releases mana and calculates how much mana the body can handle. June realized that it was easier to completely prohibit mana from entering his body, since it was extremely difficult for him to release a little of it. The mana that the machine released simply began to float around and flow around the body, but could not penetrate inside. The computer announced that the test was complete, and everyone froze, because its test had finished much faster than any other. June got out of the car and asked if the results were really ready. Emily started reading the result, which said it was impossible to measure the potential player, but it all made no sense. Jonathan looked at the paper in bewilderment and asked if this had ever happened before, or if this was the first time such a result had appeared. Receiving no answer, he suggested taking another measurement, but this was not necessary. A pleased Olivia added another comment. Apparently, he just didn't have the talent to be a hunter. Emily continued to look at the results because no matter how lacking a person's abilities were, they would still be ranked as Class E or F. She bit her nail out of nerves. Such results were incredibly rare. It was simply impossible. The girl started yelling at the hero, begging him to do the test again. There must have been some kind of error during the scanning. Adrian stopped her. The next test would be difficult, because scanning an ordinary person several times in a row could put a lot of strain on his body. Jonathan muttered that he should also look at the results again. Therefore, I suggested to June that he strengthen his body, then the results could be completely different. Indeed, there have been cases where abilities have been revealed to people without any predisposition to them, so there was no need to be so quick to get upset. Emily was sure that she felt the hunter's energy emanating from him. There was no way she was mistaken. While the whole group continued to talk about how sad they were about the test, June asked if they could finally go. Several days had passed since the test, and several days that June had spent sleeping in the office. Greg sighed languidly as he stared at the monitor, huge black bags hanging under his eyes from the endless work. Nate checked all the papers for the 1,000th time, but it seemed his eyes no longer perceived the numbers and letters. He looked up from his paperwork and suggested they go to the sauna that evening, as they hadn't washed for several days, which was why the office smelled terrible. The boss looked at his trembling fingers. The idea was great, but he didn't even have the strength to walk there, so he planned to just stay here for another night. It seems that this phrase led to both employees also staying overnight at work today. June's phone vibrated. It was already 12 o'clock. A call from Jill. It seemed that he could no longer ignore her. Picking up the phone, he heard Jill's sad and serious voice, wondering if he would come home today. The hero glanced at the stack of documents he had to sort through and said that he wasn't sure he would be spending the night at home. She offered to bring him something to eat, but he said he would order something if he was hungry. Jill offered to bring a change of clothes or a clean pair of socks, but this offer was also refused. He assured her that everything was fine and nothing was needed, and besides, it was already late, and there was no point in going out for a walk. As soon as he hung up, his boss asked who he had just spoken to, and immediately clarified whether it was Kate. He looked at him in surprise and replied that no, to which Greg asked him to just tell the truth, since he couldn't be fooled that easily. Nate decided to change the subject. Besides, he was interested in whether the rift in Inwangsan Mountain had been confirmed. In response, the chief began to stretch in his chair. He hated this time of year, because every year the hunting academy asked them to take care of field trips for the students. They needed to select and test the Centurion rifts below rank C to choose the most suitable for novice hunters. June thought about telling Jill about this, since they would definitely meet on this excursion. Moreover, thanks to Emily's efforts, the girl already knew that he was working on fault zones. Late at night, he finally returned home, and a contented but tired sigh was heard from the far room. Jill came out to meet him and asked him to let her know when he was going to return home so late. He apologized to her and promised that he would definitely do it next time. Jill suddenly became a completely cheerful person and announced that she was going on a field trip to the Rift next week. It was her first time going, so she was very nervous, even though it was only an F-rank Rift. Jill's face turned serious, and it was the perfect moment to ask what her father actually did for work. He hesitated and began to explain that in the department, he deals with everything related to faults. Jill decided to immediately clarify whether this meant that he himself was entering the rifts. He looked at her calm face and decided that it was okay to say something after all, and nodded hesitantly to her. But the next question followed. She was interested in what exactly he was doing inside the rifts. June frantically began naming as many responsibilities as possible to distract her. After he noticed the sad expression on her face, he said that there was no need to worry about it. This did not have the effect he expected. She began to stamp her feet and scream that she could not help but worry about this because he was in danger there. She screamed that leaving everything in this state was completely unacceptable. She threatened him with her finger and said that she would give him a special training session. June didn't believe what she just said. She is a girl who just entered the Hunter Academy. He will arrange training for the one who is actually the strongest hunter. But Jill didn't know that he was the greatest hunter. So she argued that she had the potential to be an A-rank hunter. She clenched her fist and said that from now on, they would practice every weekend. She also wanted him to go to the academy on Monday to apply for body strengthening, as that would give him mana. Sweat was pouring down June's forehead, and he thought that if the people of Miram could hear her now, they would faint. Jill had already thrown on her windbreaker and was literally ordering him to follow her. They went to the alley near the house. Jill asked to open the window of his characteristics to check them. June opened the window and understood that right now he would have to lie, because all the characteristics were at maximum. While he looked at his numbers in panic, the girl asked him to read them in order. He started making them up as he went along. Strength 10, Agility 6, Health 9, Inner Power 0, no skills. Jill stopped him. The total points were 25, which was impossible since it was almost the same as E-rank hunter. His strength and health were even higher than hers, which was probably normal since her father was in good shape. Jill decided to check the inner power indicator, as she had never heard of it. June waved his hands and assured her that he was mistaken. His mana was at 0. The girl didn't notice the catch, and said that for an ordinary person, this indicator is normal, although the other characteristics are still unusual. After which, Jill began the training and suggested learning how to use Chul, one of the techniques that can be used at a distance from monsters. It might not be possible to use it right away, since her father doesn't have mana yet, but she still decided to show how it works. She held the pistol out in front of her and held it confidently with both hands. Suddenly, the gun began to fill with mana and form a blue ball. She continued the lecture and explained that taking mana from the body and redirecting it into the gun means reloading. If he succeeds in doing this, then half the way will be passed, and she suggested giving it a try. He twirled the pistol in his hands while thinking about how to release a small amount of mana. Jill suggested that he close his eyes and try to feel a light energy in his body. Then he had to imagine this energy, like a river, flowing from him straight into the gun. He was nervous and convinced himself that everything would be fine if he had complete control over himself. The gun filled with a blue glow, and Jill began to squeal in shock. She didn't understand how he managed to do it the first time. June was startled by her squeal and immediately stopped the reloading process. The girl looked at him, enchanted. It seemed her father was incredibly talented. He tried to calm her down and said that it was most likely a coincidence, because when he tried to do it again, nothing worked. Still, Jill was frustrated as she had trained for a month to be able to reload her weapon. Despite his obvious talent, she was still against her father becoming a hunter, as it was very dangerous. June reassured her that he was not going to become a hunter and suggested that they go home. It was quite late and also boring. The next working day began. Today was the last day of preparation before the excursion. All the data was checked, the fault was selected, so there was peace in the office. As Nate passed by June, he noticed that his colleague was currently forging documents stating that he had completed the fortification at the Hunter Academy and had accumulated 1 unit of mana. Nate shouted that he would definitely be sent to prison for this, since he was an official who was forging documents right now. June assured him that he would definitely not be put in jail because he would only show this document to one person. The hero had to recount the long chain of events that led him to such actions. They went to lunch, where he explained that it was all to reassure his daughter, who was worried about his work. Nate noted that his life is both challenging and interesting. After which he remembered that his daughter would be on an excursion the next day, which the 3 of them would be conducting, and he asked if he would have to hide from her. June shook his head and said that there was no longer any reason to hide, since Jill knew where he worked and that he went into the rifts. The colleague exhaled, because this meant that he had worried in vain. On top of that, Nate reminded them that they had an important event coming up next week. The Hunter Academy will undergo a full inspection, and they will have a chance to receive a B rank split from them into their management. Let's hope that everything goes smoothly and the grade is good. A thought came to his mind of a boss who had put a lot of effort into this, and if they got a good rating, he would get a promotion. If the assessment is not enough to obtain a rift, then they will have to lie low for a while to avoid his wrath. And so the day of the excursion came, and together with the new students, they went to the prepared rift. The academy coach gathered everyone together and asked for a moment of attention. He introduced his colleagues from the fault department who would be accompanying them today. Greg waved his hands in greeting and put on his sweetest smile possible. He told the students that they were currently in an F-rank rift, where they would likely encounter goblins who would pose no threat to them. However, anything can happen in the rift, so all students should remember that safety comes first. After finishing his endless lecture on safety, he asked if anyone had any questions. Looking at the disgruntled first years and hearing the silence, Greg suggested going to explore the rift. The students rushed along the fault as if it were a morning jog. And finally they found the goblins, who seemed to be already regretting the excursion. Rage burned in the eyes of the young hunters as they kicked, pushed, and trampled the unfortunate monsters. Greg noted that he had seen all this countless times, but each time the young hunters frightened him. Continuing to watch them, he asked Nate if there was a chance that any of the graduates would work with them on a contract basis. He did not want to upset his boss and encouraged him that the most important thing was to continue to hope for it. Olivia was standing next to June, and he asked if she wanted to join him. The girl noted that hunting the weakest goblins seemed pointless to her, after which she asked if he was responsible for the students' safety. He replied that he was just an assistant, to which Olivia tisked in displeasure and asked if he could do anything in this life. June asked him to keep his comments to himself, and Greg's face was already poking over his shoulder. He told her that she shouldn't be afraid of her first training session, and if anything went wrong, they would cover for her. Olivia rolled her eyes, wondering who would protect whom. It was unlikely they would have the stamina to simply run away from the goblins. Greg called her a hooligan, asked her to immediately go to training with everyone else, and not interfere with the adults' work. Nate rushed at him and quickly whispered that this was the sister of Jonathan, the Emperor of the Sword himself. At that very second, Greg rushed to catch up with the girl and offer her some fruit tea. Nate returned to June and laughed. It seemed the boss was in for a tough day today. After which he leaned towards June. He was eager to find out which of these girls was his daughter. He pointed his finger at one of the students standing nearby. Nate noted that she was very sweet and would probably be very popular among her peers. Jill noticed her father and his colleague looking at her and waved to them. The school coach informed them that they would now have exactly 1 hour to hunt on their own, and that at the end of that hour they should return here. Hearing this, Nate suggested that June finally approach his daughter. June literally jumped up and headed towards her. It seemed like his colleague had never seen him run so fast in his life. The two of them retreated to a remote clearing, where June watched her training and offered advice. After another shot, he noted that she had a talent for shooting. She thanked him, but was quick to point out that, unlike many, she trained alone, so that he would be even more proud of her. Suddenly, June heard some kind of whistle and became alert. The weather began to change abruptly. The sky darkened, a strong wind arose, and peals of thunder could be heard. A goblin appeared not far from them, who was different from those they had seen before. The goblin had a strange purple tattoo on his forehead. He looked like a boss monster, but there shouldn't be bosses in this rift because June, Nate, and Greg checked this information several times. Looking at him, Jill noticed not only the strange tattoo, but also his dark skin color. The girl put out her hand, as if protecting June, and asked him to move away. After which, without thinking, she filled the pistol with mana and sent a bullet into the goblin. The bullet hit the goblin right in the forehead, and he fell to the ground. Killing him turned out to be easier than she thought. She turned to June to tell him that everything was okay now, but something lit up behind her. June started screaming furiously because everything was definitely not good. His working device reported that the Rift Guardian had just been successfully defeated, and a red-black crack began to spread behind Jill. Another rift has just opened, the difficulty of which will be set randomly. June continues to scream at her to run towards it quickly. She finally saw what was behind her. A wind arose around the new rift and began to pull her inward. June ran to help, but the girl was already completely drawn into the unknown. Without thinking, he pushed off the ground and jumped after her. At that very moment, the rift that had swallowed June and Jill disappeared. The students who were doing their independent training at the time also didn't understand what was happening with the weather and were very scared. Greg, who was lying on the ground covered in fruit tea, also watched as the weather changed frighteningly. June and Jill found themselves in a frightening rocky area that seemed to be illuminated by a red light. Jill, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. June looked around. This place looked a lot like Miriam's world. The computer reported that they had entered the Izas cave. The main goal was to survive for 30 minutes. And then Izas himself appeared before him, a huge dragon with burning eyes and huge fangs. Jill began to shake, and only one word was flashing through her head now: death. June walked up to her and looked down at her. She seemed to be in a state of shock. He exhaled heavily. Why did the strangest things happen to him exactly when he had to hide his abilities? The hero picked up from the ground the mana pistol that belonged to his daughter. Jill asked him what he was going to do. He asked her to stay here and assured her that he would quickly finish off this dragon and headed towards it. The girl tried to get up to stop him, but her strength completely left her. The dragon watched what the guy was doing for a short time and was already ready to attack. Suddenly, the dragon roared for them to disappear and released a fiery flame from its mouth. Jill started screaming and asking her father to come back, because one such volley would kill any hunter. However, June had no intention of stopping. He was confident that the dragon would not be able to harm them. He put his hand forward, and the flames began to spread out on both sides. Jill doubted what her eyes were seeing, because it simply couldn't be. The thought flashed through her mind that it was the dragon who had spared them. But the dragon's equally shocked face said otherwise. So it was all my father, the same father who a couple of days ago didn't even know how to use a mana pistol. At that moment, June said that since she had shot today, then if he shot, nothing bad would happen either. The dragon continued to look questioningly at the guy who had just escaped death from his strongest attack. The gun filled with June's mana and began to glow blue. The charge continued to grow, and the air around them began to tremble. The dragon screamed and asked him to stop. He assured him that time was up and they had won. June asked him to hurry up with his speech because he didn't want to break the mana pistol while continuing to hold back his power. The dragon begged him to let him ask just one question, and June agreed. After which, the huge winged monster asked the most idiotic question. Is there any option not to kill him? June asked why he asked that, to which the dragon stated that his life was now in the boy's hands. June couldn't hold back his strength any longer and fired a huge blast from his pistol, turning it slightly to the left to avoid killing the dragon. The creature squealed in fear as if he were a 5-year-old child. And finally, the charge flew a couple of meters from his head and rushed on. There was a powerful explosion behind him, and it seemed that if this blow had hit him, he would not have survived. The dragon turned to him and asked what kind of hellish power was within him. He continued to be perplexed because he had never met a single person who possessed such abilities. June looked at him from under his brows and asked if he wanted to know how he could survive. And after receiving an affirmative answer, he pushed off the ground and said that then they would have to start with several blows. June flew at him, clenching his fist and aiming for his head. What is this guy going to do? Is he actually going to attack the dragon with his fists? And then the blow fell on the enemy. It seemed as if he had been hit by someone who was 10 times bigger than him. The dragon trembled with fear and grabbed his head. It hurt terribly. June suggested starting with obedience training as a huge bump grew on the monster's forehead. He also told him that the only way he could survive was to become his pet. June began to train his pet, and Jill told the legend of the dragon Isis. Countless hunters tried to defeat him, including both S-rank and hunters, but none of them could defeat him. She was sure that was what she heard, but what she saw was beyond her comprehension. Right now, the hunter was standing on the back of the formidable dragon and forcing him to do push-ups. June stomped on his back a couple of times and asked if he wanted to do 6 more sets, or if he would do it normally now. While the hero was shouting army chants, Jill looked at him and wondered who he even was. June asked if the dragon was really one of the strongest and stronger than the ogre general, to which he nodded his head affirmatives and said that he was very useful. In his head, he was thinking that he could safely leave him with Jill to guard him, but he was bothered by the fact that the dragon was a little slow. Jill decided to interrupt their training and asked if her father thought they should go back. In one leap, he descended from the huge creature and agreed with her. But before they returned, they had something to discuss. June started to say that what happened here, when suddenly Jill finished for him, that it was all a secret. His eyes widened as she promised him not to tell anyone. The girl was sure that he had his own reasons for hiding it, and she would be understanding because they were family. He nodded to her, then turned to the beast and asked if he planned to go straight ahead. He looked at him and asked if he could change his physical form because he was attracting too much attention. After which he threatened him with his finger and said that if he behaved thoughtlessly outside, he would not like the consequences. He understood everything and said that he would transform right now. The dragon began to glow as if it had become a hologram and began to decrease in size. He continued to shrink until he was level with their knees. And there in front of them stood a cute little orange dragon with incredibly beautiful eyes. Jill immediately started screaming that she had never seen anything cuter in her life and suggested calling him Yoji. Yoji was clearly unhappy because a couple of hours ago he was one of the most terrible opponents, and now he became a pet dragon. June looked at him and asked if there was anything he didn't like. The dragon apologized and said that everything was fine. The hero offered his daughter to pet him, and instantly that he was much softer than he seemed. Yoji obediently lay down on his back and stuck out his belly so Jill could scratch it. The weather inside the rift began to improve. The sky cleared of clouds, and the sun began to shine. Greg and Nate also noted the change in the weather and were glad that nothing happened to the students. The boss thought for a moment. It seemed like he had never seen June during all this time. And suddenly, June appeared out of nowhere and apologized for his absence. Greg clicked his tongue in displeasure and announced that it was time for them to return. But he didn't finish his sentence and looked at his subordinate's companions. He pointed his finger at Jill and asked if he knew this student. June immediately replied that she was his daughter. And while Greg's face was distorted in a surprised grimace, June said that there were circumstances that he could not delve into now and apologized. The boss grabbed him by the shoulders, shook him gently, and said that he understood him perfectly well. Everyone makes mistakes when they are young. Jill walked up to Greg, bowed, and introduced herself. The boss continued to glance back and forth between June and his daughter, and the hero once again stated that he could not provide more details. Nate approached Jill and introduced himself. The 2-year-old was glad to meet him, because her father told her a lot about him. Greg was listening to the exchange of pleasantries when something suddenly caught his attention. It was a small orange creature. He asked where they found such an interesting puppy. While the boss was asking how they had dyed his fur like that and couldn't decide on the breed, June motioned to Yoji to keep quiet. Greg began to stretch his face and said that they should take the animal to the vet. The boss picked him up, and Yoji started barking, to which the man yelled that he was trying to bite him. June said that this animal would now help him, and he discovered in himself the talent of a trainer. His colleagues began to ask him how he had discovered his new abilities, and whether he was now going to become a hunter. The hero answered without hesitation that he did not plan on becoming a hunter, but that this skill would be useful to him when exploring the rifts. The boss exhaled, because he couldn't lose such a valuable employee, and hugged the orange creature. After which he decided that now was not the time to cuddle, let Yoji go, and offered to have a drink after work. Greg approached Jill and invited her to join him, as he could give her some advice on her hunting career. Jill refused the offer until the man announced that he would order meat for everyone. She could no longer resist. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by a woman's voice coming from the side. It was Olivia, who was eager to find out what kind of animal was with them. Yoji looked up at her and made an incredibly cute face. The girl picked up the dragon in her arms and spun him around in the air. Jill asked her not to lift him without a reason. June approached Olivia and told her that this was his pet, and that he had discovered new abilities in himself. She immediately screamed that the trainer class was the rarest class in existence. After which she asked if it was even possible, since the results of the preliminary assessment were not yet available. But most of all, she was interested in whether he was going to become a hunter, to which June said that he had other plans for his life. She began to raise her voice and did not understand why he refused, because a trainer would be welcome in any guild. June said that he was going to use his abilities to explore the rifts. A representative of the academy overheard their conversation and was also perplexed, since the trainers in the guilds were paid even just for their presence. Greg intervened in the persuasion. He separated him from the hunter and finally suggested that they leave, noting that everyone has their own path in life and only he knows what he wants. June noticed that this gesture was clearly meant to keep June from thinking about transferring, so he reiterated that he was not going to go anywhere. Greg beamed, tears welled up in his eyes, and a genuine smile appeared on his face. He hugged June, buried his face in his back, and said that he loved him incredibly. Attempts to break free from the embrace were futile. The girls watched with laughter as they moved strangely across the clearing. Yoji closed his eyes. He didn't like watching what was happening to his owner at that very moment. Nate suggested that they wrap things up and finally go to dinner, since they had all had a hard day today. The next morning in the department was quite hot and full of discontent. Greg and Nate listened silently as Kate and June discussed the fact that the girl had not been invited to dinner with them yesterday. June sighed wearily from the conversation and repeated again that he was terribly sorry. She lay with her head on his desk and kept repeating that it was incredibly cruel of them. Kate didn't understand how they could not call her when they only had to make one call. She hadn't been to work for a very long time, hadn't seen any of them, and had been waiting for a meeting for so long. With each phrase, her voice grew louder. She shouted that she was also part of the team. Besides, she heard that they had barbecue pork dinner yesterday, which seemed like a very important moment to her. BBQ, drinking. She really enjoyed all that too. But instead, she spent the whole day waiting for them in the office and cleaning up. June stopped her because that was not the case. In fact, they were having beef barbecue for dinner. He had just made a fatal mistake. Pork was something important to Kate, and beef was more expensive, which increased the importance of this meeting in her eyes. She froze in her chair and could not utter a word. Greg and Nate surrounded June and tried to make amends by reminding him that it was acorn-fed pork, which was why it tasted like beef. He turned to Greg and said that it was definitely beef, because the chef cried when he saw the bill. Greg tried to wink at him, because right now it was much more important to agree than to be right. Kate lowered her head. She quietly called them liars, because not only did they not invite her, but they also lied about the meat. The boss tried to calm her down and suggested having another dinner with the company today and ordering a barbecue. But Kate was already heading for the exit and announced that she would eat the barbecue herself. Nate grabbed the candy and ran after her, continuing to apologize as he caught up with her. Kate had an incredible love for sweets. She was already chewing on a candy and asking him not to forget that she was also an employee of the Rift department. Nate seemed quite pleased that he had pulled off such a stunt, but still agreed with everything she said. He asked her to take care of them during the inspection next week and noted that she was the most important cog in their machine. But it seemed the test was on the verge of failure. Greg was yelling at someone on the phone that they couldn't just cancel it. He asked to stop constantly repeating that now there is a requirement that only a B-rank hunter can work with a B-rank rift. The entire department has been preparing to take control of this rift for a whole year, but a week before testing it is canceled. While he continued shouting into the phone, the other end had already hung up. He slammed the phone down and called them bastards. After which he asked everyone to return to their work, and he would be back soon, and left the office. June asked if they hadn't specifically asked for help with this project, and Nate explained that this wasn't the first time this had happened. The colleagues sighed with displeasure and said that this was their way of trying to show who was boss. At June's house, it seemed, a conflict was also flaring up. Yoji was unhappy that Jill was the one making all the decisions. She tried to calm him down and said again that they couldn't go for a walk now because she was busy cleaning. Besides, who knows what might happen outside? Yoji asked why she was afraid if she had a dragon. But the girl was most worried about him because she could not stop him alone. The dragon was offended by the fact that she thought he would immediately get into trouble as soon as he left a house. Jill suggested that they all go out for a walk when his father returned home, to which he fell to the floor and began screaming like a little child, stamping his feet. When he got tired of hysteria, he heard that the owner had returned home. After he greeted Jill, he walked over to Yoji, picked him up by the head, and reminded him that his daughter liked cute things, not things that were flashy for every reason. He ordered him to stand against the wall and raise his hands. They sat down at the table, and Jill asked what to do with Yoji. June said that he had bought food for him, but for now, he would stand there punished. June thanked Jill for the wonderful dinner, while the dragon was content with just the smells. He added that each time her food was getting tastier and tastier and offered to wash the dishes. The girl jumped up from her seat and asked everyone to stay in their seats while she washed the dishes herself. It seemed that this was another attack of gratitude towards him, which he was forced to accept. With some hesitation, he agreed to let her do it. He came into her kitchen and asked her to behave as before, because nothing had changed. How could she agree that nothing had changed when she saw the opposite? An image immediately appeared in her head of her father, literally fanning the flames with his bare hands. She didn't know if she could behave like she used to. Then she remembered how she promised to protect her father when she became a hunter, and how she organized training for him so that he could at least do something. My thoughts were literally screaming because she was saying such stupid things. June watched this from the side and did not understand what was happening. In her head, it was as if someone was fighting. Suddenly, someone asked how he could do this to her. At first, June was scared, but then he realized that it was the TV that Yoji had turned on. He was staring at the TV and watching some TV series, calling the main character an idiot. June sat down on the couch and reminded him that he had ordered him to look at the wall and not at the TV. The dragon bowed low, apologized, and promised to behave well. The hero asked him not to act out the theater here and to get up immediately. Jill came into the room and reported that Yoji had not eaten anything since lunch. June said that the bag of food for him was right in front of the door. Jill took the package and began to carefully examine its contents. And she took out a dog bowl from it, which made the dragon furious. June asked what the problem was and clarified whether he really thought he would be eating at the common table. The dragon hesitated, but he also had human rights, that is, dragon rights. June was convinced otherwise, so he took a bag of dog food, filled the bowl full, and offered him what he was given. After which he headed to his room and asked Jill to make sure that Yoji did not go near the refrigerator while he was washing. The dragon looked at the bowl with disappointment. Could anyone have thought that the great and terrible would be content with dog food? But there was nothing to be done. He took one pebble and slowly brought it to his mouth, trying not to sniff. Jill grabbed his bowl and asked him not to eat it. Tears welled up in Yoji's eyes. This girl was going to take away his last hope for dinner. She asked him to be quiet and brought a plate of baked ribs. and she suggested that he eat quickly before his father came out of the shower. Due to the rapid eating, the dragon choked and began to cough. Jill handed him a glass of water. He took a sip and froze, looking at the glass. He stared at her with wide-eyed devotion and said that he would protect her for the rest of his life. June was glad that the day was over, as drops of water slowly trickled down his body. The next day, the office was once again filled with excitement. But this time, the occasion was joyful. Everyone surrounded Nate, who announced that he had found a B-rank hunter who would sign a contract with them. He went to school with this guy. He was always quite strong and goal-oriented. And after Nate shared with him the troubles at work, he said that he had already earned enough money working as a hunter and would help out his old friend. His colleagues congratulated him and noted that now their boss would finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that very moment, a joyful Greg burst into the office, shouting that he loved Nate. He hugged him and looked at him, missing everything he said to him because it didn't matter now. Nate said that today they would meet at some expensive establishment, and if the boss wanted. But before he could finish speaking, June appeared in front of him and said that he would go with him. He clarified that it would be better if he went with the curator, and the chief stayed here. Greg was upset but agreed with his words. And now the colleagues were already going up in the elevator higher and higher. June could not believe that they were going to the bar so early. Nate suggested thinking positively, because you never know when ordinary people like them will be able to come to such an expensive place like this. Besides, they won't get anything supernatural. His friend will just buy them a drink out of the kindness of his heart. June thought it was unlikely that this was happening out of the kindness of his heart. It all seemed somehow strange. The elevator stopped, and they were met by a beautiful female administrator. Nate asked if Adam had arrived yet. They had an appointment. The girl smiled and said that he was already waiting and invited them to follow her. They walked down a long corridor, as if they were in a hotel, and strange sounds came from behind closed doors. The administrator opened one of the doors and wished them a pleasant evening. Nate entered the room first and was glad to see his old friend. Opposite them sat 3 huge men with a pile of drinks on the table. The man who looked the worst said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it seemed that he was Nate's friend. Nate hesitated. Everything around didn't look like a business meeting. It looked more like a brothel, where a couple of girls were about to arrive. June silently studied the situation, but it was immediately clear to him that nothing good could be expected from this meeting. The colleague apologized for being late and joked that he should have taken a taxi after all. After which, he introduced June and said that they had been working together for over a year. Adam patted the seat next to him, inviting them to sit next to it. He ordered his guys to move quickly because the government officials wanted to get to him. Nate thanked him, and June went to his phone and quickly typed something. Adam poured a shot of bright orange liquid and offered to drink. He turned his attention to June and repeated that he should also drink. June agreed. A conversation began, filled with memories. Adam tried to remember how much time had passed since school. While June was knocking back his shot, Nate was telling him he had a great job and great coworkers. Besides, he was glad that Adam was a B-rank hunter and could afford to go to such expensive establishments. Adam noted that it wasn't that expensive, but he understood him, since he lived from paycheck to paycheck. After which he added sarcastically that he had nothing to talk about with someone who came by metro instead of a taxi just to save money. He finally decided to introduce his comrades, noting that they were all B-rank hunters. The men asked to forget about the performances because this was probably their last meeting. Holding back his laughter, Adam asked to be less rude to people who deal with government affairs. June studied them carefully. The situation was getting tense, and he was going to match that tension. One of the men looked back at him with displeasure, continuing to sip his beer. Nate decided to get down to business and asked Adam about the contract with the mayor's office. Besides, their boss was looking forward to the meeting. Maybe it would be possible to introduce them after all. The hunters could no longer contain their laughter. They covered their faces with their hands to somehow hide it. June realized that this was not a working meeting. They had invited them as jesters to have fun. But suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Adam offered to sign a contract and return to work the next day. He continued to puff on his cigarette and said that he would have only one condition. Adam dropped his cigarette into the glass and offered Nate to drink it. Then he would agree. His friends burst out laughing, parodying him and asking him to be more polite with government officials. And one of them reminded him that this was his friend from high school, so he should take it easy. Otherwise, he would burst into tears of grief. June watched as Nate shook with anger and indignation. He pulled back his coat. Someone had been in contact with him the whole time, and he informed him that he could come in. Adam raised his glass and asked why Nate was hesitating, since the papers would be signed as soon as he emptied it. June stood up and suggested to his colleague that they leave this disgusting place, after which he reminded that, in fact, they had another meeting planned. The hero looked around at everyone present once again and said that there was no point in them squabbling over trifles with these scum. Adam grimaced and asked to repeat what he had just said again, since he was so brave. June ignored him and informed Nate that Emily from the Icarus Guild had agreed to sign a contract with him. Looking at his colleague's shocked face, he continued that the girl was already on her way and said that she was in the area. Adam burst out laughing. Did they really think that an S-rank hunter would sign a contract with them? June merely confirmed this, to which the hunters shouted that he was lying. Nate's forehead broke out in a cold sweat from what June was saying. Suddenly, the door to their room swung open. Emily stood at the door, smiling and informing them that she couldn't wait for them any longer. After which, she added that she found it strange that they postponed the meeting because of these guys. The hunters no longer laughed. Moreover, they could no longer say anything, because in front of them really stood that same Emily. June encouraged his colleague and asked how he had managed to persuade Emily to work with them in the first place. Emily said that there was a really nice cafe nearby and suggested that we move there. She glanced again at the disgusting men sitting at the table. She clearly didn't want to stay there. Nate flew out of the room at the speed of light and started apologizing to her. June asked to get him an Americano, and he would join them a little later. Nate didn't want to leave without his colleague, but Emily stubbornly continued to lead him out. The door finally slammed shut, and June sighed heavily. Without turning around, he offered Adam a drink from the glass with the cigarette butt that was standing on the table. A moment later, it was clear that it would have been better if he hadn't turned around, because when he did, his eyes were already bloodshot. Not far from this expensive but disgusting establishment, there was a really nice cafe. Nate and Emily ordered and sat tensely at the table. The guy was shaking violently. He held his legs with his hands to calm them, but nothing worked. This was the same hunter whose business card June had torn up. She probably came for revenge. The girl continued to look at him attentively. He was very scared, although his pride had just been seriously hurt. She didn't understand what was best to do: console him, pretend not to notice anything, or just remain silent. Suddenly, the device rang, signaling that their order was ready. Nate stood up abruptly and announced that he would take their order, but Emily was already racing to the counter. The girl behind the counter handed her the 3 Americanos they had ordered. The guy looked after her. It was as if she was flying and he liked it. She brought coffee and finally started the conversation. Emily asked not to worry about June. He would definitely be fine. Nate replied that those guys were B-rank hunters, and if something happened to him, he would not be able to forgive himself. Emily just laughed, because she sympathizes more with the guys who stayed with his colleague. He looked at her in surprise and reminded her that June was not a hunter. The girl took a sip of coffee and asked to just wait a little. Her instincts never deceived her. At this point, June stood his ground and offered Adam to drink this most delicious drink, after which he said that he would let him live if he did this. Adam stood up and moved closer to his face, wondering what would happen to him if he didn't drink. The man gritted his teeth and asked again what this puppy could do to him. June didn't intend to continue the conversation and waved his hand. The blow sent Adam flying into the wall, and his entire body was instantly paralyzed. He started screaming that he couldn't even move his fingers. June came closer to him, put his arm around his neck and whispered in his ear that he needed to drink his own cocktail. But realizing that Adam wasn't going to do that, he used his mana, and his hand sparked with red lightning. As soon as the lightning reached Adam's neck, he began to scream in pain. The fair-haired hunter watched this and did not understand why his friend did not resist at all. He decided to throw his fists at June to distract his attention. June didn't leave this unnoticed and literally felt someone flying towards him from behind. He put out one hand. The hunter crashed into it and flew into the wall. The third hunter chose the observation tactic, since he clearly did not want to get hurt. June looked at him with empty eyes and said that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Adam no longer resisted, and June informed him that he had been a bad boy today. He brought his hand to his stomach, where the hunter's mana energy center was located, and released another discharge. Adam looked like a toy with its eyes bulging out. It seemed as if all his organs had burst at that moment. He went limp and rolled down the wall. At that moment, the mana left his body and would never be able to return. June looked at him one last time and informed him that he would now have to look for a new job, since he would no longer be a hunter. From today on, he promised to keep an eye on what the three of them did and said. And if he finds out that they caused such an annoying situation, he will find them, tear out their tongues, and force them to eat them. The door slammed shut, and it seemed that this evening was over for them, just as their careers were over. June walked confidently down the corridor without turning around. All he needed now was a glass of Americano. The awkward conversation continued in the cafe. Nate clarified that it was not true that Emily was planning to sign a contract with them. She became embarrassed and said that she couldn't do it, but June just asked her for help and said that he had contacted some strange people. The guy stood up from his chair, bowed to her, and began to apologize because it was all his fault. Emily asked him to sit down because she had her own goals and she was helping for her own reasons. He looked at him in bewilderment, wondering what her goals were with regard to June. When suddenly the hero approached their table and apologized for being late, Emily invited him to sit next to her. Nate looked at him and asked if he was okay and if anything had happened while they were gone. He reassured him and informed him that he had only been offered a few drinks and they had had a nice chat. Emily interrupted their conversation and asked if she was now in June's good graces. He confirmed her suspicions and thanked her, to which Emily jumped up and down and was happy. All Nate could think was that everything had worked out for the best, because if he had come alone, he would have found himself in a terrible situation. June asked if the two of them had time to have dinner, as he had a little problem at home. The thing is, Jill has prepared a lot of food, practicing cooking, and everything they don't eat will simply spoil. Emily and Nate happily agreed to a home-cooked dinner. June went away to call Jill because she had no idea anything, and they didn't have any abundance of food. Nate was still reeling from the recent situation and apologized to Emily again for the inconvenience. She understood why he kept apologizing, but everything really was fine. The hero went outside, dialed the number, and a second later heard his daughter's voice. He asked her if she was upset or depressed. Could food lift her mood? She put the book down and said that it would help if the food was really tasty. From the other end of the phone, I could hear that she was a very good cook, and the girl began to smile. Jill asked him what had happened to him since he was asking such questions, and he said that it had not happened to him, but to his colleague Nate. She jumped up in bed and started screaming about what Nate liked to eat and what she should cook. June didn't know his favorite dishes, so he suggested that she simply cook his signature dish. After which, he remembered that Emily would also be coming to dinner with them. Jill's eyes began to quickly widen. She rushed to the kitchen and asked to give her exactly 2 hours, and she would do everything possible. 2 hours passed rather quickly, and in about that time they were able to reach June's house. The doorbell rang and Jill shouted that she was on her way and would open the door for them. She opened the door and was glad to see everyone who stood on the threshold, just as they were glad to see her. At the sound of the door opening, Yoji ran out into the corridor, hurrying to greet the owner. Emily froze, looking at the creature, and asked June what it was. June said that this was his new pet, that is, his partner. But Yoji didn't seem happy with the guests. Nate began to tell them that they had recently been on a student excursion to the Rift and that his colleague had discovered his abilities as a trainer. Emily gasped. It was impossible, because the awakening of an ability is associated with the presence of talent and a certain lifestyle. Training skills can be developed when a person raises pets or works as an animal caretaker. Emily knew there was something wrong with him, but she had no idea he was so unique. Suddenly, another small detail related to their pet caught her attention. There seemed to be a mark in the shape of a 1 on his forehead, and she remembered that 3 years ago, a dragon appeared that had a mark of 10 on its forehead. It took 3 S-rank hunters a lot of effort to kill him. It was probably just a coincidence. She was sure that this cute creature was not a dragon. At that moment, Nate was talking on the phone by the window, telling the boss that he couldn't forgive himself for today. Greg told them not to worry about such bastards, to have a good rest on the weekend, and wished him good night. He hung up the phone and turned around to see June, who invited him to the table. When a colleague entered the canteen, he was simply horrified by what he saw. There were about 10 different dishes on the table. He asked him if he always ate like this. Yes, there was always a lot of different and tasty food in their house, because Jill was a smart girl. Nate sat down and thanked everyone for the day. It was a really tough day, but thanks to everyone at the table, everything ended well. June accepted his gratitude and thanked him in return, because if it weren't for Nate, his career as a civil servant would have ended long ago, and they wouldn't be sitting here now. Emily also noted that Nate has a great junior employee, praising two guys in the same sentence. And finally, Nate beamed. The evening ended in the best possible way, and he thanked everyone once again. June suggested that they finally start eating before it gets cold, since Jill had been trying so hard. Dinner flew by with endless conversations and laughter, but the time came to say goodbye. The guests once again thanked Jill for the delicious food and went home. June sat down at the computer and began reading the feed, when suddenly he came across an ad looking for an attacker-class hunter to help investigate a B-rank rift. The ad also stated that this would be a great opportunity to work in a team with strong hunters. Currently, the team has 2 healers and a tank. And at the end of the announcement, it was stated that they would welcome newcomers. But did that mean that they were accepting C-rank hunt? He read it again carefully. The ad talked about merfolk, monsters that hunters usually avoided. He decided not to think too much and just called to clear up all his questions. June apologized for calling late, but he had just seen the ad and wanted to check if they were hiring C-rank hunters. A male voice informed him that all newcomers were accepted, as their tank was rank A, so it would be easy to handle. After which he clarified that there were also 2 healers in the group. Everything would be completely safe, and he had nothing to worry about. June thought about it. It was strange that A and B rank hunters would accept a C rank attacker. But there was nothing else to do. He needed to help raise Kate's rank to B, so he said he agreed and asked about the meeting place. The man told him about the meeting place, said that it was not far from the fault, and they would wait for him there at 10 in the morning. June tapped his finger nervously on the table. It was all too easy. No interview or meeting like usually happens when a band is looking for a new member. Hunting in the rifts was very dangerous, so it is very important to know well how strong your partners are. It is necessary to give a correct assessment during the interview, so why didn't they ask him anything? The hero continued to think about this again and again, while all the inhabitants of the house snored peacefully in their places. He flipped through the ad again. It was 3 hunters from Solomon's Guild. It seemed that the ad's reread count had already exceeded 100, but he still couldn't figure out what the catch was. He picked up the phone and dialed Kate. The girl answered literally within a couple of seconds. June apologized for calling so late on a Friday and asked if she had a few minutes to talk. Kate assured him that everything was fine. She was just going through her things, so she could talk. He asked if she was free tomorrow at 9:30 to meet him. She beamed with happiness and shouted into the phone that she could do it, and that even in the event of a disaster, she would be in the right place at that time. June thanked her, apologized again for the late call, and said that he would wait for her tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, he thought he wouldn't be able to get rid of his thoughts all night. I threw on my jacket, glasses, mask, and bag, and decided to check this fault in advance, just in case. Kate couldn't control herself at that moment and was glad that they finally had a date tomorrow. It took June about half an hour to get to the place. He jumped over the fence. He needed to get in and out quickly before he was noticed. Finally, the location of the new fault was found. The hero didn't think for a minute before going inside because he knew that he was definitely not in danger. He found himself in a rocky cave, the tunnel of which went far ahead. June opened the app and registered rift number 6001. When he suddenly stopped, something caught his attention. There was a wide trail of red-pink slime on the floor, similar to what snails release. He took a small amount on his fingers. It was poisonous but not dangerous until it got into an open wound. The hero thought, it seemed that there were no merfolk with poisonous slime in the world. There was a sound from behind. Someone was confidently moving towards him. It was that same merfolk, a purple alien creature with one eye and a mermaid tail. He looked down at the screen and realized that he wasn't on the list of rift monsters. I looked at his tail. It was the one that secreted this strange mucus. The monster became tense with this strange anticipation, and he let out a terrible roar. June's eyes showed that if he moved now, he would be dead. The monster stepped back in fear and raised his hands, as if surrendering. The hero confidently moved towards him, feeling no fear at all. He grabbed the merfolk by the head and began to study him carefully. He twisted and turned it as if he had brought a dog to the vet for a checkup. June ordered the creature to open its mouth to examine its mouth. There was some kind of poison on his little fangs, but it was different from the mucus. The most important thing was to remove the mucus from the skin. but it would be difficult for a hunter below B rank to do this. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and began looking for the organ that secretes the poisonous mucus. The hero took his paw in his hands and finally found what he was looking for. The fight will be much easier if you cut off the merfolk's legs first. The job was done well. He thanked his patient and kicked him away. And he added to him that if he wanted to survive, he should stay in the farthest corner of the cave and not leave it. Now, all that remained was to reach the place where the map data ended. Suddenly, the computer reported that he had become the merfolk's target, and if the hero was spotted within a radius of 50 meters, his stats would be reduced by 30%. He continued to explore the cave. 99% of the map was already ready. The last percent remained to be found. June had already walked around everything, which meant this place was the only remaining area. Right in front of him was a huge metal door. The program said that if you open the door, you can see a huge monster. But this did not frighten him, so he went inside. The air trembled, because right in front of them was the boss monster of this rift. A 15-meter shark that swam around the arena, even though it was not filled with water. Her mouth was filled with huge, shiny teeth. This was a special sacrifice quest. The boss, Shoctus, will start his attack as soon as anyone crosses the red line. To complete the quest, it was necessary to hold out for 5 minutes or make a certain number of sacrifices. If the sacrifice target is met, Shoctus will be sealed for 1 hour. And as a reward, the hero will get the opportunity to open a treasure chest. The body count was 9 to 10. June doubted there was a hunter who could hold out, which meant 9 people had already died here. This was the reason why the hunters were not interested in rank, skills, or his name. They just needed a victim. He thought that such terrible people could be found everywhere and took a step beyond the red line. At that very second, Shoctus opened his mouth and swam towards June at high speed. But as soon as he swam up to him, he felt the terrible power that June possessed and became frightened. In a panic, the shark tried to swim beyond the red line itself, just to avoid being here with this man. The hero sat down on the chest and began to wait for the quest timer to end. He was amused by his boss's behavior, so he took out his tablet and took a photo, which he added to the rift data. He carefully studied this room and entered data into himself in order to have complete information. And then the computer reported that the special quest was completed. The lid of the chest clicked and opened. The Sharkus will be sealed for 1 hour, and the red line will disappear forever. June reached into the chest and pulled out Shoctus's A-rank bone sword. He picked it up. The specs were great. He was sure Kate would like it. He continued to swing his sword like a little child and went home. Arriving home, June quietly opened the front door so as not to wake anyone. He glanced at Yoji, snoring near the bowl, who was actually taken as a protector. He gave him a gentle kick and told him to go sleep in the corner and not lie on the road. Yoji muttered sleepily that Jill had covered the meat with dog food and that if he got caught, he would have a terrible headache. June knew his daughter was feeding him, but he was happy that the two had become friends. Entering the room, he glanced at it again. Perhaps he should get rid of it after all, since for now it remained useless. June walked into his room, and Yoji jumped up. For some reason, the room suddenly became terribly cold. He climbed onto Jill's bed and began asking her why she had turned off the underfloor heating when it was still winter outside, after which he muttered that this was animal cruelty and collapsed into sleep next to her. The next morning, Kate arrived at the place an hour early because she was afraid of being late. She put on a white blouse and a beautiful soft pink suit, did her hair and makeup. She walked up to the window of some cafe and looked at herself again. She was ready for today's date. She waved to the child who was sitting outside the window. She was happy and enjoyed everything that was happening around her. Suddenly, June appeared on the horizon and noted that the girl had arrived early. She smiled at him and hoped that he had not witnessed her admiring herself. He came closer and said that he was about to finish sorting out the data about the rift. Kate was taken aback. Right now, she wanted to believe that this was not a work meeting. He handed her the sword and informed her that she would clearly be more comfortable with this than with what she had now. The girl's eyes widened. It was an A-rank sword. But where did he get it from? June replied that it was a secret, but in any case, it would help her become stronger. After which he offered to find a place where they could sit down, and he would let her in on the details of the rift into which they would soon find themselves. She looked at her with disappointment. It seemed as if right now the colors were leaving the world, and everything was turning gray. Kate hung her head and said that she thought so, that they weren't here for fun. Only now did June notice that she was wearing some very expensive earrings, which he had never seen her wearing before. An incredibly beautiful necklace that highlighted her thin neck. Clothes that were not suitable for combat, and a lunch basket that no one would take into the rift. He felt like a complete idiot, because yesterday, he hadn't told her that they were going into the rift. The girl addressed him by name. He tensed up and expected only a bad outcome. She said that it was all his fault. It seemed as if she was hanging over him and became several times larger. Kate continued that as a hired hunter, she should have been informed about the overtime in advance. But they didn't tell her anything, which meant it was an obvious blunder on his part. She started screams that he had to take responsibility for his actions. June began to apologize and assured her that he would make sure she got paid for the overtime. Kate gripped the basket handle tightly and announced that she didn't need any money. She added that everything could be fixed by having dinner together, for which he would pay. After which she added menacingly that dinner should be only for two, and he should not invite anyone else. He agreed. The girl clarified that he had made a promise and was obliged to fulfill it and offered to follow her. They settled down nearby in the park to have a snack. June enjoyed eating the sandwiches she made and commented that they were incredibly delicious. The girl was happy to hear this, but reminded them that they probably shouldn't be late. The hero reported that he had already contacted those hunters and said that he would wait for them at the rift. She began to talk about how in the rift they would encounter a merfolk that secreted toxic mucus. Merfolk can neutralize hunters with paralytic venom from their fangs, he continued, when he suddenly asked if she was even listening. Of course, she listened to him, but it was still nice to watch him eat her food. He continued and said that hunters paralyzed by the mermaid's venom would be unable to move for a long time. Kate nodded, took another sandwich from their baskets, and handed it to him, but he was already full. The girl recalled that she put a lot of effort into preparing them, not knowing that she would have to work on the weekend. She took a sandwich out of the basket, handed it to him, and told him that she would leave only when he ate everything. After breakfast, they had to call a taxi and go to Kate's house, because she didn't have a suit with her. They were 20 minutes late, but June knew the hunters would wait for them anyway. The hero handed the hunter his business card and said that it was he who called yesterday. Without looking at the business card, he looked at them and asked why they came together. The team was counting on only one person, and one of them was clearly not a hunter. June said that Kate was a hunter, and he was her manager, so he came with her. The department they work in was formed 5 years ago, and they currently deal with C-rank faults and below. The guy reminded them that right now they were about to enter a rift of a higher rank. June reassured him and told him that there was nothing to worry about, as Kate was a B-rank hunter. Besides, he will go with them. This phrase surprised the hunters quite a lot. The guy knew that civilians couldn't enter the rift, but June explained that managers and employees had that option. The guy with the short haircut asked to give them time to think, while his partner was ready to go together. He pulled him along and invited everyone to finally enter the rift. After which he whispered to not complicate things and to kill them both in the rift. Having entered the rift, everyone began to look around and study the area in which they found themselves. The bracelet around Kate's wrist began to glow, and a message came through that the oath blessing had been activated, since the master was within a radius of 500 meters. Kate turned to him and smiled. Even though this rift was not under their control, he still held a working tablet in his hands. June asked if everything was okay, and the girl replied that everything was just fine. He came closer to her and acted strangely, as if he was uncomfortable. The thing was, it seemed to him that the girl was not listening to him attentively when he was talking about the merfolk. Kate calmed him down. She had heard everything, about the paralytic poison in the fangs, and that their paws needed to be cut off first. The girl asked him not to worry, because she was sure that she could handle it. The hunters stopped. They had been wandering along the rift for a long time, but had not encountered a single enemy. At that moment, June announced that 5 mermaids were waiting for them 10 meters ahead. One of the hunters looked at him strangely. How could he know that there were enemies ahead? But confirmation was not long in coming, and the hissing of merfolk was heard from behind. There were exactly 5 mermaids, just as June had said, and they were moving quickly towards them. While the boys stood there in surprise, Kate flew past them, not intending to linger. She chopped off the morphologist's limbs one by one to protect herself and her partners from the deadly poison. One of the hunters looked at how this girl was eager to fight. At this rate, she might not live to see the boss. So they too started a fight to protect their hope for the treasure. June watched from above as the hunters fought and their abilities were revealed. Judging by the way they handled their weapons, none of them were healers, and reported that there were 7 more mermaids 15 meters away. Kate immediately rushed forward. The hunters asked her to stop, because pursuing 7 was very dangerous. But the girl didn't find this task difficult, so she confidently jumped into the very center of the battle. She chopped off their paws again and again and dealt them fatal blows. Literally 5 minutes later, she stood surrounded by defeated enemies. June praised her for her quick work and asked her to rest, since there were no more enemies nearby. The hunter looked at them in bewilderment and tried to understand who they were, after which he gritted his teeth and realized that such abilities would definitely interfere with their plans. It had already been 2 hours since they had been in the rift, and Kate was eager to fight again and again. With quick, sharp movements, she first chopped off the merfolk's limbs to disable them, and then destroyed them. It seemed as if she were faster than the wind. The mermaids could do nothing against, and so the red-haired tornado left behind another 10 corpses. Kate lowered the blade, which was dripping with merfolk blood, and wiped her forehead from fatigue. The boys from Solomon's Guild watched her, mesmerized. Her swordsmanship was simply incredible. It's hard to believe that she was only a C rank. No one on their team could attack as accurately and precisely, despite each one being B ranked. For such abilities, she herself must be B rank, and A rank is most likely on the way. Kate approached June and shared her feelings. It seemed like she became a little stronger. The boys admired her. They couldn't understand how she could deal with the merfolk so easily. For the girl, this seemed like nonsense, because it was easy to defeat an enemy if you knew his weak points. June told her that if you cut off their paws, they will become very vulnerable. They had no idea about this, but how that damn manager found out about it was an even bigger mystery. June called Kate and suggested they move on. And again, the sounds of battle. They came across another pack of merfolk. While the guys dealt with one mermaid, Kate took on all the others. But the number of mermaids was definitely less than usual, as if only the strongest were hanging around nearby. For the team, this only meant that it would be easier for them to reach their goal. One of the guys approached Kate and asked if she needed any treatment. The girl said that everything was fine. But she suggested keeping an eye on June, because he was quite demanding. They went together to see the manager to see if he was hurt, but he was fine too. Another of the hunters speculated that a series of unforeseen factors had complicated matters. Now they need to come up with a plan for the 3 of them to get rid of this huntress. But they will most likely get hurt too if they try to get rid of her. June looked suspiciously at the guy who was at that moment thinking of ways to kill them. He decided to interrupt his thought process and again suggested moving on. After turning several turns, they emerged from the narrow cave and found themselves at a fork in the road. June studied the map and said that they should go left. Kate immediately went after him, but one of the hunters objected, as he knew the local geography better. The guy confidently said that they should go right. Kate looked at him in surprise, because if June said to go left, then it would be better to go left. It was difficult for the hunter to find words against such iron logic, but he still decided to try. He reminded her that she and the manager were here for the first time, but the guys had been here many times, so they should know better where to go. Kate thought for a moment, then replied that then they could go right, and she and June would go left. There was nothing else to do. They agreed and offered to go first. One of the guys quietly stated that he wanted to hit them last, so that his blow would be the fatal one. 10 minutes later, they continued to wonder who the 2 were. After all, right in front of them was the door to the boss, which had previously taken them more than 2 hours to get to. Kate giggled contentedly from behind him, and the guy just clicked his tongue in displeasure. The last thing you need to do in this rift is fight the boss. The girl immediately told June that it was dangerous to go inside, but he agreed to simply watch from the side. Kate nodded with satisfaction and asked him to be careful and stay away from the boss. Suddenly, a shudder ran through her body. One of the hunters inflicted a disease on her that reduces the enemy's statistics by 30%. Even though this girl was close to A rank, in this state, she wouldn't be able to handle 3 opponents. However, the spell was immediately nullified by the Oath's blessing. The hunters' mouths opened wide as this spell was cancelled. Is there any way to deal with it? And finally, Kate understood everything. She guessed that something was wrong, but she didn't think that these guys were hunter-killers. There was no time to waste, because she had already drawn her blade, and right now they were preparing to kill her. Suddenly, a cry came from behind, asking everyone not to move. Kate slowly turned around. The blonde-haired boy held a blade to June's throat and told her to stand still if she didn't want June to lose his head. Everything inside Kate collapsed. She couldn't protect him. She let him go. June looked at the dagger and coldly asked what he was going to do with it. The guy grinned, said he would find a use for him, and moved towards the huge gates, continuing to hold him back. The door slammed shut, and Kate fell to the floor. Everything inside her was torn apart. Why hadn't she noticed this before? Why hadn't she protected him again? These questions tormented her again and again. The boys surrounded June and moved forward in the boss room. They knew Sharkus wouldn't attack until they crossed the red line. But he suddenly roared and quickly rushed towards them. Approaching them, he saw June, turned around and began to quickly swim away. The hunters were puzzled as to why this creature was behaving so strangely. Suddenly they noticed a new oddity. The red line had disappeared. It was as if someone had been playing a joke on them all day, but it was definitely not a joke. They opened a status window which stated that the quest had been completed. And the chest was open, but there was no treasure inside. June forced a sly smile. He was sure they were surprised, considering their efforts and the 9 sacrifices they had made here. The hunter turned to him in panic, not understanding how he knew. The hero said that they could observe what was in the chest all day long. Kate had been destroying merfolk with a blade all day long. He said that he came to check out the place right after they called each other yesterday. But this was a huge rift, and you couldn't just walk around here like you would in your backyard. June sighed heavily. He sympathized with them, because when these 3 took him hostage, they signed a death warrant. The hunter grabbed him by the jacket and started screaming at him to stop talking nonsense. The hero reminded them that they didn't have time for such behavior. All that had disappeared from the room was the red line and the award, but Sharkus was still there. The shark was already very close. June nodded to it, and it moved towards the blonde. The jaws snapped shut, and blood gushed out. One of them would definitely not return. It was simply impossible why this boss listened to and carried out June's orders. The hero confidently walked towards the exit and asked to take care of the rest of the trash, and then he would leave him alive. Sharkus was happy that he had 3 victims today and did not hesitate to fulfill the contract. He was pleased that he had punished those who killed hunters for a reward. Kate sat near the closed doors and cried, blaming herself for everything that happened. The girl hit the ground with force, the aura of the oath on her hand glowing red. She should have protected him. She should never have agreed to go into the Great Rift with him. Her eyes filled with rage. Everything inside the cave vibrated. She was ready to kill them all. At this moment, June had already left the room with the boss and called her by name. The girl did not respond. He came closer and shook her shoulder. She looked unwell. Kate couldn't believe her eyes. She threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. June stroked her back and repeated 1,000 times that he was okay and that she needed to calm down. She was finally able to get back on her feet, and the hero finally suggested returning home. The guy continued to calm her down and noted that they had worked well today, so he would buy her something tasty. The girl walked forward, and June thought about the energy he felt a couple of minutes ago. The energy was like a flame that grew stronger with each passing second. He had never felt anything like this before. Moreover, he felt this energy inside himself. Maybe it was some kind of hidden skill. They left the rift, stopped at a local store for some treats, and headed home. Jill was doing her chores as usual when suddenly a strange sound caught her attention. She turned around to see Yoji zipping around the room on a robot vacuum cleaner she had never seen in their home. The girl asked where he got it, to which the dragon asked to consider it his destined soulmate. She sighed. The owner must have been looking all over for it and was going crazy, and offered to return it. Yoji claimed that this thing had already decided to stay with him, and he would not allow their strong union to be destroyed. He put his paws forward and began chasing her around the room. Jill laughed and agreed to leave the vacuum cleaner, after which she noted that he smelled strange and suggested going to the bathroom. The dragon grumbled every minute while Jill washed him, and she suggested that he finish on his own. She walked into the room and met June. He noted that she looked very busy. The girl explained that it was nothing special. She was just bathing Yoji. June was unhappy with the fact that a dragon at that age couldn't even wash itself. He suggested simply leaving this useless creature behind. Yoji heard everything and even shed a tear from grief. Jill remembered that she had an important question for her father, and she asked him to talk. The Hunters' Festival was supposed to take place tomorrow, and she wanted to go there together. June had never heard of this festival and looked at her questioningly. The festival was held every year and featured equipment sales and exchange booths, concerts, and sparring matches, as well as renowned hunters offering consultations. He thought, on the one hand, he didn't want to cross paths with the hunters once again. On the other hand, his daughter would be happy if they went there together. Jill saw his doubts and began to say that it was not necessary, because he worked so hard and she understood everything. June recalled phrases from a book on how to become a good father and said that he would be happy to go with her. The girl literally jumped for joy and thanked him. At that moment, a completely wet Yoji ran into the room. He also wanted to go because he had been collecting coins for a long time to participate in the festival. June was furious because with one action, the creature had destroyed the cleaning that Jill had done. The next day, they went to the convention center, where the hunting festival was taking place. The event was truly huge, and an incredible number of people came to the center. Yoji, who was sitting on Jill's neck, was whining that he could walk on his own. But the girl refused to let him go, because in such a crowd, he could easily be trampled. Besides, she knew that he wanted to run away quickly and buy some food. All this time, he's just waiting for the right moment, because that's how he got the robot vacuum cleaner. It was indeed true. He had a bag of coins hanging on his back. He had worked so hard for this day. The girl laughed and asked him to keep his money, and if he behaved well, then she would buy him something. June suggested that he carry Yoji. He was probably heavy. Jill refused because it wasn't hard for her. And besides, Yoji wasn't in a hurry to be carried into the master's arms. They sat down at a nearby cafe and ordered baked goblin ribs. June wasn't thrilled with the idea. Yoji was drooling over them. This was the first time he would try them cook. Jill deftly speared one piece with her fork and offered it to the dragon to try first. It was incredibly delicious. He couldn't even imagine that if you first roast a goblin and only then eat it, you could discover such a combination of flavors. The girl suggested that June try it too, and he was already pulling out a rib for. Suddenly, a vicious little dog barked next to them. It looked angrier than all the bosses June had ever met. They watched the animal silently as it tried to scare them. Yoji clenched his fist and yelled at the dog to get away from them. And after he called her a troll spawn, she began to shake with fear. A second later, she was already flying towards the exit. Jill suggested getting Yoji a collar, as there were a lot of signs around that said all pets had to be on a leash. The dragon immediately jumped onto the table and declared that he was not a pet, but a security expert, monitoring the safety and health of the master and his daughter. June ordered him to get off the table immediately, then asked what the defender had been doing besides cleaning out the refrigerator. Jill washes him, plays with him, puts him to bed every day, so who else protects whom? He suggested that he close his mouth with food and hurry up because he needed to do other things. They had lunch and went to the nearest store, where they bought Yoji a collar. The dragon muttered that he would think of it as a very precious family necklace. The company was walking around the fair, and suddenly their attention was drawn to hunters who were shooting at a shooting range. The hunter took aim with the mana pistol and fired at the target, but the mana suddenly flew upward. The owner noticed the new customers, approached Jill, and asked if they would like to try it. The girl tensed up. She really wanted to try, but she didn't have the money for it. Yoji was already pulling out his bag. The entertainment cost 100,000 won, and to take the main prize, you had to knock out 10 targets. It was too expensive to take the risk, but the owner tried to stop them because the main prize was an elf ring worth 8 million won. The man was distracted by the shooter. The guy knocked out 3 targets, and for this, he will receive a buffalo potion. The guy was breathing heavily. He didn't understand whether these targets were falling at all. The shop owner smiled, but his mind was thinking about a brilliant plan. Specially designed targets, especially the last one, made from the bones of an S-rank monster. Throughout the entire time of the shop, the record was 5 goals out of 10. He was sure that even the Emperor of the Sword himself would not be able to put them all down. June brought him back to reality, said he would try, and handed over the payment. Yoji looked at the gentleman with displeasure, because he was always so greedy when it came to his food, but squandered money on entertainment. Jill tried to stop him, but June had already fired 3 bullets in a row. From the outside, it looked like he didn't even hit the target area. The shop owner reported that no targets were hit, so he could only give a stuffed toy as a consolation. He went behind the counter and began looking for the box where the prizes were kept. Suddenly, he saw that targets 8, 9, and 10, which were the most difficult ones, were broken. June smiled and said that his daughter didn't need a stuffed toy. He looked at the targets again. Only small pieces remained of them, but this was simply impossible. Suddenly, he was overcome by even greater panic. What kind of prize should he give for this? The man only paid off part of the loan taken out to buy the elder elf's ring, so it seemed that was the end. June heard him and offered to give them a low-ranking ability ring since he hadn't completed all the goals. It was the moment of his salvation. Tears came to his eyes, and he joyfully held out the ring. Jill pulled it onto her finger and couldn't believe she could actually take it. The hero immediately noted that there was no need to thank him in any special way and that he could simply say thank you. Jill agreed and thanked her father. Satisfied, they continued their journey through the fair. The hunter who shot before June was indignant because he did not receive any ring, to which the shop owner said that he was closing. He was afraid that June might come back and bankrupt him, so he handed over the stuffed animal and asked her to leave it. June and Jill, with Yoji on their heads, moved towards the main stage, and the girl couldn't stop looking at her new ring. A man spoke from the stage, saying that the first cracks began to appear 10 years ago. It was something like a historical reference, telling about the appearance of the faults and the hunters. Jill suggested stopping and listening, as her father's memory might return. June froze in amazement, and Jill asked if at least part of her had returned to him. He grabbed his head and said that some memories were returning, but lately he was focused only on work. Besides, he was very grateful to the girl for all the housework she did. He certainly couldn't have done it himself. Yoji turned to him and said that he always thought Jill worked for him, not just helped him. The hero stared at him, and rage boiled inside him. A few seconds later, the dragon had a bump on his head, which he had received for his words. The presenter continued the story about the first rift and asked where it appeared. And a second later, a man from the crowd shouted out the answer. He was invited to come up on stage and receive his prize. It seems he was very lucky. Yoji was getting bored and started begging Jill to go look at the food. The presenter started talking about a rift that appeared 3 years ago. It seems this story was about the dragon Masalis. He was showing the claw of the dragon that had killed 857 people and wounded about 2,000 more. Jill looked at Yoji from under her brows and asked him never to do that. He proudly raised his head and said that only lower-ranking dragons did that. They went out into the street and ran around like wild animals. But he was not like that. Yoji missed his lair. He looked at June and asked to be sent home to a lonely existence. June smiled and asked if he could never eat Jill's braised spare ribs again. The dragon called him a cunning old man and hugged Jill tightly. He sincerely enjoyed living and protecting this girl. June smiled at the dragon's last remark and saw that something was happening near the stage and suggested going there. Not far from the stage, people were actively taking pictures with someone. Probably. There were famous hunters there. Coming closer, June was finally able to see the center of attention of those around him. The faces seemed very familiar to him, but he could not remember where he knew them from. Suddenly, Jill shouted that they were hunters from the Mazai Guild, and June had an epiphany. He asked if she wanted to take a photo with them. The girl screamed and immediately ran towards them. She really wanted a photo with them. She asked Alan to take a photo, and he immediately called Mira and William. Jill started yelling at her father to hurry up so they could take a photo together. June walked discontentedly to take pictures with people who had succeeded only because of him. He stood in the center. Everyone posed for a photo to remember the occasion. Jill looking the happiest of them all. The girl thanked them for the photo, and Alan said that they were very flattered that there was interest in their guild. June asked his daughter if she wanted to see anything else, or maybe get a snack, which caught the hunter's attention. He watched them go and continued to listen to their conversation. Mira approached him and asked what happened and why he was looking at them so intently. Alan jumped up and ran after them, leaving the huntress's question unanswered. He shouted and asked them to wait for him. He only needed a minute of their time. June turned to him and asked how he could help him. Alan's team had already caught up with them, and he finally asked if he was by any chance the hunter Ethan Liu. Jill's mind flashed to the ID card she had found in her father's room, with the name Ethan Liu on it. Yoji tried to intervene and say that they didn't have time and were rushing to the food court, but Jill covered his mouth with her hand. Jill turned to June and asked if everything was okay. He told Alan that he was mistaken and that Ethan Liu was not him. The hunter bowed his head and apologized. Apparently, he had made a mistake after all. The hero didn't see anything wrong with this. It happens to everyone, and they went on about their business. It was definitely the same hunter who saved them in the rift. He was wearing a mask and wanted to hide his identity, so now he didn't confess. More fans of the guild approached them and asked for a photo, and that was definitely the end of the conversation. All participants in the dialogue were confident that they would meet again someday, but now was not the time. They spent about another award at the festival, after which they went home, as they were very tired. June looked at Yoji, who was driving around the house on a robot vacuum cleaner. Now his precious body would not move on its own. He will have this wonderful device at home. And on the street, Jill, it's perfect. June clenched his fist, not liking the fact that the dragon considered Jill a means of transportation. Yoji rushed to the girl on the vacuum cleaner and asked her to be quieter and more careful, because Jill was watching her favorite drama. She looked up from watching and asked her father why he was wearing a suit. June didn't want to tell her the details because she would be worried, so he said he would have to go out. An urgent announcement came from the television. A huge fissure had been discovered in Mount Wumion. Yoji clarified the location of Mount Wumion, as it was quite close. Jill listened carefully to the conversation. The mountain could indeed be seen from their window. The girl and the dragon were glued to the window of the room. What they saw was both fascinating and frightening. The silence was broken by June's phone ringing persistently. He replied, "It was Nate. They were already waiting for him in the office." The situation was emergency. Jill looked at her father again and again out the window. The crack that had appeared was visible even from the house. A huge red and black ring that continued to grow. Emily was already near the fault. In just 10 hours, the fault had become the size of a 20-story building. She opened the status window. The rough estimate of the crisis had risen to 2,000 and was still rising. The rift from which the dragon Masalis emerged was estimated at 2,200. But the readings continued to rise very quickly. She turned to the hunters gathered there. There were about 100 hunters here, mostly A and B rank. And there are only 7 S-rank hunters, including Emily and her partners, Gale and Ray. Everyone was in a terrible mood. The rift's numbers had demotivated them even before the battle had begun. Ray continued to stare at the rift, his appreciation growing with each passing minute. He thought about telling his mother the password to his bank account, since he would most likely never return home. A headquarters for coordination was established in an abandoned building near the fault. Gale reported the situation. They had completed the deployment of troops and were currently awaiting further instructions. President Adrian reiterated that this was an extremely dangerous mission, and civilians were being evacuated to keep the rift perimeter under control. It was necessary to prepare for the worst. All the hunters who were sent on the mission understood this. Besides, this time, the Behemoth Guild and the Sword Emperor won't be able to help. Adrian folded his arms and announced that the only one who could be the commander-in-chief was Gale. He didn't have time to answer him. A siren sounded throughout the area. It was an urgent broadcast from the Rift Control Office, asking all civilians to heed the instructions and proceed to the nearest shelter immediately. The sirens died down, and Gale said he would do everything he could. But it was impossible to do everything they could. They couldn't afford it. Everything had to be done perfectly. Emily listened to their conversation from around the corner and didn't want to interfere. Adrian reported that, according to the information, there are 2 hours left until the outbreak, 70% accuracy. If the outbreak is not stopped and monsters fill the streets of Seoul, a terrible tragedy will occur. The catastrophe is not comparable even to Masalis. Everything must be kept inside the rift at any cost. After which the president clarified that he would give the signal to enter and sent the hunters to prepare for that moment. Emily leaned against the wall and slid down it a little. She took out her phone and dialed a familiar number. The situation at June's home was also tense. Jill wondered if he was going to work because of the news. He didn't know the exact answer to that question, so he needed to get to the office quickly. But she was probably right. The news reported that the rift crisis exceeds 2,000. Yoji asked if he should go straight to the rift instead of the office, as it would obviously be faster that way. After which I decided to ask if maybe he should go to the rift. It was a very attractive idea. June thought about it for a couple of seconds. But still, this option will only complicate everything. The hero headed out and ordered Yoji to protect Jill, since he couldn't stay home. She turned to him and gave him the most menacing look. June suggested that he figure out for himself what would happen to him if the house was destroyed or Jill was injured when he returned home. He went out into the corridor and said to be sure to lock the door. As soon as the hero found himself outside, his phone started ringing again. June picked up the phone and was quite surprised that it was Emily calling him. Emily was very worried and asked him for a favor. He stopped. He was not prepared for this outcome of today's events. She continued. He probably already knew about the rift on Mount Vumian. The monsters are expected to emerge from the rift within 2 hours, and the hunters plan to enter and stem the tide. Typically, the team commander-in-chief for S-rank rifts is Jonathan. But right now, he and the Behemoth Guild are exploring another rift, and it will take him 3 weeks to return. By order of President Adrian, Gale received the position of commander of this expedition. They had only 11 teams and 7 leaders, S-rank hunters. If everyone focused on the mission, it would be possible to clear the rift, but after these words, Emily hesitated. All the hunters are depressed and expect more problems than even Masali's had. And finally, she told him what she wanted to ask of him. June needed time to think. He hung up and sat down on the nearest bench. After sitting there for about 10 minutes, he was finally ready to move on and make a difficult decision. He exhaled heavily, as if gathering courage, called Nate, and said that he would not be able to come to work. The colleague replied that he understood him and would pass everything on to the boss. June found it strange that he didn't ask any questions, so he added that as soon as he finished his business, he would come to the office. Emily's words echoed in her head. She understood that he had reasons for hiding his true powers, but she was asking only one favor. She wanted June to be the commander-in-chief in this battle to protect her comrades. At this moment, everyone at headquarters was terribly tense. Gale stood against the wall. His head was splitting. Was he really going to be the commander of a huge army? And when he gave an order, would they listen to him? Emily interrupted his thoughts and pointed out the fact that the president had made him commander-in-chief. But despite Adrian's orders, she wants to ask someone else to become their commander. He couldn't believe it because right now his colleague was asking him to let the upstart June boss them around. She lowered her head and said that it was not a joke. Gale asked if she really thought the other hunters would agree to this. But the huntress knew they wouldn't agree, so the two of them had to stick to the same legend. They needed to tell everyone that this was the president's order, then no one would be able to disobey. He became furious and started screaming. He didn't understand what was happening to her and why she was making such decisions. It seemed as if steam was pouring out of his ears from anger. At that moment, June said hello. Emily rushed to him. He really came. She was grateful to him for that. Gale also headed towards him and asked for clarification on something. Why does he think he can take the place of commander-in-chief in such a complex rift? June replied that if his help was not needed, then he could leave, because they were waiting for him at work at the mayor's office. Emily stepped in front of June and started yelling at Gale. With each passing second, the hunter believed more and more that he was dreaming than that this was reality. June clarified when it was possible to go into the rift. This could only be done after the director's order. This is expected to happen within the next couple of hours, as we need to get in there before the outbreak. Suddenly, a male voice came from the entrance, asking who this man was. It was Ray, who stared at June and reminded him that this place was off-limits to civilians. Emily introduced June and said that he would be the operation commander today. And now the debate about his candidacy has begun again. Ray shouted that they were short of S-rank hunters and were inviting some government official to a command position. Emily said that it was Adrian's order and there was nothing they could do about it. Gale leaned on the table and said that he, too, was curious why the order had been given. But it had already been given. Emily smiled discreetly as Gale agreed with her plan. At this point, June was already outside and announced through the window that he needed to prepare something. He suggested continuing the meeting without him, and that he would return soon. The team looked after him in amazement. This man does whatever comes into his head, because he can be trusted. June headed towards the rift, which by this point was already over 60 meters deep. But without thinking, he entered it in one jump, because he needed to check it from the inside. He moved quickly from rock to rock to take the most advantageous position for observation. The rift was S-rank. The number of monsters was huge, but just because the rift was high-ranked didn't mean the monsters would also be S-ranked. There were A and B-rank monsters here, trolls, ogres, and even creatures June had never encountered. One of them caught his attention. It was a goblin, but his skin color was strange. He threw a pebble right at his head. This goblin looked stupider than usual. The creature began to quickly turn its head and spin in place to find its offender. And finally he raised his head and pointed a finger towards June. The goblin scratched at the huge rock, trying to climb it, but it was impossible. The goblin's body began to swell strangely, as if it were being filled with liquid from the inside. And a couple of seconds later, there was a powerful explosion. June managed to quickly group himself and jump to the next rock. A deep crater remained where the goblin had stood. So, the source of this explosion was the goblin himself. June noted this feature of the rift. He went further along the fault. He needed to check the next section. Next, huge ogres were waiting for him. One of them noticed him and tried to kill him with powerful blows. The ogre didn't pose much of a threat, and the hunters would deal with him quickly. So June moved on, which surprised the monster. And while he lost sight of him, it was necessary to quickly move on to the next section. June thought about how there were a lot of monsters in the rift that weren't listed in the registry, and that clearing the rift in that state was very dangerous. He noticed strange yellow stripes on the ground and landed on one of them. At that very moment, there was a clap of thunder, and lightning struck the place where he landed. My head hurt terribly. One blow like that would kill another hunter. Obviously, it's not worth stepping on the yellow areas. The rift was huge and filled with a bunch of different monsters and gadgets, probably due to its high rank. The Hunters Academy continued to monitor the situation and the rift's numbers. The assistant entered the director's office, which usually didn't mean anything good. But this time the guy reported that the level of the crisis was gradually decreasing, and the time of the outbreak had been pushed back by 15 minutes. Adrian looked questioningly at his assistant. He didn't understand why this was happening. There were only two options that could lead to this. Either the rift dissipates on its own, or the number of monsters inside decreases. But if the rift were to dissipate on its own, the numbers would decrease much faster. The president proposed to continue with the plan. But seeing his colleagues look, he clarified what was wrong. The assistant decided not to continue this conversation and only said that the operation would continue in 30 minutes as planned. Gale walked up to Emily and relayed the president's instructions to begin in 30 minutes. He was worried about where June had disappeared to, since no one had seen him for an hour. He assumed the manager had checked out the situation and simply run away. This statement made Emily furious, because he was not that kind of person, and if he did not want to help, he simply would not have come here. Gale yelled back at her. He didn't understand how she knew this. He didn't know they were that close. Besides, it was strange that he came after her call. June appeared behind him and said that he had not run away anywhere. The hunter froze. He could not understand why he did not feel his presence. June handed Emily some papers and asked her to be sure to distribute them to the leaders of each group. Gale kept thinking he had been ranked 7th among the best hunters for over 8 years. So why couldn't he sense his presence? Maybe it was because of stress. No, stress couldn't have affected this. There was only one option. This guy is not as simple as he seems. June clarified the situation and specified when they would be able to enter the rift. There were less than 30 minutes left. So there was time for a short briefing, and he asked to gather everyone to do it. All the hunters who arrived for this mission gathered near the headquarters and looked in surprise at the guy who stood in front of them. The crowd whispered that maybe the administration wanted them to die for sure, since they had chosen him as commander-in-chief. No one understood why the president chose this kid to lead the mission. The hunters started shouting for this circus to be shut down and for Gale to be returned to them. And while Emily tried to calm everyone down, June silently watched the chaos that was happening here. June asked for attention, and his voice rang in the ears of the hunters. The screams immediately died down. Everyone looked at him attentively and felt the enormous power that emanated from this man. June coldly announced that he was starting the meeting. The hunters looked at him in amazement. It was unclear what was happening here. And Sam from the Icarus Guild even had his defensive skills activate on their own. June continued and thanked everyone for finally noticing him. He turned to Emily and asked her to distribute the printouts he had brought to the leaders of each team. She went into the crowd and began to carry out his task. The hero said that what they would now receive was a map of the area inside the lit. This amazed the hunters even more. Where could he have gotten a map of the rift where no one had been? The map was divided into 9 parts, from A1 to A9. He started to talk about the order of attack, but Sam raised his hand. He had a question. Sam asked if there was any evidence that the map was genuine. June replied that even if such evidence existed, they would not believe it and asked if there were any other questions. Gale intervened. June should have answered this question. After which he clarified that whether to believe him or not was their concern, not his. In addition, The hunter had many questions regarding his identity. June said that he would tell about this later. He explained that the Fault Control Department staff can use a special application. The app provides access to information about registered faults, and all information about this fault is also located on his tablet. Sam started shouting because what he had just said sounded like mockery. Gale turned to June and asked him to stop being sarcastic because the lives of all these people were at stake. June continued calmly. He understood that everyone was nervous because this rift was the largest since the incident with Masalis. And their commander-in-chief is a civil servant who handed out pieces of paper at a briefing and claims that this is a map. He understands that they do not want to trust the documents called a card because their lives are at stake. There may not be a single person here who is confident in the success of the operation. On the contrary, those present probably came to the conclusion that the missions would be destroyed as a result. However, they had to trust him for the operation to be successful. He asked them to trust them one more time. Their victory depends on how much faith they can give him. And if they believe him, he guarantees that everyone will survive. After this fiery speech, everyone began to listen to what June was saying. And so, 30 minutes later, they entered the rift. The hunters walked in a tight crowd and looked around, studying what was inside. Ray cried out, because what the manager said turned out to be true. The map was absolutely accurate. June announced into the headphones that, as he had said earlier, the 1st through 5th teams, Squad A, were entering Zone A7. From 6th to 10th is Team B, which is responsible for Zone A9. The 11th group, responsible for the delivery of supplies, will follow Team A. He also asked to report without delay if anything happened, and gave the command that we could begin. The hunters roared and moved forward into the designated area. Emily turned to Gale and bowed to him. It was time to go into battle. Gale continued to watch as the squad headed into battle. One of the hunters said that it was time for them to move forward. Suddenly, Emily thanked him internally and offered to treat him to dinner when they returned. At that very second, he jumped onto the ogre with a joyful cry. Sam called him an idiot for attacking like that because it was supposed to be unexpected. Squad B was in a wait-and-see position when June suddenly reported that Squad A had begun the battle. Ray immediately jumped up and shouted that none of them could lose today and sent the troops into battle. Each of the hunters let out their battle cry. The mood was as good as ever. June watched from a high cliff and coordinated the troops, hoping that they would finish with this rift very soon. The president watched the battle unfold on camera and could not understand who had taken command of the operation. Gale delivered precise blows to the ogre, and suddenly his head flew off to the side. Sam was a tank hunter, so he punched monsters. The entire field was strewn with dozens of hunters, each of whom had his own creature to fight. In his next attack, Gale put all his mana into it and slammed the ground with all his might, causing a blast wave that destroyed a bunch of monsters at once. Sam admired his last blow. It was exactly what he expected from him. Even though this battle was not easy, they seemed to have destroyed everyone in the area. There were a bunch of corpses around them, and Gale informed June that Team A had cleared out Area A7. The manager thanked them for their good work and gave the order to proceed to Zone A8. Sam decided to talk to Gale and said that if he were president, he would appoint him commander-in-chief. The hunter asked him to focus on the battle. Sam sighed heavily and said that he didn't understand what Adrian was even thinking. However, Gale continued to warm to the thought that after everything was over, he would have dinner with Emily. June stopped the squad and announced that from now on, they would need to follow several rules. Ahead of them were black goblins, who either attack or blow themselves up. If the goblins explode too close, you can die and even armor won't save you. The hero noted the advantage, which was that they never attack first. So if you are careful, there will be no problems. The entire column of hunters moved along the rift, as if June was giving them a tour. He stopped the squad near the yellow lines and informed them that this was the territory of electric traps. If they fell into them, death would come instantly. Sam asked if it was really an electric trap, and if anyone had stepped on it. June declared that there was no need to step on it, picked up a pebble from the ground, and threw it straight at the yellow line. The moment the stone landed, a powerful electrical discharge was heard, and everything around began to glow. The hunters made sure that anyone who gets inside will die with a 100% probability. Even with an S rank, death is inevitable. June reported that the main problem was not the electric traps and goblins. And the one who was waiting for them ahead was a one-eyed giant of rank S, who would kill anyone with one blow. June noted that despite the giant's strength, he is very slow, so there is a chance of winning if you stick to a good strategy. He turned to the hunters and asked if anyone had any deterrent skills. One of the guys came out to him with a huge suitcase. This is certainly not a skill, but a deterrent pistol. The gun fired a net that would hold back the giant for a while. He asked how many such guns they had with them. The hunter said that there were only 6, but that was enough. The hunters, led by June, stood right behind the huge giant. And so the hunt for him began. Group A must attack from the front. Group B will enter from the left, right sides, and from behind. Snipers will prevent the giant from aiming at the hunters and also eliminate the monsters that come running at the noise. June noted that there were traps everywhere except the right side, so this was the most advantageous position for snipers, and their main target was the goblin detonators. He announced that he would personally command all units except the group with mesh pistol. All instructions were accepted, and the hunters began their coordinated work. It seemed that the giant was even surprised by such courage of the hunters. But with his speed, he didn't have much time to think, so the monster swung his weapon. The snipers also got to work, and while there were no other enemies nearby, they also fired at the one-eyed man. Dozens of blows flew at the giant. They did not cause him any significant damage, but distracted him for a while. Gale made precise, powerful attacks and shouted to his squad to keep going. The monster received another wave of blows, but it was difficult for him to respond, as the blows came from different sides. Sam flew straight at the giant and delivered a flurry of fist punches. This seemed to anger the monster even more, and he turned his eyes to Sam. He chuckled nervously, asked his opponent if he had overdone it, and waved his hand. The monster waved his hand and Sam flew into the air. The squad with net guns took advantage of the opportunity and fired nets towards the monster. The nets flew right on target. They entangled his legs and wrapped them tightly. Gale shouted that they had succeeded. They had been able to block the giant's movement. He gritted his teeth, which meant that the moment had come to deliver the main blow. In a few big leaps, he climbed onto the giant as if he were climbing a ladder. He remembered June's words that the most important thing was to be able to blind him. Then they had every chance of winning, but they only had one try. Gale raised his sword right above his eye, when suddenly a huge hand moved straight towards him. Emily was already next to him and held out her sword to protect him. At that moment, the snipers fired a shell into the giant's hand, and Emily was forced to leave the huge body. Gale grinned. This was his chance, and he raised his sword again. He plunged the blade into the giant's eye. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the monster roared in pain. Sam turned around, hearing strange sounds behind him. They were the dark, explosive goblins, who had come running towards the noise, just as June had expected. The snipers reported over the radio that there were too many goblins, and they couldn't handle them. June took note of this and gave the order to all 11 groups at once. He ordered to shoot to kill and not to spare ammunition, and the hunters immediately began to obey. Hundreds of projectiles flew at the explosive dark goblins. The goblins began to explode, hoping to damage the shooters, but they were too far away, and the entire field was illuminated by explosions. The forces were running out. The battle lasted about an hour, but there were no casualties among the hunters. Gale thanked June for his excellent leadership, but they all needed a break. But they didn't have that time. June ordered everyone to concentrate. They needed to kill the last monster. June said that they needed to pull themselves together and find strength in themselves, because the main boss was already approaching and pointed ahead. The hunters looked high into the sky, their faces quickly filling with horror. It seems that this level will be impossible to pass. None of them have seen such strong and huge opponents. June was focused, trying to find this enemy's weak points to figure out how to fight him. Ahead was a control line, and behind it stood a giant, about 300 meters tall. This was the Titan Marinuk. Instead of hair, flames blazed on his head, and his eyes glowed bright red. He looked at the crowd of bugs that had not yet started fighting him and waited. The status window stated that only 5 people could enter the boss area, and those who did not enter the boss area would be expelled from the level. If Marinuk is not defeated within an hour, his army will follow those who remain. Gale began to list those who could fight among the S-rank hunters. It was him, Ray, Sam, Emily. But June didn't let him finish the 5th name and said that he would go with them. He once again listed the names of those whom Gale had named and asked them to begin preparing for battle. Tired but not broken, Emily accepted his order with a smile. Gale looked at the mysterious June and asked if he had any plan. The hero simply walked forward and noted that the entrance to the boss was behind the yellow line. The hunters followed him and also crossed the yellow line. The team was chosen. Nothing could be changed. At that moment, all the other hunters seemed to evaporate and disappear from the rift. Ray clenched his fist and declared that the main goal was to hold out as long as possible. Sam tried to continue joking and said that he thought that they had already won, and now the main warriors of this battle would be served a table, and the rest would be sent home. After which he turned to June and asked why he went with them, since he wasn't even a hunter. He replied that he couldn't find a way. Sam looked at him questioningly, trying to understand what way he was looking for. June continued his sentence and said that he could not find a way that would allow them to defeat the Titan without him. The thought flashed through Gale's mind that this strange man still thought there was a chance to win. To defeat someone who was 100 times bigger than them and loomed over them like the tallest high-rise building. Maranook began to awaken, which meant that the battle was beginning. Suddenly, the computer reported that Maranook's abilities were being restored. The players were frozen, and the use of skills was impossible. Sam started to cry. It wasn't fair. They couldn't even move, and Maranook would kill them. At that moment, the Titan raised his axe in the air and aimed at a pile of ants on the ground. A huge blade rushed towards them at the speed of light. Emily closed her eyes. Right now there would be a blow and they would die. But after a couple of seconds she realized that the blow never came, and opened her eyes. In front of them stood June, holding the blade with one hand. There was not a scratch on him, only the ground was slightly cracked. Maranook was perplexed. He could not believe that anyone could escape death. June began to squeeze the blade with his hand, and it began to crumble, as if it were not steel, but clay. He finally clenched his fist all the way, and a powerful shockwave emanated from the axe, throwing Maranook into the air. The Titan's abilities were restored, and he was fully combat ready. At that very moment, the team's freeze was lifted, and they were able to use their skills. Gale was shocked. This man never ceased to amaze him. Some great power was hidden inside him, but no one knew what it was. June turned to the team. There was only one moment that made him worried. And the fears were confirmed. A camera was installed on Sam's shoulder. June exhaled heavily, calling him a coward for having everything filmed. After which he turned to Maranook and said that this time, this was truly the last request that he would fulfill for Emily. A blue aura began to appear around June, and right now, he was filling the air with his mana. Blue energy began to rise from his body like mist and take the shape of a sword. June slowly raised the heavenly sword over the Titan's head to strike. It seemed as if the whole world around her froze. Emily forgot how to breathe and simply watched what he was doing. Gale was shocked. In his 8-year career, this was the first time he had seen such abilities. June was focused only on defeating this giant. He made a movement with his hand towards him, and the heavenly sword fell upon Maranook, cutting him in half. Everything happened so quickly that the Titan didn't even have time to understand how his body began to fall apart. A stream of blood began to flood the field. It seemed as if it had started to rain. The computer reported that the object had been eliminated and the rift had been cleared. The rift will dissipate in 2 hours, so candidates should hurry to exit it. Emily looked around for the manager, but he seemed to be nowhere to be found. Sam can't believe he actually just left. But all this didn't matter now. Gale announced that they had won and suggested going home. Besides, they had to hurry because they had to report, and the day had been terribly difficult. Ray invited everyone to have a drink at the bar today and turned to Emily, to which the girl said that she had a date today. Gale was happy to hear these words. June was already in the center of Seoul and heading home. He called Jill and said that he was free. The hero asked what she would like for dinner, while Yoji was shouting in the background, asking for pizza. The information system reported that the state of emergency had been lifted, but June continued to discuss the upcoming dinner. June was walking home and had no idea that a couple of hours before his return, the city had become quite unsettled. A couple of hours after June left, Jill offered the dragon dinner. Yoji wished her bon appetit and attacked the bowl of ribs. While the pet devoured one rib after another, Jill completely lost her appetite. She was worried about her father and hoped that everything would be okay with him. Yoji reached for June's plate and asked if he could have his portion, since he wasn't likely to be back anytime soon. The girl quickly lifted the plate, and Yoji began shouting that the gentleman was invincible and would definitely return home. He began to parody the moment when Jun closed himself off from his flame and called his power crazy. Jill placed the plate in his paws and told him he could have it since there were still some braised ribs left. Suddenly the whole house shook, and Yoji had to balance to save the food he had just obtained. Jill looked at Yoji and asked what that push was just now. But this didn't bother Yoji, because the most important thing now was that he didn't drop anything. There was breaking news on TV. A dragon appeared in the city center, and another tremor occurred. The whole table was overturned. Food was scattered everywhere, and Jill appeared to have hit her head. Yoji sat on the table, covered in sauce and crying because he had dropped his ribs. He turned angrily to the TV, looking at the one who was to blame for this. And a second later, he flew out the living room window, heading towards the city center. Jill tied her sneakers, annoyed that this dragon only caused problems when her father was not home. A huge rift opened in the center of the city, from which a dragon emerged. The dragon was in no hurry to attack. At the moment, he was simply studying the situation. The rift team was already there. Greg shouted that the Mezai Guild had finally arrived. Alan, Mira, and William moved towards the rift. From that moment on, this place was under their control. William approached the guard and asked what rank this dragon had. At the moment, it was the same rank as Masalis, but the numbers could increase. Mira pulled the bowstring and aimed the arrow towards the dragon. Alan tried to stop her in a panic, but the girl believed that while he was standing still, it would be better to take away one of his eyes and simplify the task. Nate hurried towards them and asked them not to make hasty attacks, because the dragon could become enraged and there were still many civilians nearby. He shouted that he understood her anger, but attacking right now was a mistake. At that moment, the dragon was staring intently at something. The hunters tried to find the object of his interest and looked in the same direction. Nate didn't notice anything unusual and asked if there was anything in the sky that might have attracted him. Suddenly, a red star blinked in the sky. No one had seen it before. It was Yoji, running at the speed of light to get revenge on whoever had deprived him of another portion of ribs. At the moment of landing, he changed shape and turned into a huge red dragon. Yoji was much larger than the dragon that emerged from the rift. The crowd froze. It was simply impossible to believe that there were two dragons standing right in the center of the city. Greg, hiding behind Nate, asked if he thought they had seen this red dragon before. At first, Nate didn't understand what the boss was talking about, but then he noticed the number 1 on his forehead. This was the same animal that Jun took to help in the rifts. Yoji flew up and gave the second dragon a hard push, after which he caught it in the air and with a powerful kick sent it back into the rift. Nate heard a familiar voice as Jill ran past him, heading towards the rift. She jumped, crouched, and disappeared inside the portal. No one had time to stop her. The purple dragon sat in a deserted rift and held his head. The previous blow was strong. He wondered what idiot dared to stop him and turned his gaze to the offender. The purple dragon, with the number 9 on his forehead, finally realized who he had just called a bad name. Right now, his master, the dragon Izan, the strongest of them, was looming over him. Izas reported that the dragon made 2 mistakes. The first mistake was that he left the rift without his permission, after which he struck a powerful blow. The dragon flew too far away. He beckoned him with his claw and asked him to come to him. He looked down on him and asked if he knew what braised ribs were. The purple dragon thought about it. He knew what ribs were, but he had never heard of stewed ones. Izas said that this was his second mistake. The dragon struck him again, and the second one did not understand how he could be mistaken about something he had never heard of. He was about to continue this conversation when suddenly Jill's voice was heard from somewhere outside. Izas looked at her in panic and asked how she ended up there. The girl was afraid that he would cause problems, so she followed him, to which Izas said that she still couldn't take such a risk. The second dragon became furious. He did not understand how the pathetic little man dared to address the Lord informally. Izas stopped him and clarified that he was going to do this to a member of the owner's family. He said that this was his master's daughter, a great man who makes the most delicious braised ribs. After which he swung his fist at him and said that he would have to get 5 more blows for wanting to harm Jill. A few minutes later, Jill was looking at a picture that had once looked different, much like how her father had trained Yoji. The purple dragon was doing push-ups, and Yoji was sitting on top of him, noting that he was in terrible shape. Jill shouted that she already felt sorry for this dragon and suggested going back. Yoji didn't think it was enough to awaken the bitter taste of human society, but Jill suggested they cook some spare ribs at home. Yoji immediately changed his form and said that the second dragon was lucky, but if he went out again without permission, it would be the end for him. Jill looked around and asked if this dragon also had nowhere to go, and that was why he lived here. She suggested that he go with them and ask his father if they could leave him, but Yoji was against it. She sat down next to the purple dragon and asked if he could shrink, and he nodded. And in a couple of seconds he was already different, a little dragon with incredibly beautiful pink eyes. The girl stroked his head, praised him, and called him cutie. She finally suggested going to their home, but if her father was against it, then nothing could be done. Tears welled up in the dragon's eyes. He realized that the owner's daughter was an angel. At that moment, Nate and Greg were blocking the way to the rift on the street. Alan asked them to stop talking nonsense and to step back, because they had to protect this place, and a civilian had just entered the rift. Suddenly, Mira was taken aback. It seemed she wouldn't have to save that girl. The girl emerged from the rift safe and sound, and she had company. Nate couldn't contain his emotions. He was happy that June's daughter was okay. He ran up to her and, just in case, checked to see if she was hurt. The guy saw that she was fine, but thoughts were spinning in his head. She went in there without equipment. How did she manage to return in one piece? But there was one more question that needed to be clarified. Nate leaned towards her and whispered if the two creatures were dragons. Jill happily confirmed his suspicions and reminded him that he had seen one of them last time. The girl didn't understand why Nate's face twisted like that, because she thought everyone already knew it. Mira also carefully studied these creatures, and although it was impossible, she had an idea of who they were. She finally said that they were dragons. Nate vied with her to answer that they were the pets of their employee June. Nate began to stretch Yoji's face and ask Mira if he could do the same with a dragon. He made another attempt to convince her that they were puppies. Yoji looked up at him and asked if he wanted to die. Jill asked Yoji how dare he talk to his father's colleagues like that, and if he continued, she would not feed him today. Mira continued her investigation and noted the numbers on their foreheads. Nate interrupted her again and asked Jill if it was time for them to go home. Jill looked at him in surprise, not understanding where he was going with this. Nate motioned with his finger for her to come closer so he could speak something into her ear. He whispered that if it turned out that these babies were dragons, it would turn the whole world upside down, and besides, her father would find himself in a difficult situation. Jill loudly declared that her father was already waiting for her at home, and that she should return home as soon as possible. Mira tried to stop her. Nate stood between them and stopped the huntress, who continued to shout that these creatures were dragons. Jill scooped up the little ones and, her heels sparkling, ran towards the house. Alan was putting the pieces together in his head. June was the guy they met in the rift, and these two pets of his were dragons. And even though he had most of the details of this picture, he still couldn't put them together. Jill had already reached the house and was trying to tidy up the house, which was in chaos. Yoji continued to run after the dragon and shouted that it was because of him that he didn't get to eat the ribs. The girl made another attempt to calm them down and noted that the house was in terrible condition and needed to be tidied up before her father arrived. Yoji finally took a break, thought about the consequences of the devastation, and announced that he himself was going to start cleaning up. Jill looked at him and asked if he could handle it on his own. The dragon immediately armed himself with a broom and a rag, ready to fight the mess. A couple of minutes later, he was flying around the apartment on a robot vacuum cleaner, and Jill was amused by the whole picture. Suddenly, the phone rang. She took it out of her pocket. It was her father. June announced that he was finished with work and was heading home, after which he asked her what she wanted for dinner. A joyful Yoji shouted into the phone that he wanted pizza, to which the hero replied that no one asked him. The dragon was upset that his master always ignored him because he tried so hard to behave well. June hung up and decided that eating pizza was a great idea. His attention was drawn to a screen showing the news and announcing that a dragon had appeared in the city. There were two dragons on the screen at once. One of them was Yoji, but the second one he had never seen before. He sighed heavily. It seemed that while he was gone, his pet had managed to cause trouble. 30 minutes later, June was already home with a box of pizza, and Jill was waiting for him. He told her that he was fine and that she shouldn't worry. Suddenly, Yoji flew out into the corridor, hugged him by the leg and started shouting that his master was the best. June assessed the situation. Jill was fine, and the house was intact. He turned to the dragon and informed him that, fortunately, he would continue to live. A second dragon peeked out from around the corner, shocked that with just one glance, this man could subjugate the crazy tyrant Isis. He must have been a truly great man, since Isis himself calls him master. The dragon jumped out in June's path, bowed down, and said that he, the ninth dragon, Carciel, would now worship him. Jill looked guilty and asked her father if they could keep the dragon. She said that he was alone in a deserted place, and besides, Yoji also gets bored alone. June didn't mind leaving the dragon, if that's what she wanted. He asked his name again, and the dragon dropped to one knee and loudly announced that he was Carciel. June liked his name, so he suggested not changing it. The hero headed to the shower, and Gil went to heat up the food. Yoji felt like an empty space at that moment. He ran into the kitchen and tugged at Jill's apron, wondering why she didn't give Carciel a nickname. Jill agreed with her father. She liked his name too. She picked him up in her arms. Yoji continued to squeal that his name was cool too. Having seated him on the sofa, the girl suggested watching TV and again called him Yoji. The dragon was angry because his real name is Isis. June went into the living room and carefully studied what had happened to her. The window was covered with paper because someone had broken it. He turned to Yoji and asked who did it, even though he knew the answer perfectly well. So he deprived him of pizza for dinner. Everyone had dinner and wished each other good night. The dragons were sleeping under a blanket on the living room floor. Yoji was dreaming about pizza and drooling on the floor. Someone touched his paw. It was Jill, sitting next to him with a plate of pizza and asking him to be quiet. He rushed towards her with tears in his eyes and hugged her tightly, after which he began to gobble up piece after piece because he was incredibly hungry. June slept soundly. He had had a terribly difficult day today, which was finally over. Notifications continued to arrive on his phone, and it seemed like he was in for a tough day tomorrow. The next morning, the news reported 2 incidents from the previous day. 2 dragons in the city center and the most complex fault in history. The most talked about person was June, because thanks to his command, not a single hunter, let alone civilians, was harmed in that rift. He didn't like this explosion of popularity, but he was glad of the fact that at least no one came to their home. At that very moment, the intercom rang. Jill went to open the door, and June asked her to pretend that he was not home. Jill turned on the screen. The man standing there looked familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on her who this man was, and she screamed. Right in front of their door stood the president of the Hunters Academy, Adrian Chol. A tense, gray-haired man stood behind the door, waiting for the door to be opened for. June shouted the command to rise, and the dragons lined up. He informed them that a very important person would be coming to see them, so they needed to hide and not show themselves. Carciel's whole appearance showed how much he respected his master. The hero liked how the second dragon extolled his orders. She hadn't experienced that in a long time. Yoji was angry. He was infuriated by the fact that the gentleman was falling for this acting game, but was not paying attention to him. Jill opened the door, and the president and his assistant entered the apartment, bowing low to June. June got straight to the point, asking where they got his address. Adrian replied that he had personally been doing a long search. The hero noted that it was tactless, but since they had come all this way, he invited them in. Everyone went into the kitchen, sat down at the table, and Jill served tea. Adrian thanked the girl for the tea, despite the fact that their visit was so unexpected. June interrupted the pleasantries and asked what business they had come for. The president said he had been monitoring the situation through emergency surveillance cameras, and the more he watched, the more he admired it. June noted that he had to go to work soon, so he asked to get down to business. The assistant nodded and pulled out a pile of papers from his folder. They checked the cameras that the Mizai Guild used and found out that the person who saved them was June. June looked at the papers and was upset by the fact that he had been caught after all. But they didn't come here to find out what is right and what is wrong. The assistant stated that they were here to offer to officially become a hunter. And if June becomes a hunter, but he interrupted him and said that he would not do this. The president was stunned, and his assistant suggested looking at the conditions first and then making a decision. But June wasn't interested in fame and money. He was happy with what he had now. Living in a place where there was a constant struggle for power and the smell of blood was in the air had worn him out. He lived a cruel life where he was reborn thousands of times to get everything. And after he defeated everyone, he was left with no fame or money. but only loneliness. Therefore, he was not going to exchange the peace and happiness that he had for wealth. But he added that if they showed a little sincerity, he would think that Adrian had blossomed. June asked if it would be possible to arrange a joint inspection of the B-rank rift with their rift department. The president noted that this, as stated in the content of the response, is contrary to the law. June sighed. Then he couldn't offer them anything either. Adrian continued that if everything was as expected, he would hand over the right to control the rift, and he would sort out the conditions himself. After which, he asked what he had decided about his proposal. June waved his hands. He had no intention of being a hunter, especially since civil servants were prohibited from having other jobs. The president and the assistant looked at each other, as if they were communicating with the power of thought and coming up with a new plan to persuade June. The hero interrupted their thought processes and declared that in moments when they really needed his strength, he would help. They looked at him with their mouths open and couldn't believe their ears. Adrian jumped up, leaned his elbows on the table, and shouted that this was more than enough for them, after which he suggested not to delay his request and to please his department immediately. Nate picked up the phone, and June said that the Mezai Guild had signed a contract with them. The office was in a frenzy. Everyone was jumping, rejoicing, and dancing. This was their longtime dream. Greg performed the hottest dances, shouting that today was a corporate party, and he would treat the entire department to beef. He snatched the phone from Nate and asked when his best and favorite employee would finally arrive. June said that he would come to the department immediately after he finished the meeting. The presidential aide noted that he had excellent colleagues, and June smiled back. They walked further down the corridor, approaching the conference room. They were to meet with the invited hunter from abroad, who would soon be here. The invited hunter Richard has just landed at the airport. He thought that taking the first place among the hunters from the Sword Emperor would be an easy task. But I still hoped that Jonathan would hold out at least a little, so that it would be interesting. The hunters, accompanied by the president and June, had been waiting for Richard's arrival for several hours. The assistant tried to contact him, panicked, and did not understand why he was so late. Everyone in the conference room felt awkward being there given recent events. Emily finally decided to start a dialogue with June, and noted that the foreigner was very late. Gale also spoke up. Most likely he didn't take them seriously, since there was no Behemoth Guild here. At that very moment, the door swung open with force. It was Richard, who decided to open it with his foot. He lowered his glasses and announced that Daddy was here. He looked around the room and asked why all this scum had gathered there and where they had put Jonathan. After which, she began to reassure them that it was just a joke. None of the hunters understood what was happening, as Richard spoke in English. A minute later, he realized this himself and took the artifact out of his pocket. This device allowed his speech to be translated into any language without the use of an interpreter. He walked up to Ray and extended his hand. Gale was quite wary of this pompous idiot. Richard looked down on the hunters. He did not consider them strong opponents, but they could become excellent subordinates. Emily felt extremely awkward under his gaze, and Gale tried not to notice his impudence. The guy spun around sharply and continued to study those present. His attention was drawn to June. It was immediately obvious that this guy in a suit was not an S rank. Did the government really send a civil servant to clean up after them? Richard dropped into a chair next to June and declared that his mood was spoiled because not everyone here knew how to fight. The president wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and proposed to begin the meeting. He said that 10 years ago, a huge hole appeared on Mount Sode, which was called the Core. In order to suppress the Core, Hunter Jonathan created the Behemoth Guild. Over the past 3 years, more than 20 dives have been completed. But suppression is still impossible due to the varying levels of difficulty. The assault team reported that the core seemed safe at first glance, but as soon as someone went beyond the 500-meter mark, the number of monsters suddenly increased. In addition, according to preliminary estimates, the monsters that appear there are above S rank. The Behemoth Guild has put forward a proposal to continue level ranking and introduce the SS rank. Enormous monsters lurk in the core at every turn, attacking on land, from the air, and in the water. So far, the Behemoth Hunters have not been able to advance very far. According to the Hunters Academy's estimates, it was determined that at this rate, conquering the core would be impossible, even in a century. The aide added that everyone present was invited to join the attack. Gale asked the president how strong the monsters were compared to the final boss, Marinuk. Adrian exhaled heavily. They could only guess. Most likely, Marinuk was a child's toy compared to those who are in the Corps. Emily asked if June would go there with them, but that hadn't been decided yet either. Her last words shocked the foreign hunter. He didn't understand why everyone was so worried about this guy who wasn't even on the list. Richard decided to immediately remove all questions, pointed his finger at June, and asked who he was. The president remained nervous and announced that June was the commander-in-chief of the S-rank Major Rift operation. Richard laughed, because if the man who looked like he would break if touched was a commander, then he would gladly kill him. Gale jumped up from his seat and asked him to repeat what he had said. But Richard did not look away from his goal. He towered over him and told him that he had seen many weak guys who became commanders, after which they died with a hole in the back of the head from the Allies. And if he doesn't plan to end up the same way, then he'd better get out of here. June just laughed, stood up from his chair and straightened his tie, after which he turned to him and asked if he could cope with him with such little inner strength. The veins on Richard's forehead began to bulge as anger began to build within him. Then he grabbed him by the suit and raised his fist, aiming at his head. While Richard was preparing to hit June, he stood motionless, without any emotion. In a second, Emily appeared between them, asking them to stop this circus. The foreigner asked again what was so special about this bastard that everyone was fussing over him. Emily stopped them because it was a public conference room, and ordinary people nearby could get hurt. In the basement of the building, there is a training room where you can freely compete with each other. Richard laughed even harder. Was it worth going somewhere far for a guy who would break from one push from him? He pointed at the presidential aide and asked if he would take them to the gym. The assistant leaned towards Adrian and whispered that at this rate, Richard could get hurt. The president turned to June and asked if everything was okay, to which he merely nodded in response. After which Adrian headed towards the exit and announced that he would take them there himself. Richard began to flex his fists and declared that although he was not into intimidating people, he would show this guy his place. And so everyone present in the conference room went down to the basement training room. June promised that he would sort everything out and settle it himself. But even if he was lenient, Richard might get into trouble. Besides, the group leader will torment him if the training hall breaks down. The foreigner was ready for a fight, called June a suit, and suggested that he get down on his knees right then and there and beg for forgiveness. The only thing that irritated June was that this guy talked too much. Richard was seething. He promised that even if someone tried to stop him, it would be useless and he would kill the suit. June finally decided to end it and stepped into the training ring. Richard rushed towards him and tried to strike, but nothing happened. Another blow and again it missed. It seemed as if he was 10 times slower than June. The hunter began to panic. He did not understand how his opponent was dodging his blows. June just continued to watch him suffer. Richard threw another 10 punches, but still didn't hit. And at that moment, when the foreigner simply rushed at him, June took a step to the side, and the guy flew down. After which, the hero struck him once in the shoulder. The team's mouths dropped open, not understanding what the consequences of this might be. But Richard only froze, as if he had turned into a stone statue. The hunter lost his balance and fell like a stone onto the ring floor. June won another of his fights, turned around and headed towards the stairs from the ring. He glanced at the resident and said that he hadn't hit him too hard, so he would wake up on his own in a few minutes. The manager checked Richard's limp body. Everything was fine, nothing was broken. He just lost consciousness. The president froze. He could not even imagine that they were faced with such force. Gale also finally confirmed his suspicions. This man really was on a completely different level. June approached the president and informed him that he was leaving because he had other things to do. The hero headed to the bar where his department was celebrating an important event, the signing of an agreement with the Mazai Guild. The West Department rejoiced, and the chief treated everyone to drinks and beef. A girl from their unit asked why they were looking for June from the academy, whether they really wanted to recruit him. The manager replied that they only had one request, at which point Greg and Nate breathed a sigh of relief. Just in case, the boss reminded him once again that June shouldn't leave and abandon them. He smiled in response and agreed with his words. Nate didn't understand why the Mazai Guild, a recognized A-rank guild, wanted to sign a contract with the city hall. And Greg still felt uneasy about this news. He added that it seemed that these hunters would not listen to them, but would simply laugh. The boss asked June if he would take on Kate and one of the new hunters. The answer was yes. He asked to take care of Kate so that she would not feel alienated. The entire department was looking forward to the next day, as they were sure that the Huntress would enjoy working shoulder to shoulder with the Mezai Guild. And so the next working day arrived. Everyone was expecting new hunters to arrive, but the atmosphere in the office was tense. From the very morning, Kate stood her ground. She would not work with other hunters. The employees were stunned. They didn't expect such an answer from her. The girl noted that she could protect June herself, so the department did not need additional team members. Nate tried to convince her otherwise, because no matter how strong Kate was, you can't stop 10 opponents with one hand. After which he asked a logical question. What would happen to the manager if the monster attacked from behind? Memories flashed through his mind. Considering what had happened some time ago, he was right. June knew what needed to be done and reported that he was fine, and that Kate was now in no way inferior to the A-rank hunters. He looked at her with his mesmerizing black eyes and waited for an answer. Kate was pleased by his words. She was embarrassed but agreed with him. It seemed the conflict was resolved. Kate agreed, and Nate thanked June with his eyes. Suddenly, the door to the office opened, and a guy entered and announced that the Mezai Guild had arrived. The staff were running around in a panic. Tea needed to be prepared, and it wouldn't hurt to tidy up. The chief stopped the chaos with his hand and asked the fault-handling department to gather around him. He made a speech that the department was, of course, grateful that the Mezai Guild was signing a contract with them, but that there was no point in groveling before them. After which he added that if they were to harass anyone, they should immediately report it to him. He would sort it out. Nate was shouting that their boss was cool, and June just smiled silently. And then the members of the Mezai Guild entered the door. Alan, Mira, and William. Greg ordered the staff to put strength into their gaze and not to be nervous, but he himself was terribly nervous. The hunters confidently approached them, and Greg and Nate tried to remain calm and look brave. Alan towered over Greg and asked if he was the head of this department. He hesitated in response, muttered something unintelligible, and only at the end said that he was the boss. The hunters bowed low and greeted him. Nate and Greg, who were watching what was happening, opened their eyes wide. The boss whispered to June why they were so disciplined, but he didn't know the answer. Alan stood like a tin soldier. There was no room for error. Memories of how the academy president had negotiated this job with them came flooding back to him. He asked to serve June unquestioningly with all his heart. And if the relationship between the president and the manager deteriorates, it will be entirely their fault. Alan was only thinking about how June would not remember how he had insulted him in the rift. June invited the hunters to sit down while he made them some tea, but Alan and William offered to pour the tea themselves. But this would put him in an awkward position if the guests were busy with tea. The hunters trembled again. The manager asked me to simply read the contract carefully and familiarize myself with the terms before putting the stamp on it. Alan hesitated for a second, then ordered his partners to quickly sit down at the table. A moment later, all three were in their places and waiting for the papers to be brought. And as soon as they received them, Alan gave the command to sign, and they raised their hands in unison. While the hunters were signing, Greg tried to shout that the contract needed to be read and then signed. June realized that the probable reason for this behavior was the president's instructions. After signing the contract, the department completed all the paperwork, and June headed home. Yoji greeted him with joyful cries. June assumed that they hadn't had dinner yet and needed to do it without him. The dragon laughed maliciously. He didn't even know that this was possible. Jill was already advancing from behind. She pushed the pet away and asked when he would stop behaving like this. They sat down at the table. Yoji continued to watch the master, waiting for a command. Jill sighed heavily and said that he could eat. The dragon seemed to be drunk from these words. Yoji pounced on the bowl, and June asked if this dragon was really that strange. Or maybe Carciel was strange because he was sitting far from the table and eating dog food from a bowl. Suddenly, Yoji choked and began screaming for water. Jill decided to ignore the theater and asked her father if he was free tomorrow. There would be a lesson at school at 10 in the morning with parents present, and she hesitated. The girl didn't ask anything and just reasoned that tomorrow was a weekday and her father was probably busy. June said that he would come because he had worked well today. Jill blossomed and began to tell that the lesson would take place in the rift that appeared 2 weeks ago, and there were no monsters in it. The hero was happy to see her happy. He could not refuse her, because he liked to see her like this. Yoji slammed his paw on the table and declared that he would go with them too. The next morning, All four of them went to an open lesson. A small market stall selling drinks and treats had been set up in the rift. Jill walked up to one of the stalls and asked for 3 fish filled with red beans. She gave one to Yoji and the other to Carciel, but he refused. The purple dragon thanked her for her concern, but such food was not suitable for him. June glanced at Yoji. No matter how you looked at it, Jill had instilled in him bad eating habits. One of the teachers shouted into a megaphone and asked everyone present for attention. He said that this place appeared immediately after the Maranuk Rift was cleared, and that no monsters spawn here, but if the students find a fragment of an unknown map, they will be able to better master the use of mana. Parents will be able to watch their children only from the observation deck. Students must find map fragments and place them in a cup in the center of the wasteland. To make the search for fragments easier, everyone will be given auxiliary beads, artifacts for practicing mana control. June and Jill had already received a bead. Jill's was glowing red. If you introduce mana into this ball, you can change its shape as you wish, and the color changes from red to purple. The more purple, the stronger. June hesitated, in case he put too much mana in there and it would break. Suddenly the ball changed in his hands and turned into a black knife, but Jill had never heard that black was even possible. The teacher spoke into the megaphone again and asked the students to get ready to leave. Jill waved to her father and the dragons and set off on her mission. June waved to his daughter when he suddenly felt something strange. The wasteland where the bowl was located had incredibly powerful energy. It seemed to come from the cup that was there. He couldn't let Jill get into danger, so he decided to test something by releasing some mana into the cup. Vibrations began to spread through the earth, and the bowl began to emit purple energy. June couldn't understand how the cup was able to absorb his energy. The earth shook, a strong wind arose, and it became difficult for the parents to stand on their feet. As soon as the vibrations died down a bit, the parents rushed to the teacher. They were unhappy that their children were being trained in a dangerous place. Another strong vibration passed, and everything stopped. The parents screamed for their children to be brought back here immediately. June continued to watch what was happening as the cup absorbed his energy. In addition, the energy emitted by the thicket has become much stronger. He opened the information window. Nergis was watching him. He needed to head to the center for a special quest. Once the quest was completed, he could get an entrance ticket. There were 60 points left until the end of progress. These were probably the very same pieces of the map, and the cup was the key to enter the core. Everything around calmed down, and the parents began to shout even more furiously and look for the person responsible for this event. It seemed that in just a couple more minutes, it would become more dangerous here than in any rift. The dragons discussed how all people except their master were so weak. June continued to study the information. The gatekeeper was interested in him, and judging by the fact that he killed the applicants, it was impossible to allow anyone else to get the map fragments. He turned to Yoji and ordered him and Carciel to follow Jill. While one dragon was ready to sacrifice its life for its younger master, the second was glad for the chance to taste some more food. They walked away from June and Yoji, headed towards the food stalls. June understood perfectly well that Yoji would go to Jill only after he had done some of his own business, which meant he had time to calmly look for the fragments. Jill wandered through the forest without success. So far, she had not found a single fragment. She didn't want to upset her father, but suddenly the ball lit up and she felt hope. The girl believed with all her might that this was not another dummy. But the ball led her to some bone, and this was another failure. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a strange sound coming from the bushes. A frightened Olivia emerged from the bushes, screaming Jill's name. The girl came out of the bushes, shook herself off, and asked if everything was okay. She angrily walked up to Jill and asked her not to scare her like that again. Jill gasped. It seemed Olivia was worried about her. The classmate blushed, crossed her arms, and returned to her previous state, declaring that she simply had to take care of the weak. Olivia continued to scream at the girl not to do that again, but something was rushing towards her at high speed. She quickly turned around, covered Olivia with her body, and tried to force her to lie down with her hand. The girl took a fighting stance and quickly fired a burst of shots towards the attacker. The number of shots raised dust around, through which 2 figures could be seen. The haze cleared, and Yoji appeared from it, rubbing the spot where the shots had been fired and asking what kind of stupid bugs were in this forest. Olivia finally saw the dragons and realized that one of them was the same pet she had seen last time. Yoji rubbed his nose and asked Jill why she was lying on the ground. The girl also finally opened her eyes. and did not understand what these two were doing there. The two little warriors clenched their fists. They decided that Olivia was offending Jill. Olivia felt something strange. Some strong energy did not allow her to move. Jill lightly poked her finger at Yoji and asked him to calm down because Olivia was her friend. And at their last meeting, she called him very sweet. After which she ordered him to go and apologize for his behavior. But the dragon refused. The girl added that then he too would eat food like Carciel. A second later, Yoji was kneeling in front of Olivia, apologizing and promising that this would never happen again. Carciel began to lament that he should have first assessed the situation and only then taken action. Olivia was taken aback by how skillfully Jill controlled these monsters as if they were pets. Suddenly, June appeared behind her, interested in what had happened there. After which he added that he just wanted to check if everything was okay. A terrifying chain of events formed in Yoji's head. If the master found out that he had only just arrived and had even attacked her friend, the consequences would be dire. June asked Jill if Yoji protected her well. The dragon rushed towards the girl, covered her mouth with his paw, and assured the master that everything was fine. Then he walked over to Olivia, put her hand on his head, and told her that the girl's friend was okay too. June watched him closely. He knew that this creature had only recently arrived here. But luckily for Yoji, Olivia hugged him and confirmed his word. While the girls were busy with the dragons, June opened the status window. By this point, he had found all 66 map fragments. He put them in his pocket and thought that if he returned here in the evening, he would be able to remove the seal from the cup. The hero walked towards the girls and said that it was time to gather and they needed to go back. Jill began to burst into tears because she had not found a single fragment. June encouraged his daughter. This time she was just unlucky. Next time everything will definitely work out. They were already home, had a delicious dinner, and were getting ready to watch a movie together. But June was getting ready to go somewhere. Jill asked him in surprise where he was going at 10 o'clock in the evening. The hero said that he would return very soon, but Jill still did not want to let him go. She begged him not to go anywhere today, and there was fear on her face. He turned to the dragon sitting near the TV and understood everything. She was too scared of the horror movie. At that very moment, Yoji and Jill grabbed his legs and started crying, just so he wouldn't leave. He asked everyone to be quiet, and an idea came into his head. June froze over Yoji and clarified that in fact, he wasn't the least bit afraid. And as punishment for his behavior, he will take the dragon with him. Jill then began to beg to be taken along. But it was too dangerous, so he would not take her with him, and in return he promised to return quickly. The girl was interested in how quickly he would do it. Her father said that the taxi ride there and back would take only 2 hours. She howled again. If this took 2 whole hours, then he really might faint. And when asked what time would suit her, she held up 2 fingers and said, 20 minutes. Yoji laughed and asked if she had a conscience. How she imagined a distance of 2 hours in 20 minutes. She loomed over him with the most terrifying expression on her face, as if his life depended on the answer to the question about time. June stroked the girl's head and promised to come as soon as possible. Besides, Carciel stays with her. He is not afraid of anything and will be by her side all the time. The door slammed shut. Jill grabbed Carciel and began to sob in fear. June chose the fastest way to get to the place. He picked up Yoji in his arms and ran with big leaps towards the rift. Yoji suggested riding on it, as it would be even faster, but it was too noticeable. The dragon fluttered in the wind like a flag and wondered where they were going. June said that there was a monster in the drift where they were during the day, and they needed to deal with it in about 5 minutes, because Jill was at home and she was scared. The dragon wondered whether the one who could last 5 minutes in battle with June was a god or a monster. Literally 10 minutes later, they were already in the rift. June was heading towards the treasured cup. Yoji noticed that there really were no monsters here, and that was strange. June asked him to wait a bit and threw the collected fragments into the cup. The cup vibrated and began to emit clouds of purple light. The dragon hid behind June. It all looked like a scene of a monster appearing. And if the light appeared, it would be perfect. At that very second, light burst out of the ground, blinding the heroes. The little ball of light began to take on the shape of a fairy from a children's book. The fairy carefully studied June and Yoji because it was they who freed her from the seal. She explained that she was the administrator responsible for the tutorial and that it was her responsibility to check the qualifications of applicants. Yoji chuckled and asked sarcastically what that flying thing was. The fairy screamed. The dragon Isekai was standing right in front of her, although she was sure that the dragons were now deeply asleep. These words gave Yoji even more confidence, and he suggested catching this thing and returning home. Nergis retreated. She was only a center guard of the lowest rank, and she couldn't cope with Isekai. She asked him to stop and asked if he was the same dragon born in the center and why he listened to the orders of a common man. The dragon did not understand what he wanted from him and what difference it made where he was born. Yoji was furious, no matter how strong he was, but none of his opponents fed him braised ribs anymore. Jun glanced at the timer on his phone and asked if there was anything else Nergis could tell them. He had absolutely no time for chatter. He took out the auxiliary ball and began to fill it with mana. The ball began to fill with black-blue energy, and after a couple of seconds, turned into a huge sword. He was already swinging it to strike, when suddenly the fairy began to scream and beg for mercy. Nergis screamed that if they killed her, they would not be able to continue the attack on the center. Jun lowered his sword and asked why he couldn't attack. The fairy explained that if the tutorial administrator disappeared, then the path to the next floor of the core would be blocked. But the hero didn't care. All he had to do was hand over the entrance ticket to the academy. Nergis fell at their feet, begging for forgiveness and apologizing for her impudent behavior. Suddenly, a mysterious bag appeared in front of them, and the status window announced that the hero had received Nergis's recognition. Jun released the sword, and it stuck into the ground next to the fairy. They grabbed the bag and tickets and headed for the exit, Yoji trying to taste them. Nergis closed her eyes and waited for the outcome. After all, they had received a ticket, so they could kill her right away. She opened her eyes slightly because it was too quiet around. The fairy straightened up and watched as Jun took the bag in one hand, the dragon in the other, and simply walked away. Jun was only thinking about handing over the tickets, and that would be the end of his job, and let the hunters deal with the rest. At this time, at the entrance to the center, the Behemoth Guild was trying to figure out when they would finally find the real entrance. Jonathan reported that this time their expedition was over, and they needed to return to report everything to the president. After which he added that reinforcements would soon arrive, and his team would have a little easier time. Ricky asked the Sword Emperor if they would send newcomers to help them. Jonathan clarified once again that these would be reinforcements, hunters who belonged to other guilds, so there was no point in even thinking about treating them unceremoniously. Ricky claimed that even his mother didn't nag that much. Chloe asked if that was why he had such a terrible temper. He immediately turned to the girl and noted that he would write a statement for insulting her parents because of her statements. The next day, the Fault Department called. Nate spoke to someone and said that he would pass everything on to Jun. After hanging up, he asked Jun if he had completed basic Rift training, and Jun said no. Then he should have done it next Monday, as lectures would be taking place at the Hunters Academy. Jun nodded, as this trip was a great excuse to take the entrance ticket to the president. Kate cried out that she had a rank assessment the following Monday, to which Jun then suggested going together. The girl beamed and asked if they could have dinner together after that. Jun remembered that a couple of weeks ago he had promised her a dinner together, just the two of them. He happily agreed, and Kate suggested meeting at the entrance after they both finished. The following Monday, Jun went to training lectures. He had already finished his morning class, and the lecturer dismissed them for lunch, asking them not to be late. Jun grabbed the bag he had retrieved. Now was the time to hand over the entrance ticket. He approached the president's office, but someone was already there, and an assistant had already noticed him. The assistant quickly ran up to him and told him that if he needed anything, he could just call. Jun reassured him and said that he was here for basic training anyway. The guy looked at him in bewilderment, wondering why a person like him needed to undergo training. Jun simply handed him the bag and asked him to give it to Adrian. The hero headed towards the elevator, announcing that he was already expected at class. The assistant opened the bag and a pink light appeared from inside. He took out a strange paper and couldn't understand what it was. In the classroom, the lecturer had already begun his afternoon lecture. The girl sitting next to Jun watched as he diligently wrote everything down. She decided to start a conversation and asked why he was using his free time so stupidly. Jun said that he was quite inexperienced in working with rifts, and his memory was not very good, so it was better to write everything down. The girl lay down on the desk and declared that no matter how hard they tried, the attitude towards civil servants would still remain terrible. They were not some Mr. Jun. And after he asked again who she was talking about, the girl screamed, how could she not know the famous Jun? This is a well-known figure who has proven that even an ignored and despised civil servant can be respected by everyone. He cleared an S-rank dungeon with 0 fatalities and crushed the arrogant hunters, after which she added that she would really like to get his autograph. The door to the lecture room swung open, and the president's aide walked in. The president stood right behind him, and his assistant pointed his finger at June and shouted that he had indeed come for basic training. The president apologized to the lecturer and said that he had come there on very important business. June thought the president should have realized that he didn't like to attract attention. Adrian approached the desk and loomed over the hero. The other civil servants asked what this guy had done wrong. The president apologized to Mr. June for his sudden visit. At that very moment, the civil servants in the audience turned into little children, who had just realized that the very same civil servant was standing in front of them. June exhaled heavily. It seemed he wouldn't be able to listen to the rest of the lecture. He stood up and walked towards the lecturer, apologized, and asked permission to leave. The lecturer was puzzled as to how he could refuse such a person, but just in case he allowed him to do so. The entire lecture hall watched the men with surprised glances, and the group headed to the president's office. The girl sitting next to him couldn't believe that it was June himself sitting next to her, and she thought that he was just a handsome and strange guy. The door slammed shut, leaving everyone to ponder the recent scene. June informed the president that if he did so, their cooperation could be difficult. Adrian apologized again, but the entrance ticket was so important that he simply had no choice. And he also promised to apologize to all the spectators for this scene. June watched him closely. It seemed that he still understood his words, but something needed to be done to prevent this from happening again. Adrian opened the door to his office. He knew that such an appearance would cause inconvenience, but there was simply no other way out. The Behemoth Guild members, who had just returned from the center, were already sitting in the office. Chloe looked at June in surprise and did not understand why an ordinary person came to meet them, while Jonathan knew the person who entered very well. The Sword Emperor jumped up to the manager and began to shake his hand. He had no idea that June was the person who found the entrance ticket. Moreover, no one knew that the entrance ticket could be located in a completely different rift. Chloe asked Ricky if he was going to stand up and say hello properly. He turned the entrance ticket over in his hands. Did everyone really think it was genuine? The president shouted at him, asking him to stop immediately and apologize to June. But he just called him a lanky guy and added that if he was lying, he wouldn't be able to get rid of him so easily. Adrian screamed even louder, his behavior crossing all boundaries. Jonathan and Chloe also tried to calm their partner down and apologized to June. June chuckled. Ricky looked like a low-class bandit at the Mira market. The hunter began rolling up his sleeves and filling them with mana. He was infuriated by the fact that while Jonathan was talking, someone was allowing themselves to laugh. After which, he himself began to laugh, noting that civil servants always hide behind the backs of hunters, and therefore do not know what pain is. Ricky offered to personally demonstrate to the civil servant how scary he was and pointed a gun at him. The tip of the spear stopped a couple of centimeters from June, but he did not move. Ricky asked him if he was beginning to understand who he was trying to fool, after which he put away the weapon, patted him on the shoulder, and asked him to relax because he would not hit a government employee. Adrian watched Ricky's disgusting behavior and didn't know what to do at the moment. Ricky stretched and said that now he also had to deal with re-educating scammers. June turned to the president and told him that he had raised his puppy too poorly. Chloe and Jonathan froze. On the one hand, Ricky really behaved terribly. On the other hand, these words would lead to a new conflict. Ricky became furious and asked if June wanted to die at the hands of this puppy. He just smiled in response. He was sure that this guy would not be able to cope with his strength. Ricky froze. He didn't understand what was happening to him and couldn't move. June released another wave of mana, and the hunter fell to his knees in front of him, after which he began to choke, and with his last strength begged for mercy. The hero said that he would let him get away with it, but asked him to remember that there would be no second time. The manager walked around him and sat down on the sofa, while Chloe tried to bring her partner back to his senses. Jonathan was shocked. This guy subdued an S-rank hunter with just energy. June asked if he could hear the reason for his invitation here. Adrian knew that the hero didn't like long, convoluted conversations, so he said it directly. He was asking to become a member of his squad to attack the center. Without any hesitation, June replied that he would not join the attacking force. The president knew it was pointless to fight him, so he simply thanked him for the entrance ticket. And he handed him an envelope as a token of gratitude for everything he had done for the academy. June was even more upset because civil servants are fired if they take bribes. Adrian waved his hands and tried to assure him that this was not a bribe, but simply gratitude. However, June still wanted to maintain good relations with the Hunter Academy. He asked that from now on, no matter what request he made, the president would give his consent. Jonathan understood that these words meant that in the future, he would effectively become the head of the Hunter Academy. Adrian agreed to this request, despite the outrage of the Behemoth Guild. But he asked to promise him something in return. June listened to him attentively. Currently, many hunters have perished in the rift, and the center boasts a level of difficulty that is incomparable to a normal rift. He asked him to prevent the needless death of hunters, at least in the center. June replied that he would do his best to achieve this. Adrian clapped his hands and promised to fulfill any request he might make. The hero stood up. The rest could be discussed later, but he needed to return to training. He further asked to refrain from actions that could harm other people and left the office. Everyone in the office exhaled heavily. This meeting turned out to be really tense. The president leaned back in his chair and asked them if they had seen the latest news. After all, just before them was June, who became a commander in an S-rank rift and single-handedly dealt with a boss monster. Moreover, it took him less than a minute to kill this very boss. Chloe tensed up and asked the president if he was really human. Jonathan was literally tearing his hair out, because at their first meeting, he was giving him advice and asking him not to be upset that he didn't have mana. June, unlike the others, was only worried about missing part of his afternoon classes. He entered the auditorium where there was no one. It seemed like everything was already over. The lecturer finally saw him and said that since he had gone out on urgent business, no one expected him to return. June apologized for the situation during the lecture, but the lecturer replied that it was no big deal, especially since he had graduated with the president's approval. The hero bowed deeply to him and thanked him for his understanding. The lecturer handed him a box. It was a random box that is given to training participants. It mostly dropped F-rank items, so there wasn't much hope. Kate was already waiting for him in the corridor, simply glowing with happiness. He asked how long the girl had been waiting for him. She said that she had just arrived and started rummaging through her purse. Kate pulled out a hunter evaluation form and declared that thanks to it, she was now a B rank. June was happy for his employee, but noted that this was all the fruit of her efforts. All the business at the academy was finally done, and they went to have lunch together. After lunch, spent in pleasant company, June went home. The entire household gathered around the box that June had received during his training. The hero offered to open the box for Jill, but the girl refused. She had already opened them several times, but due to her shitty hands, she only got the lowest ranking items. Yoji burst out laughing and kept saying over and over that she had crap hands, and the girl ran after him, screaming that the expression meant bad luck, not what he thought. June decided not to hesitate and opened a random box himself, which began to emit a red light. Jill noted that there should at least be a yellow light, otherwise it's a dud. Suddenly the box began to gain strength and glow even more. The light changed to a light blue and enveloped the room, something Jill had never seen before. But the light did not stop and continued to change, now becoming purple. They say that if you get a blue one, it means an unexpected turn in life. But purple is the level of the 9 o'clock news. Jill asked if her father was being too indifferent to what was happening, but he only noted that it all looked good. Music began to play from the box, and a voice announced that a spiritual heritage had been discovered. June didn't understand whether this was good or bad because he didn't feel any special power. He held a beautiful emerald book in his hands, and the status window indicated that it was an encyclopedia dedicated to the center, which, as the study progressed, would increase anti-magic power. June thought about it. It was strange that he received a spiritual legacy dedicated to the center. If we are talking about the same center, Nergis said that dragons were born in the center. June turned to Yoji and asked if he knew what it was. The dragon didn't. He gave him a nasty look, suspecting him of hiding something, but the dragon really didn't know. Carciel also clarified that he knows nothing about the center. He was definitely born there, but he doesn't remember anything. Jill said that this box usually drops items up to S rank, and she hasn't heard anything about legacy items. Carciel thought that this was the first time he had seen the gentleman so interested in something.
Is the owner really going to go to the center?
Yoji lost interest in the book as it was not something edible, and decided to go to bed. Jill went after him because he had promised to brush his teeth before going to bed that night. June stood up and stated that he would make sure the teeth were brushed. At that very second, Yoji clung to Jill and shouted that he was ready to brush his teeth and wanted to do it with her. But June took him by the wings. For today, this task will be done together with the main owner. The hero picked him up and headed to the bath, while Jill and Carciel wished him luck. The next morning, the dragon sat in front of the TV and was indignant that all the dramas lately were the same. Yoji was even more indignant and asked the writers to come up with something new, continuing to switch channels. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the sound of the front door lock opening. Carciel noted that the younger master was currently studying, and the older master never returned so early. So, could it be that thieves had come to visit them? Yoji flashed his fangs. He hadn't exactly relieved the stress of brushing his teeth last night. The door opened. The dragon screamed that he would bring justice upon the thief and flew towards him. Suddenly, he crashed hard into the hand of the one who had just burst into their home. It was June, who was very curious about what this dragon was doing again. But what interested him most was his words about yesterday's stress. The hero squeezed his muzzle a little harder, and the dragon screamed that he didn't mean anything bad. While June continued to hold Yoji, Carciel calmly walked out into the corridor and bowed to his master. The three of them finally made their way to the kitchen, Yoji wondering why he had returned from work so early. And, without waiting for an answer from the owner, he began to shed tears because of his dismissal. June reassured him that it wasn't like that. He just had a business trip to Kanwodo that evening, and he came to pack his things. Carciel only listened attentively to their dialogue, not daring to interrupt it. June said that he would cook a little later, but for now he would go and clean up. He decided to start with his bedroom, but when he looked in, he realized that it was perfectly clean. Then it was decided to forget about cleaning and at least do the laundry. But after the hero looked into the laundry room and this business was completed, Carciel said that when the senior master goes to work, the junior master does all the housework and goes to school. June knew that Jill was very different from ordinary schoolgirls, but he didn't expect it to be so different. Then there was only one thing left for him to do: cook. June had almost finished dinner, and Jill had finally returned home. He tried a spoonful of what he had prepared and was glad that the girl was home. Jill was shocked. She didn't expect her father to come home so early. June said that he was going on a business trip that evening, so he decided to cook dinner. The girl sat down at the table and wished everyone a bon appetit. He also wished her bon appetit and asked why she didn't ask for pocket money. The girl said that she had already received pocket money. Last month, he had given her as much as 720,000 won. Jill said she bought a vacuum cleaner and a dryer and started reporting her grocery expenses. June interrupted her. This was money for living, but he meant personal money that she would spend on herself. He explained, for example, that she might need money to go out with friends. Jill replied that she preferred spending time at home with Carciel and Yoji. June only added that sometimes you need to have fun with the guys to find friends, and asked her to be sure to let her know if she needed personal money. After which he threw on his coat, took his bag, and announced that it was time for him to leave. Yoji was drooling, because now the master's food was his food. He gloated over Carciel because he couldn't understand his joy since he only ate food. But Carciel had already disappeared from his place. June was walking through the area when suddenly someone behind him shouted for the owner. He didn't think it was his name being called, but he decided to turn around anyway. A girl ran after him and asked him to go on the trip together. The girl finally caught up with him and stopped in front of him. She asked the owner to take her with him. June looked closely at the girl and did not understand who she was. A little girl with purple hair and pink eyes revealed that she was Carciel. The dragon added that he didn't like the image because it was uncomfortable, but he felt it would attract less attention. The crowd continued to watch as the little girl called the man Master. June noticed the displeased looks of those around him, who were watching them closely. He hugged Carciel from behind and suggested that they first move to another place. At that moment, a heavy male hand fell on June's shoulder and stopped him. The man said that his place was at the police station, but the hero tried to convince the man that all this was not what it seemed. But the man was not reassured by these words. He asked him to follow him calmly, since he did not want to shed blood in front of the child. He held June by his coat and said that if the girl had not been there, he would have died at his hands long ago. A child's hand squeezed the huge man's throat with force. The girl was interested in how the pathetic little man could be so impudent in his conversation with his master. June asked Carciel to stop, but he was sure that the man had crossed the line. The hero exhaled heavily. If they stayed here, everything would only get more complicated.